years.
Wow.
That was part of her pay.
What year did she start?
It's on the board. I can't remember what,
Like
but it probably was. Yeah, it probably because her sister Mary was first, and then she died, and then Hattie took over. So
Hard way to get a job.
1902, 1903, somewhere in there. Yeah, yeah.
Man.
Dun, dun, dun.
Mm-hmm.
I hear whispers.
So, guys, I don't know if it's the cable or something else, but this feed keeps glitching in and out.
Okay.
Oh.
So I can hear you, but it's like black screen. I can see you, black screen. I can see you. So I'm gonna swap the cable just to be on the safe side.
Very avant-garde.
But
Okay.
Could be the ghost starting already.
Yeah, apparently they're already starting, Ninja. They've invaded our cables.
First the cables, what's next?
Well, the lights were you heard the story about the lights?
No,
Lights.
I have not heard this story
Yeah,
about the lights.
this morning we came in and the lights that light up the main office area didn't work today.
Huh.
So, who knows? I mean,
Does that happen a lot?
No, not in that room, but weird electrical things happen in the building. But you know, it's old, but still, that was weird why it happened today.
Yeah.
The day of all days. Of course, we're going to be shutting all the lights off as soon as we start.
No, we're not.
Well, some of them, yeah.
Not all of them.
Where they're from? Good call.
okay, so that one seems to be working just fine, and you guys are live.
We are.
Oh, we're live right now.
It was the cable?
It was the cable. This is why we do this. We debunk.
The worldwide internet is listening to us right now?
The worldwide internet is listening to you, right?
Okay, filter on.
Yes, right. Keep it clean, Thomas.
Of course, I showered. Did you?
Yes, I did.
Doesn't smell like it.
Well, that's because we're in a dusty old building.
Aha,
with,
yeah, blame the building.
the hundreds and, if not thousands of years
Yes.
of art, of history, of romance, of war.
Plus, we
of
have
peace.
mastodon bones right here.
So we're talking now tens of thousands.
Yes.
Would
of
that be the
years.
oldest part of the exhibit? The
Yes.
Mastodon Bones?
Yes.
We should probably like intro it with like, hey, where we are. We're live from the Dodge County Historical Society Museum in beautiful Beaver Dam, Wisconsin. It is the second day of the 6th month. It is the
Yeah, it's June 6th. Just say it's June 6th.
June,
no, wait,
June
no,
2nd.
June 2nd.
Yeah.
June 2nd.
The reason I didn't
that's
say it was
right.
June 6th was because it's
not the 6th yet.
So-
No, we're not even close.
It is the 22nd hour of the second day of the 6th month.
It is.
And we are broadcasting live because we are spending the night in here. Mm-hmm. Why? You know, it was one of those crazy ideas that
I think so.
there's, you know, kind of a history to this place, if you will. And that's why we have got, with the board of directors, with the Dodge County Historical Society, I believe we're looking at that camera. With
Okay.
our multi-camera
Yes.
setup here
All
today.
right.
We have got Pat Lutz. Pat, thank you so much for joining us today.
I'm
you,
glad
Pat.
to be here. Thank you for joining us.
Well, thank you for inviting us.
Yeah, right. I said thank you for joining. Thank you for letting us join you today in this just century-old, amazing building, about 120 years, right?
Yes,
130
you're right.
years.
Yeah, on 1901 they moved in. That's when they had the dedication ceremony.
So they started building it in 1890.
1890, not 1901. It should have been 1891 is when they actually had the ceremony and the ribbon cutting.
It's okay that you made an error with the date. Apparently, that there's a theme in that.
Yeah, that just
the
happens.
ghosts are already
Right.
starting to interfere with our brain waves.
So this building's been around for 120 years. How long has this collection been gathering in that time?
Well, the Historical Society started in 1938. And down the street, those of you who are familiar with the Gergen Law Office is right down the street on the south side of Front Street.
If I'm not
And-
mistaken, our radio station, AM 1430
Yeah,
WBEV,
very close.
started right around
right
there?
next door,
Right next
basically.
door.
Yeah,
Okay.
really close. Yeah. And so 1938 they started putting the collection together, but the artifacts were much older than that. Because some of the things that were brought together had come from the early settlers, so they could have been 100 years old before 1938.
Wow. So 1938, the Historical Society is formed.
Yes.
You're collecting history dating back, no doubt, 50, 100 years
Yes.
at that point.
Right.
In the old Gergen Law Office. So what is going on with this building at that time?
Okay, at that time it was the Williams Free Library, and Mr. Williams donated the money to build the structure, which was unbelievable at the time. He donated $25,000 to build it.
Wow.
He was a banker in town, a wonderful philanthropist to donate this. And at the time when it was built, it was considered the largest and most impressive public building in south central Wisconsin,
Wow, I could believe that.
between Madison and Milwaukee. So,
And is there anything in particular about the design? This is a stone
yeah,
building.
Romanesque building, and incorporates a number of traditional styles. It's an amazing building today. Many times people don't even know what's going on here at this time. They think of it as the library, and we have many times people come in and say, I didn't know this wasn't the library anymore. Or they have not been in town for many, many years, and they're visiting, and they thought, when did the library move out? So we have to tell them it was back in 1985, so it's been a few years.
So did you move right in here in 1985?
No, the original office was on the second floor of the Gergen building. And that's kind of an interesting building itself. We could go on and talk about stories about that, because that was the town hall. So on the third floor.
Sure.
And the second floor, another interesting, talking about communications, is that's where the Daily Citizen started, on the second floor of that building.
Okay.
And then there were offices available, and then the Historical Society took 2 rooms there. I've been in that building all over that structure. It's one of the oldest on Front Street, built in the 1890s also. So then after they moved out of that building, they moved into the chamber office, which had been the original railroad station, which is, that building is still there, owned by the chamber now, is owned by the city, and that's when the city rented it to the Historical Society.
Do you smoke? Do you smoke, Pat?
No, I don't.
Okay. You don't smoke cigarettes?
No, I don't smoke
Am I the only
cigarettes.
one that just
But-
smokes cigarettes?
No, we do smell that in this building occasionally, and cigar smoke.
Okay.
And nobody has smoked cigars in this building for many, many years, but we've had people who said, we're walking up the stairs and we smell cigars. That's kind of strange.
Probably just some weird power of suggestion. You
Yeah,
mentioned that, I think, the
might
other
be,
day on
it
Community
might be,
Comment when
right.
you were here. And you were on Community Comment because you're talking about a very interesting thing that's going to be happening here, tying into the Arts and Peony Festival that's going on all weekend in the city of Beaver Dam. You've got your own ghost story festival that's going to be
Absolutely,
taking place.
and we just had a fantastic it was a dress rehearsal this evening. And so we went through the whole show. It's our first annual, we're hoping. It's a Ghost Story Festival, and it's going to be fun. We had all of the participants that will be performing tomorrow evening, starting at 7:30, but we went through the whole show. We had 2 professional storytellers. They're from Old World, Wisconsin, so connected with the State Historical Society. And they always have a really cool Halloween kind of spook fest there every year. And so a friend of mine is the curator there. I called her and I said, can you recommend 2 people? And she sent us 2 fabulous people. And they went through their stories this evening and practiced. And it was the first time we had the sound system. So that's another thing I want to mention is if you come, and I hope a lot of people will because it's going to be a lot of fun, but we have a professional sound system also set up. So Scott Eberly, if you're familiar with him, he's very involved and active with the community theater. They lent us their special portable sound system. So we set that up and we checked all the sound levels, and we'll have that set up again tomorrow for the event. And so what happens is that people are invited to come. It's free of charge. Bring a lawn chair and just find a place to sit. It's performed between the 2 buildings. When I mean the 2 buildings, the back of the Williams Free Library, now the Historical Society. That was one of the reasons why we decided to do it there. We were walking around the building and we looked at the back of the structure and thought, this is pretty cool, this is the structure itself. We thought that'd be a perfect backdrop. So we built a stage, and we will perform the whole show tomorrow, which will why don't I write a ghost play?
Yeah.
So she did, and it's fantastic, and we have a lot of area performers. They've been rehearsing for about 6 weeks, 4 nights a week, and it looks it. I mean, they have really done a super job. It's going to be funny. It isn't just going to be scary, and that's the other thing I want to emphasize. It's for everyone, so any age. So it's not going to be so scary that that no one is going to be able to walk home at night because it's so dark. So it's for little kids and big kids who act like little kids.
So it's been tested on Sherry then, because she'll be the ultimate litmus test for this.
She was scared just walking into the frame there.
Yeah.
And the impetus behind that is because there is this kind of atmosphere around this this old Williams Free Library,
and
this museum.
that's how it all started. Every year for the Christmas parade, we always would have our board of directors Christmas party. So after the Christmas parade, everybody filed out, we locked the doors, and then we would imbibe in a little bit of our own spirits that we might bring, and have a few cocktails, and you know, people were just talking about the museum and interesting things, and all of a sudden, one year, people say, you know, some weird things have happened to me while I've been in this building. So that's how it all started, and everybody started sharing stories, which nobody had shared before, because I think everybody thought, you know, nobody's going to believe me when I talk about these things. But then, as soon as somebody opened the door, it was like everybody had a story. And they said, remember when we were working on this display and we stayed all night because we had the grand opening, the ribbon cutting the next day, and some weird things happened. So that's how it started.
Do you have personal experiences with weird things happening
Well,
here?
for me, and I tell people this, it's a finder kind of a thing, which means, you know, I've been involved with this organization since 1991, and so I've been involved in putting displays together, taking them apart, moving things from place to place, and you know, moving things from room to room. And I lost something that I was really disappointed in, and it had to do with a series of trivia questions about the history of Beaver Dam. So I had 60 questions I'd put together, multiple choice, and so they could be used for, you know, a fundraiser or you know, a trivia contest that somebody might be putting together. And I had them on one of the very first laptops I owned, and it didn't have any exterior drive kind of capacity. So I mean, an internal drive was it. So whatever you saved was no way to save the information. So it had a meltdown. And I thought, oh boy, I lost it all. So one day, I was walking in the basement, and I found myself in what was the old kitchen when it was the library. And as I was, you know, walking around in the room, all of a sudden I found myself realizing I didn't intend to come in this room. And I looked down in a bunch of boxes, and there was a stapled copy of all 60 of those questions. That was weird.
Did you ever make copies?
No. I did at the time, back in the 90s, but I had made copies, but I'd given them to people over the years because people were saying, you know, I could maybe use those for our, you know, service club, or, you know, I could use those for some activity that they were doing for fun. So I had lost all my copies. I didn't know who to ask who might have one, and I never thought I'd see them again. And there they were, in the box.
Wow.
And what's going through your mind when you see that?
Well, I picked them up, I walked upstairs, and Kurt, our curator, and Dean, our treasurer, they said, you looked like you'd seen a ghost. And that's the way I felt. I walked up the stairs with this packet, and it was like, I could hardly speak. I thought, I cannot believe that I found these. I've been looking, it was like the Holy Grail. Here I found those questions.
Now, Kurt Sampson is the curator.
Right.
He's been a curator here
Right.
for several years now, and he's somebody. He'll be joining us after sunrise.
Right, right.
He'll be coming in.
He'll be coming in tomorrow morning.
And we invite you to tune in to AM 1430 WBEV and 95X in Beaver Dam, or go to DailyDodge.com if you want to hear the morning show, or of course, we invite you to keep on watching all throughout the morning hours. But Kurt, he's somebody who kind of says he just has weird things happening here like nonstop, it seems like.
Yeah. We lose things. That's the other thing, too, is we're working with something, we set it down, and, you know, for me, sometimes it's one of those senior moments, but he's a lot younger than I am, but he's, you know, we put it, and it's like, how did it get moved over here? So then we retrace our steps, and, you know, sometimes it just doesn't make sense how it ended, moved from one table to the other without us really realizing that something happened.
Have you ever
Yeah.
been inspired to maybe like rearrange an exhibit based on something moving to a different location?
No, we haven't. We haven't done that. But we kind of wondered if we, made the ghosts a little upset because we had COVID, of course, and we closed for an entire year because of COVID. We had to do some redecorating. One of the things I'm going to point up, our ceiling was really in bad shape. People would come in and say, "Oh my God, you guys got to do something," but it cost a lot of money because it wasn't just a paint job; it was a restoration. So one of our board members, Steve Hankus, is just an outstanding painter, and he's been doing that all his life, and we hired him to do it, and it looks fantastic. But we had everything moved out of this area, and we thought this is the time, because we've been talking about it for years, of redoing a floor each year. So let's just start. So we started this floor. Kurt led the charge. We had a couple interns. And we said we're going to do one floor at a time, and we got this first floor and the basement finished during COVID, developed some new displays, and then this past year we finished the second floor.
And it looks great.
Well, thank you. Yes.
I mean, for a 130-year-old bill, 131, am I doing my math right? Year-old building?
Barely looks a century old.
Yeah,
Yes, right.
Did
right.
over 100, right. And chock full of exhibits. For those that may want to come and experience the Dodge County Historical Society Museum, kind of generally run through some of the exhibits that they would see.
All right. Some of the highlights, and it helped with that reorganization because we pulled things together. We had kind of a mishmash of things. You might find Indian artifacts, Native American artifacts, several different places in the building. Transportation. So we pulled things together. So now we have a transportation area. All the Native American artifacts are together. The downtown historical artifacts are all together in the basement. All the antique tools are together in one area. All the Monarch things. Monarch is, plays such an important role in Beaver Dam history, and it's all pulled together. So, and then on the second floor, something we've been dreaming about for a long time. It was just a mishmash again of things. We created little module areas where it looks like a living room from the 1800s, and all the things there. So when people go up to the second floor, they're going to say this looks a lot different.
And you got your schoolhouse.
And the schoolhouse, of course, and that's one of the favorites of a lot of kids and parents as well, because we have grandparents who went to one-room schoolhouses and they can remember, and it's really close to the size of a lot of them. They weren't big, but they were part of the history of Dodge County, the whole United States, because the people that lived in the area had to actually build their school for their section of land where they own the property.
When was that schoolhouse part added to the second floor?
Okay, so that was the early 2000s, and it was a storeroom, and we were thinking about what could we do, because wonderful Tom Heffron, who's been such another one of those people who've done so much for the community and as far as giving, and he said, I've got some desks from a one-room schoolhouse my dad and I had cleaned out many years ago, and some actual slate boards. And he said, I've never known really what to do with them. And so I came up with the idea of, let's convert this storeroom into something that looks like a one-room schoolhouse. And one of the neat things is when we tore up the floor, we got down to the original flooring when the building was built, and it looked like schoolhouse flooring.
Wow.
So that was pretty neat.
And my favorite part of the schoolhouse, I think a lot of people's, the thing they talk about is, and I don't know if it's still up there, the list of rules for
yes,
teachers around
right.
the turn of the last century.
Right.
You can't show any ankle. You
Right.
can't be seen with a gentleman
Right.
after sundown. And
Sure.
All these rules that are just kind of mind-boggling, but part of our history.
Right, and I tell the story many times. Both of my grandmothers started their careers, working careers, as they went to school. And back then, you could go and get a one-year certificate to be a teacher. You might be 16 or 17 years old, or you get a 2-year. And they both taught, but once they decided to get married, that was it. They had to give up their careers.
What a crazy time here. And all that documented here in living color, if you will, at the Dodge County Historical Society Museum, where we are going to be spending the next... Ooh.
It's like 8+ hours,
Yeah,
right?
well, it's even more than that. It's
Yeah.
8, 9, 9.5. Yeah, we'll be here. We're not just going to be sitting here. We have a multi-camera setup again. So we're going to see different parts. We're going to explore different parts. We have electromagnetic frequency detectors. We've got a paranormal investigator from Beaver Dam that's going to be joining us here a little bit, talking a little bit about the history and other people's experiences here,
Right.
whether fun or maybe bizarre.
Mm-hmm.
But you are essentially going to be locking us in,
Yes.
as I understand
Very
it
soon.
here. So
You are in for the duration.
Any advice for us?
Well, I would just say keep an open mind.
Okay.
And what we always say is, if you start to feel a little dizzy or anything, just grab onto a display case and just, steady yourself.
You
before
tell people if they start to
Really?
feel dizzy?
Well, if you start, seeing some unusual things, it might just depends on how it affects you.
That's
so you
true.
have to
Has
be
it
ready.
happened before? Have a
You
lot
wanna
of people been
stabilize
woozy?
yourself and before you move on to the next
Oh,
area.
okay.
That's
So-
and it's you got your headgear,
Right.
so that's
He's ready.
He is-
Yeah, that's
he
right.
is-
Illumination is my name.
well, Pat. I mean, we can't thank you enough for, or maybe we can thank you enough. I don't know. We'll see how things go in a few hours for hosting us and letting us be in your this wonderful museum here. And
Thank
we
you.
Sure do.
Yes, and
appreciate
thank
it.
you for all of your support over these years, and we appreciate that very much. And we think we have a good partnership with WBEV and XRO. So.
Well, we appreciate that. And I'm personally looking forward to this event tomorrow at 7:30, the Ghost
Right.
Story Festival,
Right.
right here. We're right outside. We're
Right
gonna be
outside,
out
right.
over
in the
Yes,
back.
yeah. We want to make sure that people know it's going to be outside the building, not inside. We've been looking at the weather, crossing our fingers, and we had a rain date site, and we talked to them today, and we said, "Don't worry, we're not going to be using that site. We're going to be outside." And this might be the only for the rest of the week now. Might be the only day we don't have rain, but it looks there's a big sun every time I look at that.
Weather forecast, and it just looks like just a perfect spring night
Yeah.
in Dodge County, South Central
Absolutely.
Wisconsin. So,
Right.
Yeah,
Yeah, I just want to mention there's plenty of parking around the area across the street and on the street parking nearby. There's some parking that's between the Heffron House and the Chamber office, but not a lot. So people may want to get here early. We start at 7:30 sharp, and if they want to get here early, and we have refreshments too. So if they want to get here early, we'll have soda and water and snacks that they can purchase. So we think it's going to be a really fun evening.
Spring Street's closed. Keep that in mind.
Right, right.
Yeah.
Right.
And bring your own lawn chair as well.
Absolutely. That's good to remind them because we do have a minimal amount of seating, but it's better just to bring your own chair to be on the safe side.
Awesome. Fantastic. All right. Well, Pat,
Thanks
thank
again,
you
Pat.
so much.
Yes.
We really
Yes.
do appreciate it. And I guess this is the part where we get locked in.
Right? So
Please don't do that
I
again.
don't, I'll try. I'll try.
All
to
right,
refrain.
so-
We've already lost a camera person.
I don't know what
He's,
happened
he's,
there.
Probably installing cameras in other sections of the. How many floors? I know we just said we're going to leave, Pat. But
Okay, yeah.
One more second.
We-
So we're on the main.
You're right. We always tell people we have 3.5 floors.
Okay.
Okay, so we have the lower level, and that's our kind of history of Beaver Dam business. And then the main level where we have a variety of things. And then our 2.5 level, that is our Native American display. And then on our second floor, that's our what we call family living. So it kind of talks about what daily life would be like. And then, of course, our wonderful military exhibit.
Yes.
Yeah. Well, we'll be chiming in from each of those floors throughout the evening, and at one point we'll go to the Swan Room as well. That would have been Hattie Doolittle's.
Right.
I guess, and we'll keep you even for one more second. Explain who Hattie Doolittle
All
was,
right.
if you will.
Hattie Doolittle was the second librarian for the Beaver Dam Library. And the Beaver Dam Library actually started in the original City Hall, which was down the street, and it would have been on the southwest corner of Maple and Spring Street. And it was the Chase Bank. That was the last business that was there. But there was a 3-story structure on that corner. Beautiful building. It was kind of fallen in disrepair. And then in the 1960s, they built a new city hall, because the city hall was on the second floor. The third floor was the meeting hall that was turned into the first library.
Now, Hattie Doolittle would have been the
She
second
would have been the
librarian.
second one.
then.
Her
Who was the
sister was the first one, and that was Mary Doolittle, and she She died quite young, she was the librarian a couple of years, and then Hattie took over, and she was librarian for 47 years.
And she lived in this room.
She lived in the
just to
room,
my left.
right.
Lived here.
Yes, lived in this building, and that's kind of amazing. It was part of her salary was to have a room and board.
So how many people do you know of that have spent the night in here other than potentially us and Hattie Doolittle?
Well, I think you might be probably, as far as a group of people, the first time we've had this many. I know Roger spent a lot of time. Roger Noel, many of you people know him. He's one of Beaver Dam's top historians, and he's been here for many, many hours. And again, when we've had special events coming up where we've had to get the building or a certain exhibit that had to be, the schoolhouse was one. We were here most of the night because we told everybody it was going to be ready to go, and we were going to have the ribbon cutting. We had all these officials coming, and we had to have it ready. So we were here. So that night we told the police. They said, you might see some crazy people running around the building, and so don't get excited. And they also know that all of this is happening. So.
So should we notify the police that if they see some strange lights, it's just the radio station, Daily Dodge?
Yes. Yeah.
All right.
So yeah, they know all this is happening. I notified the chief, so you should be just
perfect.
fine.
Excellent.
Yeah.
Very. And they're our next door neighbors.
They're next
too.
door, right.
We couldn't be safer if there is a ghost. We just run out running to the east, and we should be okay.
Well, I've been here a long time today, getting ready for tomorrow. So I'm going to go home, but I want you to know that this is kind of a time lock that I'm going to be locking the door, and you're all going to be locked in for the evening.
All right. So
Okay.
Pat, then we'll see you out. Can't thank you enough.
Thank you.
Thank you all. Thank
We'll
you,
be-
gentlemen.
Thank
We'll
you.
be joining
Gentlemen.
Ninja and Kyra and Sherry here in just a little bit, but thanks, Pat. We do appreciate it. So you're literally going to lock the door on us, huh?
All right. I've got the key, and I'm going to be shutting the door, and here we go.
Bye, Pat, thanks. Appreciate it. You left us in here all alone.
All right, so now we got to figure out what we're going to do for the next 10 hours.
We just, I'm gonna just pop on one of the cameras here. This is gonna be the Lincoln corner, the Lincoln conspirator assassination corner. So the ladies were in the swan room, near the bathroom. Yeah. And they heard noise. Go ahead.
No, we heard a lot of noise. It wasn't just like a little noise. It was like I would describe it like I told Justin, the way the sound came across was if you're in like an apartment building that's several floors high and they have that fire chute where the ladders will come railing down. That's what it sounded like. It was that loud.
Full on crashing. Floors were creaking all over. Yeah, no, we looked outside, no vehicles, there's construction stuff.
Yeah, it's the construction side of the building, so there's no traffic or anything going on over there. But it sounded like it was directly above us.
Were you recording an audio at the time, by chance?
We weren't expecting it. We were just wandering around.
But so we did go up to the second floor with the EMF detector and walked around.
Yeah, because the school room is directly above that bathroom
Right.
where we heard the news.
And in the corner with all the war memorabilia, we were getting up to a yellow level and couldn't debug it with any electronics or anything over in the area.
And so what do you mean by yellow level?
Like, the baseline is green.
Should we be on camera right now? Or I feel like we're in a weird room where there are no noises taking place. Do we have portable camera capabilities yet, Ninja?
Yes, anybody can stream on their phone and we can make it then portable from there.
Okay, so somebody's just got to queue it up on their phone. Gotcha.
Correct.
So we will be in any corner of this building that we want to, provided the Wi-Fi signal holds out.
Well, as long as our phones in the middle, that's what we do wherever our phones.
Sure. Again, though, a multi-camera setup, and we're on this camera right
We're
now.
currently on this camera here, so I have it set up. This is camera 1. Hi.
Sit down. Ninja, sit
I'll sit down. Okay.
Oh, you got the proper hydration, Sherry.
Hi, Sherry.
Good call.
I do have a cooler that has got caffeinated beverages and water. So,
There we go.
Thanks, Dad.
yeah.
So the camera that we're on right now is camera 1. Camera 2 is up in the balcony directly above us, which we've been told by Patrick is a hot spot. And
Wait, where? Up here?
right up here, it's in the corner. and it's currently facing across the entire upstairs balcony space, and it's currently set on infrared. So when we kill the lights, it'll be completely dark in here, but it'll see everything.
Well, Sherry wants to know, when are we killing the lights exactly?
Maybe we should use the word "killed" when we're talking about the lights.
That's
actually.
probably a good
After 2 a.m.
Right. Maybe a
Plan
lot
to be
sooner
home
than
by
that.
then.
So yeah, once we go dark, that'll still be able to see. This one will also be on, so we can see, and I believe Craig's will be able to pick up as well. Craig's camera is our third camera feed. It's looking into the corner where we have the information about the gentleman who was part of the group who essentially got to pull the lever on killing the Lincoln conspirators, which Patrick told us about that story. Sounds like the guy was in a hospital. They said, hey, we need your troop to come out, your crew to come out, and we've got a job for you to do. Didn't tell them what it was, so they got there, and they couldn't say no because it was an order. And to refuse the order, well, you'd get court-martialed, so they kind of had to do it. But his family was from the area. So apparently that's a corner where people have heard music. They've seen orbs. Other investigation crews have come in and seen orbs in the area. So we might pick those up on Craig's camera as well, since his is facing that direction as well. And then our fourth feed is anything that we do mobile. So as we're walking around, we can actually open up our phones and we can stream to our individual Facebooks or to the Daily Dodge Facebook or however we want to do it. And then I'll be able to pick that feed up and feed it right into our main video feed for everybody as well.
Okay.
But we were talking about the EMF detector. So this is what we're using. An EMF detector just picks up electromagnetic fields. This is one that was part of a kit. So if I turn it on, it gives us a base reading for the room, which right now the base reading of the room is basically nothing. That's why we're in the green. We're not getting any electromagnetic fields whatsoever. It will pick up fields from things that are electronic if they give off a strong enough field. So I'm getting nothing from the microphone here. We were getting a little bit from the video switcher, but of course that has multiple camera feeds coming into it, so there's a lot of information and flow happening there. But this right now is a baseline. So if we were to set this in the middle of the room and it's getting no signal whatsoever, and then suddenly we start getting signal, there's a field there of some sort. And that's
Right.
thought by many people to mean that there's something manifesting energy there that can be picked up, be it paranormal or otherwise. So we took this upstairs. Initially, you guys had taken it into the room over there where you heard the
Right.
noise. So then we took it upstairs and we went to the corner above that area and we were getting essentially the same baseline. We got nothing. But we then moved into the area which I believe is right above here.
Yeah, it's
That-
the war
this-
zone area up
Is it
there.
the front?
It's the front.
It is the front.
Yep.
Okay, so we were in front in the front of the building in the
On the
war
top floor.
memorabilia area on the top floor, and as we approached a bunch of these model ships and a few other things, some firearms and other things that are up in the front, we got up into a yellow level of signal.
A level 3.
Right. And what was interesting about that is there is some HVAC equipment there, which can give you,
Yeah.
a false positive. But when we touched the HVAC, we dropped down to a 1 again.
Huh.
So we're not getting it off of the heating and air conditioning system. It's coming from something else. There's no other power running through there that we can see. So our thought process would be that we've tried to debunk it and we're not pulling it from anything else. What was also interesting is we'd have it and we'd get level 3, so to speak, in one spot. We'd move it someplace else and it would drop down. We'd bring it back and it wasn't here anymore. We move it back to where it had just dropped down and suddenly it's level 3 there. So
Huh.
it seems like it's moving a little bit.
Yeah. It's not static.
Right. So that's kind of interesting. So when we do our walk-around sessions and we pair off or whatever and people want to sit and ask questions or whatever, basically set your recorder down, you set this down, you point whatever video camera you're using, if you're using one at the time, at it, and you go and see what happens.
Oh, Sherry, are we going to be partners? We're going to be partners, right? Come on.
Okay.
That's a yes.
Why do you want to be partners with me is my question. Let me just get a picture of your headgear. Thank
What?
you.
Why wouldn't I?
You are
You've
the
already
most,
picked up something. I haven't picked up
well
anything.
That's
equipped, like right now, it's amazing. Like I don't know
I'm
what
just
all
ready
you
to see.
have in your backpack, but I imagine you're ready for everything.
I got the themed red lights.
Very
It's going to make
nice.
everything quite creepy. I can't wait.
That is nice.
You tend to walk too fast, though, so you can't get too far ahead of me.
Not at all. Aren't you going to be in the lead? You're going to be walking forward.
Okay.
Yeah?
Okay.
Yeah.
Sure.
And then you can hide behind me.
Okay.
Yeah.
So,
Just keep her away from hanging clothes and mannequins.
can I ask a question of all of you?
Yeah.
Well,
Have
yeah.
any of you ever had experiences?
Yes.
Yes?
Once.
Once? Craig?
Yes.
You have?
Yes.
You're willing to admit that?
Well, so it's not that I'm not willing to admit it, but it essentially involves one of my kids, and at various times of my life, typically depending on their age, there were restrictions on being allowed to even acknowledge their existence on the radio or any of these other devices that we use. So I'd always been kind of reluctant. But yeah, one of my daughter. I think at this point, now the younger one doesn't want me to talk
Right.
about her at all. But one of my daughter had always kind of seen on several occasions red orbs, which that what has been here?
I'm not sure if they were red here, if they were white, but they were orbs. Yes.
They were orbs.
So, yeah.
We were always just like, it's the cars, they'll drive by, and it's their rear view or their rear lights and stuff, and they're just reflecting on your walls, and she just looks at us like we're crazy when we say this, and then one day, I was walking upstairs late at night, and in the room next to hers, on kind of like the wall that is shared, I saw orbs. So and they were not taillights. It was not a taillight situation, but it was like it seems like it was in a field of vision that it wasn't necessarily focused along or short, kind of like when I was in college, it seemed like everybody had those 3D posters where you had to kind of like cross your eyes and
the
the
magic
image
eye.
would come out.
Yeah.
And I'm not saying it was that was good, Thomas. I'm not saying it was exactly like that, but it felt like that. It felt like it seemed like it existed in a field of vision that was not necessarily in focus far away or in focus close. I don't really know a better way to describe it than that. But yeah, I saw some orbs. There were just some orbs. Whatever. It's an orb.
They're just
Yeah,
orbs.
It's just an orb.
Right. Nowadays, people drink those in tea. Yeah.
Right. Yeah.
Oh, that's
That's a
right, yeah.
huge. Yeah. What is that?
Those are kinda
I gotta
gross.
drive all over the place to get these orbs for my kids. Different orb. Different kid too.
Right.
Yeah.
So,
Ironic. The one that we don't talk about. Right.
the one I think now. Yeah. There's a new one that we don't talk about now that the other one's older. It's much better. Your kids have always been good. They don't tell Dad, don't talk about me on the radio.
They don't get a choice.
Yeah, I mean, how many times have you outed me now?
12. Yeah.
You're
At
keeping
least.
track. Wow.
One day it was like
At
4.
least make it look at lucky 13.
Right.
So you've had experiences then, Sherry?
I have. Did you hear that?
Oh, the kind of whispering in the corner?
Yeah.
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 I
Okay,
heard that
so
too.
I wasn't the only one.
You're not the only one.
Okay, that.
Right, you heard that too?
Yeah.
Did it say Sherry? Because that would be amazing.
I don't know if it said cherry or not.
Lord, I hope not.
I mean, it sounded like. Are we
It did sound.
This
it
is a
sounded like
library.
shush.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
We're getting yelled at.
Yeah, I mean, we're live. Everything's recording right now, so everything we do is recording.
Right, but we've got
Well, you got to tell your story.
I don't want to know.
we've got unidirectional microphones that are basically picking up what's right in front of us. We don't necessarily have a microphone over where we heard it.
No, we don't have a microphone over there right now. We do have my Zoom mic we could put over there.
Well, we'll put as soon as
Yeah.
we put it over there, we're going to hear something over there.
And that very well could be the case. But we also have the omnidirectional up there picking up as well. Did I almost whack you?
Yes, yes, you did. Okay, I'll just say you're trying to take out a ghost.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, that's fair.
Stop tapping your feet. There will be no extra noises made here tonight. Okay, I just wanted to make sure I wasn't the only.
Yeah.
It sounded like it was over in that far corner.
It did, yeah.
And it didn't sound like it was like coming from outside.
No, it
It
sounded
sounded
like
internal.
someone telling you to shush, like in a library, which
There
this
you
used to
go.
be.
Right.
You creeped out. Okay, anyway, so when I was around 19-ish years old, I lived in Winona, Minnesota. And I lived on the top floor, so like the attic level of an old Victorian home. That was an apartment that the people that owned the home built up there. They lived in the rest of the house, and then there were us 4 girls that lived up in that apartment. The creepiest, craziest noises happened there on a regular basis, to the point where none of us ever wanted to be there alone. and none of us ever wanted to sleep in a bedroom by ourselves. So there was one night in particular where my bedroom mate was gone for the weekend, but the other two girls were in their room. And the noises and stomping sounds that we heard going through the kitchen, which was right off both of the bedrooms, were so loud and so clear that I rushed into their room. I literally took a blanket, covered my head up, went running into their room, slammed the door, jumped on one of their beds, and they were both totally awake because they had heard it all too, and we just sat there and huddled. But there was another time when I was there alone, and I was in the bathroom, and I had just gotten done taking a shower, and I heard those loud stomping noises again, and it sounded like they ended right in front of the bathroom door.
Sounds like you needed that shushing ghost.
I did. I was not a fan of that. It didn't feel like there's a difference. That like there's happy spirits, I think,
Right.
and
Yeah.
then there's some that make you feel like you
Boot
get the
stomping
shivers and
spirits.
stuff. And that was a shivery one. Shivery. I have other ones, but here you go.
You got one? I got kind of a brief one, but
You should go first, 'cause I
I got this one right here. So in, I think it was like junior year of college, I lived in the basement with two roommates, and my door was right across from the other room. So that both doors were open. I was able to see my friend's bed. He has another roommate that sleeps right alongside him. And one night I got up at like 3 in the morning, and I look across and I see what looks like my friend sleeping in his bed. I'm like, oh, okay. I use the restroom. I get back, wake up in the morning and head out to the living room, and my buddy's sleeping on the big bean chair. I'm like, dude, were you sleeping out here all night long? Like, yeah, man, I never even went to my bed. I was just crashed out here. I'm like, that can't be true. I saw you sleeping in your bed. And then his roommate comes down like, you weren't sleeping in your bed I looked over like late at night and you were sleeping in your bed. Like, who was in your bed last night? We have no idea. Maybe he sleepwalks. I don't know.
So I've got two of them. The first one happened when I was in like 6th grade, which at the time we were living in Beaver Dam, going to the middle school, so I had to walk every day because you were still working at the Verizon. And it was a foggy morning, and it was one of the only mornings my friend wasn't able to walk with me because it was kind of rainy, so his parents just kind of drove him. And I was passing a gas station, and I glanced over, and I see a woman that looks like she's chained to one of the gas station poles. Like, she's completely, like, leaned over. Her hair is draped completely over her face, very dark black hair. She looks almost skeletal. So I just dart across the street. I don't even go up to the crosswalk. I go dart across the street. I get to the other side. There's nothing there.
Ooh.
And then second one, a little more controversial in our house. He completely convinced it doesn't exist. But
No?
Okay. Maybe I'm just hearing things.
we have 3 cats, right? When I don't want to deal with them, I'll just close my door so they can't like hop up on the bed or anything. But there have been several times where I'll keep my door closed all night and I'll still feel something jump up onto my bed and like lay down on me. And he won't even let me take that up into check because he's like, there's no ghost cat, there's no ghost cat. And then I've had several occurrences.
I've had the ghost cat experience, by the way.
I've had several moments where I'll have like little items, like I have little statuettes on my bookshelf and stuff, completely safe.
Carrie Ann, I'm just adjusting this microphone.
Ah. And then suddenly it'll just, from the back of the bookshelf, say this is the front, back of the bookshelf, completely on the floor, out of nowhere.
Whoa. The whole bookshelf?
Well, no, just like the statuettes will get knocked
Wow.
off from the back of the bookshelf.
Wow. How you
So
feeling, Sherry?
I think I just had a hot flash. Just about here.
I have to somewhat acknowledge the ghost cat, only because my wife has also claimed, because back when we first moved in, we had 1 cat, and the cat we have is a like black and gray tabby kind of cat. And she swears that she saw an orange tabby in our house. We didn't have an orange tabby at the time. We now do, So, and I'm not saying that now I can push all ghost cats aside and be like, no, it's just Puck. You've seen him so many times. But that has come up.
And there was that time when we were going past the coffee machine, because we got the little white cup, where it just threw itself onto the ground.
Oh, the ceramic cup.
Yeah. We both saw that, and there was nothing to push it off. No one bumped the table or anything. It was just off.
I think you bumped it.
I was standing a foot away from the table. How would I have bumped it?
That's a good point.
With your mind?
Now, see, all of my experiences, well, for most of my experiences are experiences where I don't realize they're an experience until right after the fact. The one my wife always likes to bring up is we were in Vegas and we were going to get ice cream at Cold Stone. And so,
Solid choice.
right, absolutely. And we got there and it was me and her and my two oldest at the time, because we didn't have the youngest yet. And I was holding Ember, who was our youngest at the time. She walked in with Mom, and I turned and looked back at the parking lot, and there was somebody right behind us walking in. Woman dressed very, very nicely in clothing that was a little bit more high class to an ice cream parlor for. But it's Vegas, so I'm used to seeing people wear weird stuff or nothing at all, anywhere you could possibly go. And so seeing somebody right behind me who was heading right where we were going, I held the door open and looked back at my wife, and my wife goes, "What are you doing?" And I said, "Holding the door open for the lady." She's like, "What lady?" We turn and look, there's nobody there at all. And there's no other storefronts that she could have walked into. And my wife also pointed out that we were one of 3 cars in the parking lot. There was no other cars even near us. And I was like, I swear, like, I'm not crazy. There was a lady there, dressed all nice and fancy. And then I found out later that in the spot where this strip mall was, there used to be actually a casino, and it was one that had partially burnt down and then been imploded the rest of the way. So, could be something.
I almost completely forgot about the museum thing you guys made fun of me for.
The museum thing.
Yeah, because when I was little, it must have been more like 6 or 7. We took a field trip to like an older, more like this museum, and I gotten kind of separated the group because I was trying to find the bathroom. And I approached this lady who was dressed like very nicely. She had like an apron on, brown skirt. She had her hair up in a bun, and she led me to the bathroom. I finally get back to my group, and I'm like, before we go, I should go thank her. And so I'm asking the tour guide where she might have been, if there was anybody like it, and I'm describing her, and she's like, we don't have anybody wear costumes on our group.
We get shushed anymore? Are they enjoying our stories? Did you
What happened to your
I
shaft?
did not do that. I mean, I didn't tighten it, but thought I did. That was kind of weird, though.
I thought you had planned that. I was like, that's brilliant.
It was really well timed. Put that in the highlight reel.
So what's the plan?
I guess we just do this for another 10 hours.
Are we partnering up, Sherry?
Well, so who's got the capabilities of, who's got like their Facebook that's hooked up directly to their
I can start it
phone?
on my phone and send people off with it, and they can do it on there, because then I can pick up the feed that way.
Okay.
Or pretty much anybody who's got Facebook and the ability to push live.
So what was going on with that shush thing?
I don't know. That's a great question. I do know.
I do find it ironic that it's when you were talking.
Obviously, they're a listener of the show.
Yeah,
This is true.
that's very fair.
I imagine they just pipe BEV here. Yeah, I do know that that was another one of, which, I mean, this is not, like, it's a good-sized building, but it's not so big that areas don't run into each other really easily.
Right.
Craig?
Are you hearing stuff, Craig?
I'm hearing all sorts of stuff. So I mean, it can't.
Well, and you're the closest.
Yeah, I just heard
I
something.
heard
But I
too.
mean, that could just be somebody
It could be.
talking outside.
Right.
Yeah.
I mean,
What?
and you are the closest person to.
It's 11 o'clock
But I'm
on a
hearing it over there.
Thursday
Well, we're
night.
next to the police station, so it could be a shift change. It's not a shift change, actually, but there could be.
Right.
people just walk. People walk on the street at 11 o'clock.
I
It's
would not doubt it.
now the shush was weird because that was an internal shush.
That was
Very
internal
clearly, yeah.
when you were talking.
Well, and again,
Not gonna let that go.
so that is one of the areas that he said is kind of a hot spot is up there. The area where the lights suddenly stopped working for them today is another area that he said was kind of a hot spot.
Was
just
that in
inside
there?
here, right?
Okay.
Around all this medical equipment here. Of course, this corner behind us, the Swan room next to us, as well as, of course, the upstairs military area, and where all the Native American stuff is above us up here. So
So the whole building, basically.
kind of, but yeah. So I guess it kind of circumvents. He did say, like there's a prosthetic arm inside here with all the medical stuff that people have claimed has moved from day to day.
I'm keeping track of it like every 5 minutes, just in case.
Can we put a camera just on that?
I mean, we can when we're not on this camera, we can point right at it if we wanted to.
Shut up.
So yeah.
I was telling Sherry when we were looking in the bathroom, you and I first got here, and I heard like a woman like distinctly yell.
Like
And
a
you were
scream?
Internally or externally?
No, it was more like,
Internally.
but it was like somebody going, "Hey," like,
Wasn't a hey, it was
but
just
it wasn't
an,
like right. It wasn't like
Yeah,
a
it's not like a
blood
scream of
curdling
terror.
scream, right?
Like somebody was reading a book and they discovered something and they had an epiphany and they're like, ah. And then the librarian was like, shh.
Yeah.
It's all coming together.
See, I feel like I just hear,
Oh, we're hearing.
Oh,
we're
Be
hearing
hearing the because
yeah,
my headphones.
That-
are
That was
on.
us.
that is us
Get us
on delay in our headphones.
throwing us off.
It's for monitoring purposes, so
Yeah.
Make it quieter. You're gonna freak
I
us
can
all
turn
out.
that down so that we only hear
Wait,
it
so
from
does that
listening
mean
to
we
the
didn't
headphones.
really hear a shush?
No, because
None of us said
what
shush.
I've been hearing over here that I've found odd, now it didn't sound the same as the
No, what
shush
you
was
guys
like a
heard
shush.
was- Yeah.
And I wrote the time down so we could go, but what are our capabilities of going back and looking at our own video feed?
I mean, we can. Yeah. I mean, it's just somebody has to sit there and kind of feed through it and monitor it on the second computer, but it's doable.
So it would be like instant replay.
Not quite instant replay, but we could go back and kind of look at it. If we see something, we could potentially recall it and play it, yes.
Does it interrupt the live feed? And that is a bright light across. Am I crazy or is that what?
The WTI light?
Is that what that is?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, it's just a street light. Okay. Yeah, which is fine. The more lights, the better. If suddenly all the lights go out in here.
Right.
I got a flashlight.
Oh, I did. I brought a twist top flashlight
Any
too.
kind that you can knock somebody out with.
Ooh, I got one too.
Because that'll be really handy for incorporeal spirits. Yeah.
This isn't working.
Incorporeal?
Yes.
Is that a real word?
Maybe.
Fancy $10 word time here on the museum
I think Andy
stream.
would be impressed with that word.
That's right. In case there are any,
Daddy Doolittle?
any ghost cats, I do have the laser pointers. So we're ready.
Ooh.
Oh my gosh.
So if we're all here and the feed goes down, how do we know?
You'll stop hearing voices coming up.
That's a good point.
No, I'll check on that periodically.
Shh.
See?
So that would have definitely been us. Yeah.
But nobody said shh.
Not at
Right.
that time.
They couldn't read Sherry's mind.
Right.
See, another wonderful thing about when we're doing the Facebook Live thing is so people can comment and tell us all the stuff we're missing. Like, hey, oh, there's a person standing behind you.
Yeah, if there's somebody like making bunny ears
Yeah,
behind me
please
right
let us
now.
Yeah, that would be
Appreciate it,
And I
yeah.
don't just mean if she's doing it,
The hat starts levitating.
right? So yeah, I mean, at any point in time now, people can choose to, take a recorder, take the EMF, and go stand in the corner and maybe do a little session.
Why don't we do it all together?
We
Can't do it that way.
Scooby-Doo style.
can. I noticed you didn't wear the brown pants, so
I did not wear the brown pants today. But there's debate as to whether or not they're brown or if they're purple or if they're somewhere in between. If they're a mulberry.
They'd be brown by the end of the night, probably. But
Stuff we can't normally say on the radio, we can say all we want here, apparently.
right because it's after dark.
Shh.
well,
I feel like
should we
the-
get going?
I feel like the internal shh we heard was much longer. It was more like a noise.
It was,
shh.
yeah.
Like a shh.
It was more like that.
It didn't say shh, Craig.
It's all fun and games until we hear that echo back and then we hear another one.
Right, yeah, third echo is definitely not good.
I gotta latch my sandals just in case I have to run.
Pretty sure that's a Sherry equivalent of putting your Crocs in sports mode.
Yeah, definitely.
Go. I'm ready.
It's pretty good.
Yeah.
All right. I'm hungry.
Okay.
Yeah. I'm hungry too.
I'm sorry to say the ghost did not prepare any snacks.
Do you think Domino's will deliver for you?
I think they will.
You can tell them to come to the back.
But I have no idea what the address is here. So,
I mean, I'm sure we could Google.
Aren't we locked in too?
but I don't think you could put that in on like the phone app.
Okay, so where are we going first?
Ninja, why don't you get everything set up?
Yeah, yeah.
I'll put this microphone up here, pointed at the Hattie Doolittle room,
Interview the spirits.
The Swan Room.
and then shortly we'll be taking a tour with our mobile camera. Where's Kara's got the mobile microphone. All right, break.
Right here. And switch this to infrared mode.
The extra spooky version. Wait, we're not turning lights off, are we?
Oh, we are.
Stop! Just wait.
But it's more fun when we see something.
Kara, my Zoom recorder is sitting over there,
I disagree.
and we are going to.
Wait, what time is the rest of the group coming? This is the brightest light ever. Oh,
We can close it if you want, just if anybody goes out, somebody has to let them back in, because it locks when you go out.
yeah, we probably shouldn't do that.
Oh, nice. Lights.
Right, check that out.
Is that a bad one?
No, it's an older.
Grab the recorder. It's a Zoom recorder, it's about this big.
No, I figured you'd grab it since you were over the case.
No, that's the lights.
Are like leaving this area.
And I'm gonna turn this so we can see ourselves. Hello, everybody out there in TV land. Perfect. Beautiful. So,
I'm gonna do one of these.
oh, that's the wrong way.
I'm gonna do one of these.
Yes. Yes.
And
See, I feel like we got to split you two up because none of the rest of us have flashlights.
Where'd Craig go?
Well, spirits got him.
well,
No, for real, where did Craig go?
he's somewhere. Did he go outside and order pizza?
So where do we want to start? Do we want to break off downstairs, upstairs?
Certain thing, we should do it Scooby-Doo style. You know, we start all together and then we have to split up.
Find a
Rip
drawing
the
on the
mask
way.
off.
Until we have to solve the mystery. So currently, I've got this set up, so we can kind of start here if we want.
Okay.
And then we can move around and do,
What's in
Good
there?
news, hands in the same
I
place.
think that's just a storage closet.
Very spooky.
Trying to remember how he said to turn those lights off, if those turn off. I'm gonna check this again.
Maybe if we just ask politely, they'll shut up.
Is that how that works?
I mean, it's always nice to be polite. They should probably.
Who are you talking to?
Talk to myself.
Oh, okay.
Did you introduce yourself to the spirits?
Not yet.
Well, maybe you should get about doing that.
It's really nice when we put the power supply right above the creepy dolls. Hey.
Yeah, it is really nice that it's a power supply right above the creepy dolls.
Oh my god, I had to double check my eyes because I saw this one's right eye fall down. Then I blinked and it was completely back to normal, so I don't know if I really saw that or not. And the fun part about this, is it really happening or are we all going crazy?
So the basement is not a hot spot?
Not that he told us, no. Although the car is supposedly a hot spot over there.
Yeah, the car that's up in front here is the first car that was ever in Beaver Dam. And apparently that is an area that is a hot spot.
Well, that's where we heard the whisper.
Let's go there.
It was right over
That
there.
corner over there.
I will adjust the camera.
is 11:17. You write roll call on the main floor of the Historical Society.
I'm currently getting nothing on the EMF.
I just want any ghost to know that was hanging out here. Me too. Like, I feel it when Craig's talking. Me too.
We get it.
The shushing.
Did someone squish Craig Wormbold from over here?
If not, you should.
Are you with us right now?
If you admit to it, we'll give you a round of applause.
So much like upstairs, the HVAC is not doing any more than the baseline. So we're not getting any. Yeah, we're not getting anything out of that.
Is your name Abby? How long have you been here for?
That's definitely.
Yeah.
Anybody want a caffeinated beverage?
I've got my Gatorade.
Are we looking for our shisha?
Yeah.
Yeah. You're walking around with a Zoom recorder? Yeah. Maybe if you start talking again, we'll get some more presents.
Yeah. Craig, you just do all the talking. What?
What?
Eh?
Oh, just giving those.
Are we gonna go in Hattie's room?
You gotta check out the
I thought those lights were out and these lights weren't.
No.
Oh.
Those lights are out.
So basically I just gonna, oh, these lights are out too above us?
I turned these off.
Where are the light switches?
Inside the breaker box.
Session 2, approximately.
Oh,
the
lights to 11:19, heading into the
Well,
swamp.
yeah, it's something else. We're waiting on that.
Whoa! Thomas, here again.
Definitely recognize.
Nobody introduces themselves.
All right, this is a different
Just
story.
walk in somebody's room and just, hey.
Hey, Toast. Just give me something. Not super strong.
Are you with us
Definitely
right
something. It's stronger the closer I get.
Give us a sign you're with us right now, with Sherry right now. We are listening. Do you still live here?
So camera.
Are you still attached to something in this room?
I'm getting a strong signal over here, the floor over here. Like outside by the skis.
Oh, we're on the second floor?
Camera.
How long have you lived here?
Like this blanket specifically.
Is anybody checking Facebook messages? Maybe somebody's watching.
Oh, wow. I know a couple of people that are watching.
I don't know if they're.
Hello, people who are watching.
My dad usually gets up about 2 a.m. He'll be watching then.
Oh, no kidding.
I don't think there'd be anything beneath the floor that would catch us.
And that's where most of the bodies are buried, I'm assuming?
Shut up.
But this entire place is
Buried
giving off
bodies.
signals.
Okay,
You don't know that there's not buried bodies.
so is it
Prove it.
on Daily Dodge that we're live streaming?
Yep.
But I mean on Facebook?
And Facebook Daily Dodge, too.
Okay. So
And
I'm
of
gonna
course, the case is giving us some.
look it up and see if there's anybody.
Oh. That was odd. We went all the way into the red for a second. It was, it was for a split second, Brad and gone.
We have 9 people watching right now.
Oh, you got a level 3 down there.
Yeah, maybe it's just like the floor in general. It's picking up like a strangely
Could be
strong
some
signal.
electric cables or something underneath the floor.
Well, if you are watching us, we do have special guests planned to make guest appearances throughout the evening. Got Rip Torn showing up.
The
D. Rip Torn.
Oh, it's
Yeah.
very torn.
He's-
Come on.
He's an old comedian who's dead now. Sherry was not impressed with that. He's
How dare you insult our greatest?
Are we going upstairs?
not without Ninja's camera. Ninja's getting his camera set up.
Okay.
So is when we get the mobile camera set, what are we still on that image upstairs, Ninja? Oh, I'll put us down here.
Okay, do you want to go alone?
There we go.
Are you going to turn all the lights off?
Oh, you guys are going up there?
Well, I just go there with the recorder, ask some questions.
All right.
Interviewing.
Ninja's almost ready. We're just gonna leave Ninja alone like this? But I've got the microphone. Oh, I don't even know if the microphone will go this long now that I think about it. Testing the microphone. Wait for me, guys. Sherry, this is where you'll be sleeping tonight in the schoolhouse? Yeah, yeah. No idea if this microphone is working or not. Thomas is just talking into a recorder that nobody can hear live at this point. Yeah, they're probably just going to find out that, like, some random person has just been calling this their home for the last 20 years, responsible for all the noises. Mm-hmm. Yeah, this mannequin is kind of freaky. Jacket made me jump. This is smaller than I remember. Well, I guess. Looking for the rules. Rules for teachers.
Is there anyone in this room with us right now?
Shh. You may not marry during the term of your contract. You are not to keep company with men. You must be home between the hours of 8 p.m. and 6 a.m. unless attending a school function. You may not loiter downtown in ice cream stores. You may not travel beyond the city limits unless you have the permission of the chairman of the board. You may not ride in a carriage or automobile with any man unless he is your father or brother. You may not smoke cigarettes. Can we tell if my microphone's working? You may not dress in bright colors. You may under no circumstances dye your hair. Oh, it's still on. Wow. This wireless mic, it's a good, get some good distance. You must wear at least 2 petticoats. Your dresses must not be any shorter than 2 inches above the ankle. And at the end, you have to keep the schoolroom neat. I'm glad they finally get around to school. Yeah, actual school stuff. Sherry, I do feel like you've been showing too much ankle. You might be upsetting some of the spirits with your sandals. You would be fired if you right during your contract wearing sandals like that.
Fuchsia toenails.
With fuchsia toenails, brightly colored toenails. What was it?
It's an old primitive torture device. You wear it on your feet.
Yeah, scan the
It's called a scanikin when you do that.
Scan it.
Yeah, when you scan a mannequin head. You're scanikining it. Those are implements of agriculture or murder. I love how our listeners, we are talking about a bunch of things they cannot see at this point, as we do not have the mobile camera. We are. We've moved on to podcasting. We feel like we shouldn't leave somebody. This is how people die in horror movies, when you leave one person alone.
You'll be fine.
It'll be fine. It's gotten darker down here, I think, since we've been here last. No, but it's a short HDMI cable that you got. Ah. And it was the cable. But if they work perfectly well after today,
That's what I was saying.
which that doesn't usually happen. Usually it's either both or neither. So the spirits spent all of their energy destroying our first two HDMI cables.
Destroying the wires and shushing you.
That shush was weird. I mean, wasn't that weird? I don't want to play it up for
They
our.
all hear it.
That was kind of.
Equally weird, the noises that we heard in that bathroom. That was, those sounded like angry. It was loud, kind of harsh.
Oh, okay. Now maybe we should go into the basement. No. Yeah, porcelain dolls are weird.
They take glass orbs and they paint on the metal and stick it underneath inside. Is there anyone up here with me right now? That way it looks like it's moving around instead of the 2D painted on one where you see nowadays. Yeah, yeah.
Gotcha. So now we're on the mobile camera.
Thomas is still talking to somebody up there. Something, wherever he goes, he introduces himself. I'm not sure where he is right now.
somebody or something.
Because notice it keeps getting orange when you press it down there.
You go to the basement and put it towards the ceiling, the same thing happens.
So obviously there's not infrared capabilities on your cell phone,
You put towards the ceiling and the same thing happens.
so we'll have to turn lights on.
That's on.
Obviously, it's not.
Well, there's a
What?
microphone right there.
Yeah, but I walked it up to the microphone, it dims down. And then I walked back, and it brightens up again.
Is it still green?
Just don't want to say anything.
It's still barely above base. You're
comments on this exactly to this, I'll see it, but they still barely above base.
So I suppose, I mean, our listeners could go
And if anybody
back
comments
on the video if they wanted to.
this, I'll see it.
What time would you say the stream started? Because I had written down that at 10:54 is when the shush occurred.
Yeah, the stream had been going live since 10, but it wasn't really showing anything on video until about 10.
Okay.
Yeah, the stream had been going
So that would mean about
live
45
since
minutes
10,
in is when the
but
shush
it wasn't
occurred
really showing
into the
anything on video
visual
until about 10.
portion of it.
10.
Maybe that's what we should Maybe that's what we're I don't like the way this thing, like, particularly angles towards the doll face.
Boo.
Feels like something you're gonna see in a war movie where the front sneaks over these, right here.
Yeah, those
You know,
are-
their eyes open and close when people are looking.
Yeah, they totally come alive when we've got our back turned.
Right here. You know their eyes.
That one is the weirdest of them all. He likes Ike and murdering.
Oh, this is a crazy baby.
It is- Well, isn't that like a Cupid doll? Isn't that what those are called?
He likes Ike and murder.
Oh, really? That's from the red rope.
So is this any? Does this look like any of the equipment that you had today during your oral surgery?
Nothing from the red rope.
Emergency oral surgery?
So is this any?
HIPAA law violation, sorry. I realized that was spoken of before the stream.
Emergency oral surgery?
Ejector a lot of times.
HIPAA law violation, sorry. No, I realized that was
Spoken of before the.
By himself.
It's not
Clear.
Thomas anymore.
Well, he would be the one to allow someone permission to possess. What? I actually thought about that earlier. I was like, if any one of us were to be taken over by a spirit, it would be Thomas. And what? He would enjoy it.
We basically said you're the most likely to be possessed.
A lot of accusations.
Yeah. Oh, just likelihoods.
Okay, yeah. Well, I'm not giving my consent for
Oh my God. Oh.
Just moved the chair so you didn't.
It's me, Jump, but you hit the wood.
I didn't realize I hit the wood. Sorry.
He moved the chair.
Damn it.
That's a noise you made?
What?
Yeah. Oh, that was you. Okay. So we're,
Take it to the basement.
Yeah, where are we going?
Thomas, you coming with us to the basement?
He says he doesn't have possession until he can't
So
get
are we taking to the
At
basement?
best, a middle position.
In our line.
That just makes it easier to push you down the stairs.
Two in front of me, two behind me.
This HDMI cable's work. Most likely to be tripped over.
Not haunted, but shifted.
So we're going to the basement, huh?
All
right. Are the basement lights on? I think it's okay to do this with the lights on. We gotta shut them all off. So we're going to the basement. We gotta shut them all off.
Are the basement lights on? Which there are two sets of light switch.
Hey!
There's one for upstairs.
Sherry is in the perfect middle. Two in front, two in back.
Don't try to pass.
This is how all good horror movies begin.
Don't go in the basement. Let's go in the basement.
I can't wait to see you. Oh, no, gotta be in there.
And one. Yeah. Yeah.
Weird light bulbs.
That shows.
Cowards? Cowards.
Sherry is in the perfect middle. I think this is where the Jolly Green Giant guy used to be. Oh, you've been here recently? Walk towards the meter.
Document that, so we are getting, which this could be coming to the floor. Here, hold that up to it. So you can kind of demonstrate that it will pick up. So, like, go towards the meter. You can see. So, for people who are incredibly sensitive to electromagnetic fields, standing next to this for a prolonged amount of time, it might feel paranormal, even though there might not be anything paranormal happening.
Shout out to Mark DiStefano. Now that school's over, apparently he's got nothing better to do than watch 5 people walk around a historical society. Shout out to Mark DiStefano. Now that school's over, apparently he's got nothing better to do than watch 5 people walk around a historical society. Neat? No.
Shadow or what? When I panned across the doorway, Thomas was there. You had to put some lights in. But I swear. So I don't know if that was a shadow or what. Like, when I panned across the doorway, Thomas was
So
there.
the shadow.
You hadn't flipped on the lights yet.
Well, unless the lights were
but I
shut.
swear,
3 people in front of you.
I saw like black shadow on this wall, which would have had to come from.
Now you're in improper.
It was before you flipped the lights on.
Are you looking for his closet? It's so rude.
I think it's.
Yeah, definitely a storage.
It's gotta be a storage closet of some sort. I mean, I can tell you in a second.
Don't.
A wig? I think there's a wig in there.
Yeah, definitely a storage.
Yeah, it's storage.
Don't. We don't, Thomas.
Follow the exit. Follow the exits, I know.
We don't, Thomas. You don't have a flash. Yeah. That was weird. That's when you're ready. What is that?
Did you turn that on, Thomas? Somebody didn't turn that on? Thomas, didn't you just walk in that room and turn that on? Jesus. Says danger, keep out. That's where the ghost is. Oh, well, then that would explain what the shush was.
More in the back.
But that was a longer shush.
Yeah, this was much longer, I think. We lost the wireless signal.
It did sound annoyed. All right, so take note of us turning the lights on and off, because if we come...
Take note of how many of those are on there in case any are disappearing later. Hatchets, axes, other torture devices.
Oh, and Ninja, we have audio through your phone as well,
Yes.
obviously.
Although I might have to go out and restart it because it died.
Oh,
Because we lost wireless signal down here.
I say we leave them on.
We're on. We'll probably be down here.
But if this room's lights are off when we get back, then everything's fine. If this room's lights are on, we're all going to leave.
I would.
I gotta get upstairs. In a half hour. Yeah.
Craig wants pizza.
Mrs. Thomas, section 5 in the swan room. That is bedroom. Once upon a time.
Okay, so you're.
Is anyone in here right now?
So are we on?
We're on out there.
We're on out there.
It's currently pointing at, what is your name? Closet and breaker box.
Thomas is up on the second and a half floor asking what your name is.
I'm in the swan room.
Oh.
Thank you.
Thomas is in the swan room.
That's the signal.
Ooh, but the audio worked. That's great.
Yeah, your mic held up.
Joplin?
That is a powerful wireless microphone. Perfectly legal microphone at that, I will say.
Your perfectly legal microphone?
Perfectly legal microphone.
I don't want to say it.
What's your favorite part of Beaver Dam? Do you have a favorite part? Did you have a favorite activity?
Uh-oh, live video has ended. Somebody screenshotted me.
It was just from our Facebook feed.
Rick Thomas?
Oh, so what does that mean then?
We're still up. It's just my Facebook feed ended for the basement.
Oh, so he probably picked up your Facebook feed?
They were so I was feeding to you.
Oh.
Hello, Sherry.
Oh.
I mean, the creepiest spot was.
You wouldn't use your LTE for that?
Yeah, I took a step and listened. That was
Maybe
But
John.
explain.
I learned right now.
Gotta rebalance some data.
I feel like you should put this here.
So we know it has a walk item.
Right. So all of us decided just to not be on camera right now. So our default is that second floor. I feel like, are the lights off up there? I feel like if the lights are on, we're not going to see anything spectral.
Do you want the lights off? I'll turn my little light on.
Yeah, so kind of don't want the lights off.
Yeah. 1.5 or whatever.
Do I shut them off at the breaker box? So all the lights are shut off at the breaker box? Is that what we're to determine here?
I believe all the ones in the breaker box are off. I think that's a separate circuit.
Oh.
There might be a switch or something.
There was a switch leading up to the upstairs.
I will look for the switch here.
Or which upstairs level are you on?
Don't know exactly where. I may find the switch.
I thought there was a way to trap this lower level too. Yeah, there's audio up there. There's not one at the base of the steps.
Now, maybe it's behind the display case somewhere above?
I don't see anything there.
There.
Sherry, the door is the safest place for you.
You want me to
Yeah.
get outside?
Which camera feed is on now?
Is this thing on?
Oh, we got that camera feed on, huh? So that was an orb hotspot from previous ghost hunters.
Is Thomas upstairs?
Yes.
Okay, because I heard something, so I wasn't sure what was going on.
So you used to come here as a kid when it was a library?
I did.
What, what kind of library was it? Like, where did you come? Was there microfiche and was it all books?
I was really young then, like really young, and it felt a lot bigger then, if that makes sense, but that's also because I was a little girl. But the children's books were upstairs, so that's where I spent most of my time.
Not this upstairs, not the second and a half.
No, not that
floor,
one, the upstairs,
what would be
upstairs.
considered the upstairs?
Mm-hmm, yep.
See, our man on the street.
You looking for the Domino's guy?
I'm looking to find out how Trickle's lights
I'm not talking to you, Ninja. I was talking to Craig. True ghost. True ghost hunters order Domino's.
Everybody knows that.
Excuse me. So,
Beaver Dam School Superintendent Mark DiStefano questioning whether our shush experience was feedback from the headphones or legit.
pizza's here. It was legit. We all heard it. We all agreed that we heard it. It was off in the corner, approximately 20 yards from where we were all sitting.
See a face appear out of the doorway.
Did you hear that? Mark DiStefano is questioning whether or not we all heard the shush, if it was really a shush.
See, I didn't hear it.
Oh, you
but
didn't?
I was the furthest back from everyone.
Yeah,
You were all closer.
it was very clear.
I mean,
It was a very clear
Pizza's
sound. And everyone should understand that's when Craig was talking, and Craig has a tendency to ramble. And I mean, who wouldn't shush that?
But all right, and that's funny, and I'm not going to
Well,
discredit that.
I'm
but-
explaining it to Mr. DiStefano since he is questioning it. I just wanted him to understand the whole backstory to it.
But, I mean, the thing was, I mean, honestly, it was, what, maybe about a half hour into us being loud in here at night.
Yes, and we had just started telling our own personal ghost stories when it happened,
right.
because you were the first storyteller.
And was it during my story?
It was.
It was probably my daughter from across the country down in Texas being like,
Mm-hmm.
shut, and it somehow broke the space-time continuum.
Happens.
The ghost doesn't believe in ghosts and doesn't like us telling ghost stories.
That was my thought. I felt like that was the obvious. Yeah.
Supposedly that triggers more if you tell stories. That can also instigate more activity.
Oh, really, Thomas?
Speaking of which, did we decide to bring the Ouija board, or did we all agree that was a bad idea?
Well, it wasn't our Ouija board. Well,
Yeah.
maybe you had your own Ouija board, but
No.
we
No,
were...
I don't have one.
We don't keep those things in our house.
Our special guest at midnight, the stroke of midnight, will be Beaver Dam paranormal investigator Zelia Edgar. And she is going, she does have a...
Legit,
legit.
non-Parker Brothers branded Ouija board.
Ouija
She's
board.
bringing it?
We don't know where we landed on that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
She is bringing...
I think as long as you don't touch it yourself.
Those make me uncomfortable.
And I don't disagree with you.
Yeah.
She's also bringing another EMF detector and a laser light.
Yeah. So I think she'll talk more about it when it's here, but essentially, a lot of people that ghost hunt, a lot of the tools, they're not readily made for them. So you don't just go out and buy ghost hunting tools. I mean, now you kind of can, but when this all kind of started and picked up as a phenomenon, it was something that people built. So if you wanted a way to pick up electronic voice phenomenon, you'd buy a recorder and you'd improve the microphone. If you wanted to pick a way to pick up EMP or EMF detection, you would build yourself, much like what was in the kit for the one we're using. In this case, it puts a array of essentially laser dots in a space, and if any of those dots move, it could mean something getting in front of it. I love how your chairs are all creaking. It's the worst possible time for that.
You know this.
I think Sherry's doing it on purpose.
I was noticing it. Like, "Grr."
We're just playing with the Zoom function over here, Ninja. We don't get to operate cameras like you do on a regular basis, so this is,
I did trim my nose hairs. How do they look?
you know,
We know this.
Thank you.
we're 1080p, right?
Yes, we are.
All right.
We were supposed to bring a ghost chair over here, but he couldn't pick one.
What's a ghost chair?
Just an extra chair nobody's
So
using
Sherry
for the
got to
ghost.
trim her nose hairs.
Yeah, Sherry. Time to get that automatic super duper nose hair puller.
I have one. I just used it the other day.
So back to the shush.
Right, back to the shush.
The shush was weird because it was so, we keep using the word internal. It was like so in this corner over here. Now, when we went downstairs into the do not enter room, which we did not enter,
Right.
but we heard the expulsion of gas.
I'm thinking it was
steam?
probably either steam or it could have been a water pump. system.
But that
Like
would
a
have
sump
been
pump.
that would have been on the opposite side of the building than where we heard the
Right,
noise
I'm
come
guessing
from.
That's back here.
That would be that would have been in the back corner here.
Yeah.
So opposite.
We
corner
heard
from where we
it
were.
there.
Now, one thing 'cause
And
you
it
guys-
sounded human. I just want to add that. Like the
Yeah.
shush that we heard sounded human.
Yeah, I was joking about it when we actually heard it. The
Yeah.
actual noise we heard in down there sounded more like a snake hissing. Like
Right.
I thought Thomas had ducked in and turned water on and then like jumped back out. I had walked to the other side of the room, so I
Right.
thought he was kind of joking and there was a faucet there and like Sherry hadn't noticed.
Yeah, you very
She was like,
quickly found the light switches at that point.
That's when I ran to the light switches.
He did.
Right.
And turned them on.
Yeah, that was weird.
That was quick.
Someone got that weird spark from the typewriters for no reason.
It was a shush sound, but I mean it just wasn't the same.
No, it definitely was not the same. It was a different sound. Hopefully, we'll hear it again throughout the evening.
Well, and I would like to mention earlier again, we were in the bathroom of what used to be the librarian's quarters, correct?
Doolittle.
Yes, and we heard some very distinct and loud noises right above us.
So now one of the things that Pat,
And let me just say there was nobody upstairs. We were all here on the main level when that
I
happened.
figured it might have been Thomas for a second, but I don't think even he could be that loud.
No, we were all down here.
Now, I know when you guys all went upstairs, I ended up turning that camera on, which was pointed that direction, because I'm used to Thomas trying to scare me at the radio station, and I felt like Thomas was coming up behind me. And so I turned the camera on so I could see him coming, and he wasn't there. And then the feeling went away. So it could have been paranoia, because I'm used to Thomas trying to scare me. Or maybe not.
Okay, I keep looking back there just because it's so dark and I keep expecting her face to be a peep.
Well,
So-
we may have to do a session in there with the camera.
yeah, we'll bring a camera in there.
Yeah.
When Pat and Diane Lutz were on Community Comment on Tuesday, they were talking about they've got a thing around here. I should have asked when Pat was here earlier, and they call it basically like the book drop noise.
Yes.
And I guess it comes from that half floor above you where the Native American exhibit is.
Right.
Apparently, there's a very common thing that many people here experience, that they'll hear what sounds like a book drop coming from that area, basically above your heads right now, and they all describe it as the book drop noise.
Right.
Was that? Did you hear when you were in Doolittle's room? What's her? Hattie Doolittle.
Right.
No, it was
didn't sound like a book drop.
no, not at all. No, like I said, it sounded like like a fire escape ladder being let down. That's exactly what the sound sounded
metal
like.
on metal screeching.
Yes, yes, exactly.
So again, unknown human being who lives here undetected that nobody knows about could be a leading theory. Oh no, they're going to be in here all night. I better escape out the fire exit.
That could be.
Do we have a fire exit here on that?
I mean, on that side.
Even if there's a fire now.
Yeah, no, that's the Spring Street side that you're
Right.
talking about.
Sorry.
Everything okay there? Sure. You
Yeah.
doing some sidebarring already?
No, that was a delay in what we were just talking about on my phone. So, do you have other stories about this building, Craig, that you'd like to share? Because I haven't heard many of them.
So one of them that, and I don't want to. Again, they're having a ghost story festival.
Oh, that's right.
Friday at 7:30. I don't know which ones they're telling or not telling, but former Beaver Dam alderman and longtime Historical Society board member Glenn Link has shared a story with me when we were at the brat fry over at Wayland. I had bumped into him and mentioned that we were doing this, and he said his experience was one of the music-related ones, where he was in here late at night and he heard music. And he initially figured, oh, it's somebody driving by Park Avenue. And then he realized, no, it was a little more, internal.
Right,
I don't know
because
if
you
that's the
can
word
tell
he
the
used.
difference between.
Yeah. The shush was clearly right there. So he heard me, and then he realized it was ragtime music.
Which we should add to this, because Patrick was telling us this story. He heard the ragtime music coming from this corner back here behind us.
This is where the ragtime
That's where
music
he heard it coming
was.
from. And he wasn't just here casually, he was here shampooing the carpets. So he was running a carpet shampooer and he could hear the music and stopped it, determined it was coming from this corner, approached to find out why, and it got quieter. And then he left and it came back. That's from what it sounds like to me. Because that's the way Patrick described it.
Right, and I got the very short story. He was in line when I talked to him. Actually, we were, I think we were waiting on some brats from our new grill master, Andy. Love the work he does. A big shout out to him.
I'm sure he's tuning
fantastic.
in.
Like what a fun.
he does a great
This
job.
guy's making 150 brats at a time on his Johnsonville
And I've yet to hear a
barbecue.
complaint. They're phenomenal every time.
And they are. So yeah, there was maybe a little bit of a lull, but the line was still, essentially moving. So he kind of gave me the quick version of it, but didn't mention the shampooing.
Yeah, Patrick said he was here volunteering to shampoo the carpets, and that's what he was doing here in the building.
Which is a loud process.
It is a loud process. So if you're hearing music above that machine, I can understand why you might think initially, oh, maybe it's somebody driving by, but if it's driving by, you get the Doppler effect, where you kind of hear it, and then you hear it very well, and then you hear it trailing off as it's driving by.
Yeah.
Whereas if it's internal, you don't have that effect, because it's coming from a single source, so to speak.
But I mean, it's just so bizarre. We weren't even here an hour. That's my stomach, by the way. I'm currently hungry. So if you heard something weird just now, it's because the microphone sits so close to. Where did Thomas go?
He's just wandering
Does
about.
not have a concern in the world
He doesn't
about.
sit still.
He would probably be willing to stay here alone, honestly.
Thomas, what if we were to leave you here for an hour?
Ooh,
Would you be scared?
that would be pretty creepy.
Okay, I didn't know.
Yeah.
You'd do it?
I'd absolutely do it.
You can stay here for an hour alone.
If anything, I'll just start reading everything.
That would be,
What would you go? Would you go in the basement alone right now? If we gave you the wireless mic,
Maybe.
Tell us what you see.
maybe.
Probably more likely to go up there just because I've got a whole collection of different arrowheads and stuff like that.
Well, yeah, you could do that any old time. The
There's lights up
basement,
there.
though.
Look, if we're going to a haunted building, at least want to get some information, educational stuff from it.
Oh, we wouldn't be able to hear her necessarily if she went in the basement. Well, we'd have to have headphones on,
Right, yeah, we would be able to hear
or
her.
we'd have to
We
turn
wouldn't
up.
be able to hear
And
her
another-
scream.
Right.
Another theory about the shush. I mean,
Right.
what a weird. We should probably set out our Zoom microphones, recorders, not microphones. Now
yeah,
in different
Zoom
parts of the
recorders,
building.
Yeah. Which I think, did you grab the one that was on the table?
it's in my
Perfect, so he's got mine. He's been doing little,
Hey, has
movie
that
sessions.
prosthetic moved yet?
No, no.
Should we take a picture of the prosthetic?
I feel like we should
We
take,
could.
yeah.
So another theory
Phone's in there.
is that it was some of the feedback from because we're on a bit of a 1 second delay
Right.
when it gets to the video equipment.
But of course, that would have required for you to, near the end of your story,
Be shushing.
have said shush to somebody.
Right. It came while I was. So when are we going to back up the camera and take a look at this again?
I mean, I can do it while people are off doing whatever and see if I can pick it up.
But again, the regular feed would stay while you're doing that.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, I would be doing it on a separate device to see if I can find it.
Because I mean, not even an hour,
Right.
and something weird happens, and like collectively weird.
Right. And I mean, and we're still fairly young into the investigation. I mean, there are people who swear by, the witching hours, the time when things happen.
That's the 3 a.m. hour, right?
Right.
Yeah, I'll be sleeping then. Not here.
Yeah,
Hopefully none of the
10 days she could
spirits
sleep.
follow you home.
What are the
Shut
chances you
up.
go home and just flip this on and start watching?
Cleanse myself when I get home. Nothing shall
That's a good
leave
idea.
this building with
Right.
me.
Coming up in
Leave it
just a
all
little
behind.
bit here from the Dodge County Historical Society Museum, paranormal investigator Zelia Edgar.
Yeah, they should be here very shortly.
Yeah, they should be here any minute.
All right, make sure to take picture of the whole arm so you can definitely see it.
Perfect. We'll check it again later and see if the arm has moved.
I also brought this back. Which, don't keep it too close to your phone when it's on.
Yes, phones give off. Yeah. So keep it separate from your cell device.
Pizza,
Ooh, what kind did you get?
couple cheese, pepperoni, and a green pepper and onion.
Nice.
Anybody notice a fridge, a working Monarch fridge or anything down there?
No, there is a refrigerator here.
Yeah,
though.
there
There's
is
a little
one in there.
Yeah, we
You
were
could
told
put
a little
stuff
one.
in.
Yeah, it's like a dorm-size fridge.
You went with a thin crust there, huh? Yeah,
That's hand tossed.
looks so thin from over here.
That was odd.
That little clip.
Yeah.
Yeah, I heard the click.
I mean,
And somebody were actually one.
a click shouldn't be unusual.
No, I mean, no, because that could be power. That could be.
Maybe we should just sit in silence for a couple minutes. Should we do that?
We could.
Could we wait till I'm done with my pizza?
And your ability to eat pizza.
Yeah, she's on soft foods for the next 24 hours.
Bag of marshmallows.
Oh. The healthy soft food choice.
I'm on the Wade Bates diet.
Are you guys doing the same diet?
Yeah. Yep. I'm just like a half a week or week behind
Is that a
him.
squeaky chair? Is that what that was?
Yeah.
We all have them.
It's gonna be the hardest part, staying quiet.
The shush was not a squeaky chair.
No, it was not a squeaky chair.
I think I'd applaud the chair if it managed to make that kind of noise.
You know, with all the history in here, there has to be stuff.
Well, and that was something that we kind of discussed on the WBEV morning show, because Wade's like, well, what makes you think? You know, like, they've got ancient burial ground stuff up above us, you know? And like I said to Warmbold earlier this morning, we've all seen Poltergeist. We know that ancient burial sites are not a place to build your house, and maybe not a place to get your collectibles from.
Definitely not a place to
But,
dig a pool.
Right. So you got that going on. But yeah, I mean, you've got the first car ever in Beaver Dam. You've got items belonging to some of the people who were the first residents and the oldest residents in town. I mean, you've got medical implements that were used both in wartime and peacetime.
Yeah, soldiers' uniforms, everything.
Right. And war memorabilia.
I'm literally surrounded by them right now.
Yeah, we're surrounded by memories. And
Oops, sorry.
Then I just hope they don't come to life. Snatchy.
Right? This looks like a DNR outfit, doesn't it? The hat. It's just the hat that does it for me. Yeah. I just feel like as the night goes on, it's going to get more interesting. I mean, we just hit midnight a little bit ago, a few minutes ago.
What that tree do that up there? I don't know. Obviously, they can't see it from the camera angle, but it creeps on the ceiling.
It'd be very interesting because they do have cameras everywhere
Yeah.
around here. And I don't know if they have something where it's recording all the time. I don't know if they've ever picked anything up.
I was just wondering the same thing.
I don't know. I'm not sure if this came up as part of the conversation you had had with Patrick or anybody else here, but they have cameras all over the place. Have they claimed to have picked up anything, Greg?
I had not had that conversation with them. Where are you seeing cameras?
Well, there's one up in the corner there.
Yeah, they're in
there's
different
another one in the
corners.
front area.
There's one
There?
Yeah.
There was one that was war memorabilia upstairs. That was,
Right.
Yeah.
was
Up in
that
the corner up
interfere
there.
At all?
That's a camera and not a sprinkler?
That is a camera.
That's a camera.
Yeah.
Looks like a sprinkler.
It's not a sprinkler. It's a camera.
Yeah, I don't think they have sprinklers here.
Kind of cool to see something
crawl right out of that vent, just pop right out.
You and I have very different definitions of cool. I don't want to see anything crawling out of any vents. This is not The Grudge.
Spot. Jump. Wonderful man.
Land right on me.
A camera?
What?
I don't think that's a camera.
It is. Go
Okay, are you
upstairs and
using
look
an
at it.
iPhone? Because that means you're using a crappy
Inferior
camera.
camera.
Look out for dropping books.
Jesus, are you kidding me? 7 minutes after 12, it rings when I walk by it.
What was that?
Wait, what was that?
I don't know. It's some kind of clock.
It was right over here.
It wasn't over there. Like
It was
there's
like this projector, but
a piano. Isn't that a piano?
yeah, that's a piano.
It is? Isn't that a desk? I think it's a desk. A roll top.
Try lifting the little thing up there.
Do we
I guess that's a camera.
do we even know exactly where that sound came from?
Came from over there.
This is a desk.
It is a desk.
Oh, and it's doing it again. Oh,
Here, take this with you.
Thomas said,
Something right here, maybe? Is there a speaker?
no, it's like right here. I'm hearing it right here.
Yeah,
We're hearing it over here.
Here.
That's spooky. That's where
This is really good
spooky
pizza,
goes.
by the way.
I don't know.
What are you talking about? You were hearing it over here.
We,
I heard
that's,
it, like,
it sounds
clear
like
as
it
day
came
as I
from
went-
that desk.
What is this? Well, this is a projector. Is this it?
It's nothing's plugged in over there.
This is like a doorbell thing. Is our guest here?
Oh, are they ringing the? Ah, yes.
Yeah.
Oh,
Right.
that's what.
Yeah.
Yeah.
About living people. Boring.
Debunked. Thank goodness.
I was just worried it was gonna keep going on. That freaked me out.
Send them to the back door.
Was it them?
Yes.
Oh my
Our
gosh.
paranormal investigator is here.
Oh my gosh.
Put us amateurs to shame.
We thank them for scaring us half to death.
Twice.
Craig was convinced it was something he was walking past.
Well, hello.
There must be a.
Thanks for
second
joining
thing
us.
For it over here.
There must be because he said he could hear it over there, like it was coming
might
from
have been
there.
in our group text like many, many texts ago. Here, let's open it. Now we'll have to lock the door behind you.
That is what I require.
Have you guys been watching?
That's what I wondered.
Did you hear the shush? Did you hear the shush though? Were you watching at the moment the shush occurred? Okay. Well, we're gonna rewind it at some point here. So yeah, come on in, Zelia Edgar. You've been here before? Okay. Excellent. Very good. So
Be on camera.
yeah, we should probably be on camera as we do this. So please,
Yes, that's our black tablecloth that we brought in case we need it.
was that thing always dented in like that?
What?
And now everything I find unusual. So we're on this camera now, I'm assuming?
We are still on this camera. Yes.
We are joined by, and have a seat if you guys would. Oh, sure. LA Bass is also joining us, the newest addition at the radio station here at AM 1430 WBEV. Zelia, please have a seat.
Thank you.
Yeah. And feel free to. So, here's the story. Zelia Edgar is a local author. You've got a YouTube channel called Just Another Tinfoil Hat.
Yep, that's correct.
And the name of your book is?
Just Another Tinfoil Hat presents from Beyond the Fray Publishing. It's been a lifelong goal of mine to publish a book, and it's been a lifelong love of mine, the paranormal and everything weird. So seriously, it's kind of surreal.
Okay. I've read it's a very interesting book.
Thank you.
You've got a dozen and a half different stories in there?
I believe 23 different cases, all interspersed kind of with like theoretical jargon and talk and everything like that.
Okay. And the types of cases that are in the book are kind of run the spectrum. Was that thing always
Oh,
dented
absolutely.
in
I
every
tend to
now and
focus on the branch of paranormal research that has to do with high strangeness. So it's kind of coming from the idea that possibly every kind of apparently different field of paranormal research, you think ghosts, you think cryptids like Bigfoot and UFOs. may possibly be related in some way. This is due to a lot of different commonalities between them. So that's definitely kind of my focus. But yeah, it definitely transcends the boundary between all of those different types of cases.
Have you investigated anything of the paranormal?
Oh yeah, I actually used to work with the Mutual UFO Network. I was Wisconsin state director for a very short time. And it was really interesting because, of course, you know, a lot of people I know, my family members and myself included, have had personal experiences with the unexplained. But to be able to talk to, you know, a lot of people who didn't have a vested interest in, you know, this thing beforehand, and they're just kind of living their lives, and then suddenly they see something they can't explain. That was something special for me to be able to experience, that kind of sense of wonder and honestly sometimes fear that these people had.
Do you feel that, you know, a lot of people say that they're kind of maybe sensitive to extrasensory type of experiences, energies, whatever it may be. Do you feel that you possess that quality, for lack of a better word?
That's like the $1 million question. I feel like everyone to a certain degree can attune to different things that we may consider to be outside the norm. And that this, you know, may be likelier to happen in certain locations, and we take these places then to be, you know, haunted or possibly hot spots, you know, depending again on which branch of research you're looking at. I will say that myself and also a lot of my family members, we have had probably more than your average share of weird experiences. So maybe we're just a weird family. I don't know. Right, Mom?
Maybe.
L.A. Bass is joining us here. L.A., it's good to see you.
Nice to see you at nighttime. People exist outside the radio station.
It's now Friday. I feel like we started this yesterday. Would you agree with your daughter that your family has had its share of weird experiences?
I think so. I grew up in a haunted house. A lot of strange activity, including UFO sightings. And they do kind of seem to have a connection, a tie-in together. You know, if you experience one thing, it seems like very often you'll experience something else in the paranormal field. So,
I'm still waiting for my Bigfoot sighting. That's all I'm going to say.
yeah, you and me both. We're holding our breath, but, you know.
So let's talk about our shush. Thomas, Ninja, Sherry.
Yes.
I don't want to be the only one here. That's Kyra. Ninja, you're within earshot over there.
I am.
Well, are you rewinding the shush?
I'm trying.
Okay.
Well, maybe when we take the Ouija board out.
Yeah, I
Uh-oh.
do have it in this.
Oh, in that bag right there, Sherry. You brought an EMF detector too, as well, right?
Yes, yes.
one of
And what was? Did you bring a laser?
We did bring it. Is it in your bag, or we didn't leave it in the car, did we?
I thought you had it.
We left it
Famous
in the car.
last
It's
word.
it's right out in front of the building, though.
Sure.
But yes, we did bring a holiday laser light.
Which, you know, moonlights as one of those ghost grids.
Yes,
A
it does.
ghost grid.
There you
Yes.
go.
So if there's a disturbance in the grid, that could be, and you need darkness for that.
Yes, you do. So if there's any area, I mean, that's dark, or if you want to use it after you turn the lights out, was that at 2 in the morning? You're going to go completely dark. You could always set it up then.
Your shush.
You debunked the shush.
So, it happened right as you said. Do you have a story you want to share? Sherry? You handed off the mic in the same amount of time delay it takes for the stream to pick up for the monitor is at the point in time when you went, did you guys hear the shush?
We've debunked our own shush.
Darn it.
So it was the echo.
It was the echo.
Okay.
That has been turned around, so that won't happen again.
So you are 100% confident in that.
It's literally, you say Sherry, just like that, and hand her the mic, and then
And then
before
we
she
heard
gets
your
to say anything.
So we were right, it was human, came from that direction.
Because you looked up and looked in this direction, and then asked me, like, did you guys hear that? Just sort of showing Sherry, you thought it was your name, too.
Oh, excuse me.
Yeah. Yeah.
The ghost of indigestion.
So you're the one who sounded so annoying.
I did, yeah. Well, Zelia, that's all we had to really talk to you about. Thanks for stopping by. I feel
yeah,
like we
my-
all
my
should
time is
get
up.
like another set of eyes on this, just to confirm what is really common sense, and it makes perfect sense now. The shush was not legit. If you're just joining us out there on Facebook, the shush that
Well,
we've been
the
talking
night
about.
has just begun, though. Really.
It's all
there's
over
there's
now.
plenty of time for
I mean,
something
a
else.
debunk
still
is a
have nothing
success
to
in its own right.
Debunk what happened to me and Sherry in that room, so.
You know, and that is an excellent point. So, Sherry, Kyra, they're
I'm looking at
gone.
the shush again.
They've disappeared.
I thought maybe she heard Ouija board and was like, out of here. Well, being out on the street, though, we do have to say there's not much traffic tonight, human
Or otherwise.
Yeah.
Are we on the video feed right now? You are. Oh, okay. Sorry. I thought we were doing the rewind thing or something. Thanks. Thomas, have you questions? I'll try not to.
Have you ever stayed overnight in another location, Zealand?
No, unfortunately not. Unless you count my house, which has had some strange activity that I think
Well, we have,
covered earlier
yes,
today.
but we also did stay, we did an investigation with a
Yeah.
number of other people at the Frank Lloyd Wright's German warehouse in Reedsburg.
That was really neat.
Yeah.
At a Frank Lloyd Wright designed warehouses
Yes.
too?
The AD
Yes.
German warehouse, yeah. It was an amazing building. It's just really weird, but apparently, isn't it true that it had like fallen into decay because it sounded almost like a Scooby-Doo plot. That way back in the day, some guy bought it and just did nothing with it for like a couple decades. And so by the time it, was repurchased and they started renovating it, we were there kind of when they were sort of really getting into the renovations. So it was a spooky, spooky area. Really interesting place.
So did you experience anything unusual?
Nothing conclusive, though there was a very hilarious scenario with the Ouija board.
A hilarious Ouija
Yes.
board
Just in
story.
time.
Sherry's dying to hear it.
Yes, please.
So at one point during the evening, you could split into two teams, and one team was focusing more on the gadgetry. So, EMF detectors, and they had like tri-field meters and all sorts of things like that. And then the other team was focused more on kind of like the spiritual sensitive side of things. And somewhere throughout the night, you swapped teams so you could have the full experience. And somewhere throughout the night, someone pulled out a Ouija board. And I had been dying to try one like forever. And so I, of course, volunteered, and I sat down with several other people, and we were playing this Ouija board on the floor in this, mid-renovation, old, spooky warehouse. And it wasn't giving anything really conclusive or anything like that. And then suddenly, one of the guys from, like, the trust fund or whoever was responsible, the responsible party for the warehouse came, and he was like, hey guys, I'm not sure if this is the best idea, some people are getting really freaked out. Well, at that point I looked up and realized that the room had cleared. Like, no one was standing around watching, everyone had decided to ditch the Ouija board party. And so at that point, one of the other guys who was, playing the board, I guess you would say, immediately laughed and goes, hey, the board said BS. Now, if that was human intervention or spiritual intervention, I'm not going to vouch for that.
Yeah.
And when you say the board said
Yeah,
BS,
the
you mean the
planchette
actual
spelled out.
movement.
Yep.
And it wasn't just one letter B and one letter S?
It was indeed just one letter B and one letter
Okay,
S.
all right. So, and
So it
that's
could have
this
been-
Ouija board?
No, it was a
No,
different one,
it was
but that could have been initials for anything, actually,
It could have.
really.
I just realized we're on air. I hope I was okay. to say
Oh, no, well, I mean, we do not have
didn't
FCC
say-
oversight. We just, we still kind of like to abide by that general sense of decency. But if I hear another shush that is not related to our own technology, I very well may shush myself.
Okay.
So, have you been in this building before? Then, what capacity were you?
It was a long time ago. I think I'm talking like many, many years ago. I think it was like a Memorial Day thing or 4th of July thing. There was some festivity going on. That's all I really remember about it. But I love this building. I've walked by it a ton, and it's just such amazing architecture. And I'm always like, oh, I should visit them when they're open. And then I never do. So here I am when they're closed.
When it's closed again, yeah. The door is locked. behind you. What, so do you feel, again, going back to that question, do you feel yourself to be kind of a person that might be sensitive to that type of thing?
I guess hesitantly, yes. And I say this mainly not relating to anything that you would say paranormal, but actually a kind of sidestep away from that. My sisters and I, and also my mom, we tend to have shared dreams. Like, you know, where it'll be a similar theme. One time there was almost like a complete narrative that my sister Chloe and I shared. Again, it's really weird, nothing conclusive. You can't take this to the bank or to the, you know, scientific officials and be like, okay, here's proof of ESP. But it's definitely kind of eerie when you all wake up and you're like, hey, so I had a dream about a tornado last night. Oh, I had a dream about a tornado too. And nothing really ties it to a conversation that was had or a movie that was watched or anything like that.
Shared dreams, interesting.
So I guess that's my best evidence for leaning into the possible category there.
What are your thoughts on this place, your feelings about this place?
I'm too excited to be here to tell. It's so cool. I mean, this is seriously amazing to be in the Historical Society, to quote SpongeBob, at night.
And you know, we'll take another tour around here again. We've got the mobile camera and everything,
Yeah.
so we'll try to do, you know, the basement floor, this level. I mean, there's some wonderful exhibits that are here representing beaver dams. That was my phone. That was
But
my
did
phone.
the ghost take your phone?
That is a good
Now,
question.
That's the question.
It was the ghost of physics, I believe.
There we go.
So, and then we'll go, you know, there's this half floor here, and then there is a second floor, or I guess you would call it the third floor maybe, that I guess would be here above us. That's also kind of cool. It's got military exhibits from Dodge County's past and one-room schoolhouse.
Oh, nice.
That's very interesting. So, Ms. Bass.
Yes?
Well, what's your take on this place? What do you think? What are you feeling? What do you got?
I'm feeling wide awake, which is
Okay.
unusual for this time of the night. I'm not picking up on any uneasy feelings.
Yeah, you know, I feel kind of the same way. I mean, I guess every once in a while, maybe a few hairs on my neck will stand up, but generally speaking, it seems like a positive space.
Yeah.
I mean,
If that
we
makes-
did just get here,
Yeah.
so, you know, and we haven't walked around, you know, and explored as much as you have tonight, so, you know, and I think too, obviously, people who spend more time here obviously have more opportunity to experience unusual occurrences. So, you know, when you're just here for a short amount of time,
Yeah.
Expecting
It's-
something weird to happen,
know.
and almost never
Exactly,
does.
yeah.
But
Around every corner.
I feel like when we pack things up at like 9:01 tomorrow when we leave, somebody will be like, goodbye.
As soon as all the cameras and recorders
All
are
the
off.
cameras off.
no, you'll just hear, "Don't let the door hit you" on the way out.
And be like, oh, there was Hattie Doolittle. Would totally
I mean,
tell.
you know, these items that are here, I mean,
Did it
if
again.
energy does, you know, linger in places, it certainly could linger, you know, with these items, perhaps.
Check your cell phone, Greg.
Check my
I'm trying to
cell
say
phone.
something insightful in it.
So is the rest of the team up for a full-fledged mobile tour of the facility?
Oh, absolutely.
Yes, that would be great.
All right. Now that we've debunked our own mystical experience.
Still gotta find a way to debunk the noises me and Sherry heard.
So that is a good point. So Kyra and Sherry were in Hattie Doolittle's room over here. And-
Okay,
Right by the bathroom, because we were trying to see if that's haunted, because, you know, that's the important spot.
okay.
Right.
Lots of action.
And you described it as sounding kind of like a fire escape, like a rusty fire escape.
Yeah, it started as like someone walking across the floor, because, you know, obviously older building, so it creaks a lot. And it was very loud creaking, and then it suddenly turned into more metal on metal crashing.
Oh, that's neat.
Metal on metal crashing.
Where did
Just
it
right
s-
over here. Now there is a fire escape on the opposite side. That's on the west side. There is one on the east side.
Yeah, and so we checked out the window. We were like, is there cars outside? Did something happen? Wasn't anything like that. There's construction over there, so there's no traffic.
Yeah, it's true.
Spooky.
I mean, it is a brick building, and I know our house is brick, and you would think that sound wouldn't travel very well, but in some of the hallways,
Yeah.
it's almost like you're right there. You know, the sound travels really well. But there's no real, I mean, that hallway doesn't continue, or does it continue?
It does continue,
Back
but
that way.
Sherry can verify it sounded like it was right above us.
Okay.
And so that's when we were here interviewing Pat Lutz at the Historical Society Board. Ninja, can we pull that video up at some point a little later and see if we can't, because you guys make it sound like it's the loudest thing. We carried on. We didn't hear anything
It was
here.
super loud
Or-
in there.
So it was like a dragging noise, kind of, almost, or like a scraping?
More like a straight on match.
That's intriguing.
It was after Pat, but
I
so
remember Pat being here when that happened.
Pat was here because we went upstairs to investigate while they were still interviewing down
Yeah,
here.
first you and I looked around, and then we dragged him along upstairs.
Oh, so that's why when Pat and I were talking, there was nobody running the camera or anything. You guys had everything set up. I thought you. So did you hear it?
I did not, no.
No,
You
we
were
had-
over here.
We
I
hadn't
was over
grabbed him yet.
here.
We grabbed him.
Yeah, they came over and said, we're going upstairs and you're coming with us. I was like, okay, sacrifice, got it, let's go.
Because he's the ninja.
Where was Thomas during? Oh, Thomas was interviewing with me. Right.
Yeah, but I heard something I thought was a truck passing around that same time.
That you thought was a truck passing. Okay.
sitting down, but I heard something
So we'll have to review that. All right, so do we have our mobile camera
We are
capabilities?
mobile, you're gonna wanna turn off your mic when we're mobile, because that's gonna pick up our audio, otherwise we're gonna hear it twice.
Oh, is that what was happening
Yes,
the first time?
Yes.
Because it's on more of a delay.
because that's, yeah, this is on a slightly longer delay.
Ah. Okay, I'll do that.
Where do we wanna start?
Well, we should go bottom to top, right?
Basement it is.
Sherry, you stay down here and hold down the fort.
Do you want to see your back right there? Yeah.
Wow. Well, bring it on. We're definitely going to check that out when this tour is over.
What did she find?
Her,
92.
the year she graduated. The year I graduated.
10 years before I graduated.
Really? You were in 02? Oh, so it's like literally your yearbook.
Who's got the, you got the camera?
Thomas Anthony's ahead of us.
Oh!
Thomas is bending us. One is
Yes, there are some spaces as well, yeah. It's not just a creepy space.
You can just keep the microphone and just act like you're talking into it. That helps calm you down. It pretty much is. We're going down to the basement. Not yet.
Guys aren't allowed to turn lights on stuff till I leave. Why don't we just like flicker?
Back down in the basement. All the axes are still here, Sherry.
Yes, I did.
So, what year did you guys get here? So they would have just taken down the old Monarch Range facility by then, Sherry? Or would have been even before then?
Not because DCHS.
Oh, well, when did DCHS happen?
Well, they just moved down the street. They used to be for the middle school, now that's like their green space. Yeah. Yeah. Back then, so was Blue Boy, they were right next to each other.
Whoa. What? Blue Boy hasn't always been in the same location?
Are you kidding? No.
They assumed it had been there since like 1956 or something.
That used to be a gas station.
Was it gas station? Well, now I don't know if I can buy something. It's so, I think that these old smells are like.
Yeah.
I mean, you would just give them a day.
Oh, that's very good.
Ooh. So I'm getting,
Up to bread over here.
yeah, like it was just green. It's buckling quite a bit. No, these are, as far as I know, these aren't plugged in. I mean,
What is that machine?
a dictaphone. Dictation machine.
Oh, what doctors might use?
Because it's something, for somebody to open. Does it do it? Does it do it if you have it up here?
Literally, it wasn't doing anything.
Yeah, that's hilarious.
I told you the first time we did that. And the next week,
Which one I was pulling? Yeah.
Now, is this the same EMF detector that you guys have?
Oh, no, no, no. You should have, well, we can leave it, you know,
I mean, if a pair of people wants to go grab it, they can bring it down and compare and see if they're both getting this.
Jerry, why don't you run up and go get her EMF detector?
I'll go get it, yeah, you can go with Sal. Just don't go along.
Oh.
So they're ready.
Now it's done.
I used to bring my daughters here when they were like in the 9, 8 to 10 kind of range, and they would play in the schoolhouse for hours.
It's been like a long time since I've even been here. I don't remember what they even had really. The one thing I do remember seeing, which was like super macabre, was they had like a doll play set from the 1800s that was like a coffin was included in it.
Oh, there's a coffin.
Yeah, like a little baby coffin.
That's strange.
And I remember I was young enough that I was still just kind of like,
Oh, in the furnace.
Thomas, you guys further for the cell phones not triggering it. I mean, you weren't next to me when it went off the board.
Now it's just level 1.
Yeah.
Are you closer again?
So the cell phone.
It's not really consistent.
No.
It's back on level 1 again.
Yeah. So I don't think the cell phone.
All right, we've got a second in that detector.
So why don't you stand back again? Go ahead.
We were trying to figure out.
Yeah, maybe you can pick it up if it wasn't close, but now I just want to make sure. So,
Well, neither is yours. It just comes to,
so could be the phone?
or is red light? That's been over the refrigerator.
Yeah, because it goes up like crazy. Yeah, if it's what normal,
We discovered that the pipes must be grounded or something if they have one there, so.
So we're attributing this to Thomas somehow?
Can't be completely common. Still going off a little bit when you use the brain.
Well, and then now the cell phone's close, and
Two inconsistencies straight up.
I thought they were shooting my face.
Are we on Wi-Fi or?
You're beautiful.
Okay. It's not very high. Yeah, phenomenal. Yeah, we had some triggering upstairs on the second floor near the warm up area, which we at first thought maybe with the HVAC system underneath, but when touching the HVAC system, it's not. But above it. Nothing really yet. No, we tried that.
Did you try that?
The first time we were down here, had it happen, we didn't have a cell phone yet. Wasn't that nice?
It's true, we didn't have cell phone around that time we were upstairs.
How's that doing? Sounds far away.
Super far.
Very far away. Got a circuit to bring that back. So where does one acquire a unit detector? So a mystical figure barged into your house while you were sleeping.
All the things you've heard in life, that's weird.
Actually, that's a yellow.
I believe.
He's off the grid now. So he might not have it, but he's got sight from that.
Yeah, it sounds right.
They said in the newspaper?
Yeah, it was. It's, it's like standard keyboard. But you know, I mean, people are always trying to make something bigger and better. So this is the monitor.
So do we move upstairs?
Yeah, where we headed. That's what they used to always say on, North Side.
Rotary phones, of course. Come on. Yeah, what is this?
Med by McMillan in Japan. Beaver Dam, Wisconsin. Patent of 1922.
Who are you calling, Thomas? Anybody good?
Who am I calling?
Yeah. Is that what that is? Yeah. Yeah, they grew a lot of things here. Maybe. They did. Didn't I was talking about it on the air. Oh, they're doing, as part of their lawn party on Saturday here at the Dodge County Historical Society, where you hear close. They're going to be doing the road demonstration. So maybe this might go over the last couple of years.
Isn't there a second tax stack?
Stop it. No, actually, any of those items.
They seem very securely fast. Well, okay, this one's not.
Everything about that.
Maybe that.
That's a lobotomizer that you see.
Look, you're using like a still motion last summer.
Can you open that door?
Storage box. It technically opened on itself.
We should do one of those isolation sections.
Oh, yeah, we could do an
When we-
isolation session and then.
I'll put the latch down. Okay, here.
We didn't bring the Ouija board.
I go back.
Okay, Thomas, lead the way.
Going back up the stairs.
Scariest thing in here.
Okay, so this way now, or this?
You want to go second floor?
Where should we go? Second floor?
Looking good?
Yep.
These microphones are on all the time feeding into it then?
Yes.
You shut them off.
These, all the cameras are feeding into as well. So if by chance something makes a noise up there, down here, whatever, while we're not in space,
Oh, we would be able to come back in
we
here.
should be able to pick it up.
But we're also on a delay kind of feeding back.
No,
Because it's not on there.
right.
That'd be colder. That'd be colder.
Listen, just don't stop.
I did. Yeah. No. I interrupted Pat while he was talking and said,
You're not a cigarette smoker, are you?
It's kind of weird.
So I got a whiff of it, but not like fresh smoke. It was more like smoke on somebody's clothes. Like a stale smell. Something that Pat had said on community comment on Tuesday, that cigar smoke, cigarette smoke, any apparently very common. Smell fresh cigars. Cigarettes. Is it usually fresh, or is it the stale smell of smoke? Is there any kind of... Oh. So not necessarily like the old physical old cigarettes. Because that, I mean, that's just what I had noticed. Again, it could have been a power of suggestion, but... You also people who smell and then stop smelling, right? So, I mean, I just kind of felt like, oh, that's the way this place smells, but then it was still kind of a tingling thing. Can't catch smells on video. So, and again, I don't feel a bad vibe up here or anything like that.
Nope.
I'm spending a lot of time on me on this camera feed, I've noticed.
You're talking a lot. You're an interesting point.
Thanks. So yes, here we are after midnight. The Dodge County Historical Society. Oh, it's almost 1 o'clock. Us normal folk, us non-historical people. We get to wonder. Or if they're just there to discourage shopping. Or I wonder if Efron is a homeland. Which, by the way, would be your uncle. I understand that. Oh, okay, all right. Small world. I think Tom's on the board. If I'm not mistaken. Still, you may actually, I know he's on the board. Whether he's actively on it or not. Is this small world? 16,129 according to some. I haven't done a hand count yet, but
You're not wrong.
And I guess we could crunch the numbers at local funeral homes and compare those to the numbers coming out of the hospitals first. And yeah.
You know, pretty soon I would think in the future that's going to be like a digital sign. Every time somebody dies, you're going to take one off.
No, it doesn't. People had much harder asses back then. They were very firm.
My leg was too short, like I was looking
It isn't working. I wonder who wrote that. Yeah, I remember it in 5th grade, 4th grade. Had a couple years of it, and then we all probably forgot it.
Spent very little time. We did it, but
I think right on the desk, the pile of papers.
I think
Sherry. Oh, yeah. Well said, Craig.
1 a.m., hour 3.
If I turn around, you're dressed in 18th century clothing.
So I Google that and I'm going to find an actor.
That's a nice one.
it's the bedroom sign.
Yeah.
in that.
Whose butt is small enough
I
for that
couldn't
chair?
fit in that. I need a double wide.
Excuse me, do you have a potty in a larger size? Odd request for the Amish. There's no piece of police about that.
Bellows on wheels.
And then you would step on it, right? You would track it down. Oh, that's probably, and then you would step on it and the suction would pick stuff up.
That seems like
Good workout. You just think it in terms of exercise.
Do you miss those days, Craig?
Sure he's doing it now. This is cool. South side of Front Street. Oh, we gotta check the war memorial. Sure, you thought you were a speaker.
Flashlight ready.
Where did it start? Where did it start for not bad?
Yeah, don't worry, I got Sherry too. In case you didn't get jump scare by the jacket.
It's true. I'm like face to face with someone.
That's the nice.
course.
If it seemed a little unnatural, then.
I know, I thought the same thing when I saw it. I was like, definitely fading the time.
Anything back there? A little tired.
Heading on to the 1.5 floor.
Yes.
With the arrowheads and Native American exhibits.
Heading up to the
As I was walking up for the first time to the second
arrowheads,
and a half floor, whatever it is, and you guys really freaked us out.
We didn't know what it was.
We had no idea.
No, yeah.
What does it sound like?
Well, I mean, it just sounds like I thought it was a clock, maybe a more digital clock.
A chiming almost.
Yeah, kind of like a digital version of a chiming clock.
Yeah. Oh no. But it sits on a chair there. But we didn't know where it was coming from. We just
I thought I heard it here as I walked upstairs. They're like, no, it's over here.
That's what you guys were looking at.
American
then, I
exhibits,
think,
arrowheads.
because I know we saw you in your list, and we're like,
So first we're like, is that a
Super.
player piano or something?
Well, then you started not. He was like, what's the number one thing not to do on a ghost hunt?
I know.
It finally took me going, is it our special guest?
Oh, I found wrestling.
Do have a camera set up here as well. Corner of the room with audio.
So this is officially the book drop sound area. Apparently the peers was having a book drop, and I guess a lot of people experience it. It's like,
Right, right.
So much cooler than the only that.
No, that's the jump.
We can switch to this camera if we wanted to, right?
Yeah, that's what I'm looking at.
Oh, we wouldn't have separate back, separate side. Is that going to be in real time with the portable one? With that, no? The portable one?
but that was also the cool thing, was like, also we're all back here, not to watch. It's still recording.
So you're gonna go back after this and watch all 12 hours of footage from the memorial here?
I'll skip it in my free time and see what we get.
Yeah. I do so much about it.
believe it that we haven't been out there before. Well, I guess that,
It's not just mountains, it's not just
dirt hills.
Well, there's a few effigies in there. I can't remember exactly. But there's over like 40-some different mounds of both like the conical and the effigy varieties. And it's just so neat because it's right in Dodge County.
And you're talking, there is a link somewhat, Linda Godfrey has mapped out where there have been man-wolf sightings, joggings, others, and effigies. Because if I first recorded sighting of man, it was apparently being up, right? And
It was across from the Catholic Church in and there was a caretaker who said that he thought he saw someone desecrating the mountain, so he walked over to get out of there. And it was this bipedal man, wolf-like thing that actually marked a word in him, which is pretty funny. Yeah, pretty good. I mean, among wolf and attackers, ones that talk, that's pretty rare.
And what was the word again? I know you know.
Which has correlations with that.
Most likely.
It's pretty rare.
There are a lot of stories of people spotting that in that area around Hopedale.
Yeah, I know. It's,
Have you know someone personally? Or?
No, I came across some stories at one point, I don't even know how or why, and then as I dug into it deeper, I just kept seeing more and more stories, and this was, I did that, of course, but, yeah, and there's a specific road where a majority of those sightings have occurred.
right on Point Rosemary, the DNR guy, Steve Krieger, had this encounter in like the mid-2000s, where like, he saw it like the man wolf, and he actually first noticed it because his job was to pick up road for along roads.
Right.
And so he had taken a deer from the back of his truck. He was actually filling out the report when he felt the truck move. And he saw like this bipedal, almost bare, wolf-like thing dragging the deer carcass away.
And also took whatever.
Yeah, like whatever was like attached to it.
Yeah, to lift it and put it in the truck. It was strong enough to pull that out of the truck as well. And
He fought with it.
no, he didn't fight with it. He saw this going on in the mirror and he just took off and didn't go back again until the next day, right?
This is fun.
Yeah.
That's what I did.
It's amazing.
He left whatever that last piece of equipment was.
It's interesting too, because he actually did a lot of interviews, which he's seen with some of these kind of, like, paranormal research, over these years, it's become a lot more, of a big deal. But earlier on, like even just the mid-2000s, you could get some of these interviews firsthand witnesses, like on radio and stuff like that. And he sounded just like this no-nonsense guy, describing something that happened, unfortunately, while he was doing his job. That's how so many people report their sightings.
There was kind of a reluctance to psychotics and stuff that were nuts. You can say that it's encountered some of it, but I remember when, I don't know if anybody else at the time, obviously the oldest one here tonight, and I remember when Linda Godfrey wrote, when we were talking about this today, how we met her resilient as a kid. But I do remember in 1989, it was after Christmas, and I look at that because I'd seen it when I was a kid, the movie theaters, and so I didn't know at the time that they were able to like stop the frame and digitize it and stabilize it. And so that was when I found the most, certainly it was a whole, certain like capacity. And so I just remember standing up in the house, we can't put anymore. I'm terrified right now. Nobody's here, and you have a weird feeling.
It's kind of arrogant of humans to think like, oh, we've already seen everything, we know everything that exists on this planet, and nothing is ever going to surprise us. It's,
That's especially encouraging, I think, when it comes to UFOs and, like, so that arrogant to think that we are the only ones that exist.
It's a little weird though, now that the government's just like, you're
That now we're finding it.
sorry. Like, oh, okay. Good to know. Unidentified flying object, or was it now IE?
UAP, unidentified aerial phenomena.
Right.
Which, I mean, I actually do prefer that, but I'm really nostalgic. John, you actually call them UFOs, and I think that may be the best term. They're just their own thing. It's no longer even something that stands for anything. It's just a UFO.
It would make sense that you would send an unmanned or unalien drone type thing to explore other worlds if you had those technological capabilities, right?
That's exactly what we did with Mars, so we sent unmanned rovers first.
Right.
Like, that makes sense. Lately, I've been fascinated with the undersea video footage that were some of the deepest cameras that's working down there. And they're like, we don't know what this creature is, but if it's alive, then undersea, maybe our first example of arachnids or other things are massive. We don't know what this creature is, so it's alive, and arachnids was just maybe our first example of arachnids, giant crab or lobster are massive.
Yeah, I was just thinking about the,
So,
Russian history. There were a bunch of, not performers too. One of them was found frozen completely naked in the snow. Yes. And the other one was working completely all over his head. There was obvious signs of struggle, like some sort of animal like that did or something. And they can't explain it.
And the other one was going completely all over.
Called an avalanche or something.
Well, pretty much anything coming out of the former Soviet Union, news-wise, gets buried pretty quick.
Yeah.
So, yeah. Weird world we live in.
But I mean, I guess while we're in this part of the historical society, I mean, obviously, the indigenous peoples did have sasquatch who lived there.
That's what I'm trying to get.
Skinwalkers.
It did, so it's a myth that, or whatever, that precedes modern times, is what you're saying. What are some of the differences between the modern versions, or what are some of the similarities?
Yeah, that existed both in the physical world and also the spiritual world.
Bigfoot through oral tradition, through storytelling?
No.
Clown's
Who's
very
the Santa
different.
Claus?
Those are at least two, I don't know if they're in the original.
Came to town, so I like to think that maybe they chatted.
Yeah, one would think. It had to be a smaller town then. I don't think it was a full 16,129.
The really big abolitionist in the area was Judge A. Scott Sloan. And, there were a lot of copperheads here in town. And one day, one night, when a lot of the copperheads were having a little bit too much at the tavern, they actually got a lynching crew together. And they were all talking about it. And the bartender snuck out, ran to A. Scott Sloan's house and said, "You better get out of here." And he hightailed it to like Horicon or something. But they did come to his house with rope, ready to lynch him.
Wow.
And A. Scott Sloan, in my opinion, was the greatest man that ever lived in Beaver Dam. He ended up, he was a representative from this district and actually campaigned with Abraham Lincoln across the state in this area. And they used to, because, you know, they used to share actually a bed. They were both like 6'3", and they looked exactly the same. I mean, they could have been twins, honest to God. He always said, Sloan said, well, they used to share a bed because, you know, in those days, people weren't that tall. I mean, this is like average height here, right here, back then. So like hotels would only have like a room with like one huge bed. So they shared a bed. And Sloan said, yeah, I would end up on the floor every time because Lincoln would kick me out of the bed. And that kind of makes sense because later they talked about what illness Lincoln had. And he had kind of like a...
Oh, that nervous laugh.
Yeah. So and then when he was... So they both got elected at the same time, 1860. And he was like one of Lincoln's main confidants. And he was also Secretary of State for Wisconsin.
Oh.
And every time he couldn't, because back then, even if you were in Madison, you had to stay in Madison. So you didn't come running back and forth like they can today because, you know, you're riding a horse back then. And both Washington, he only stayed in Washington for one term. And I think he only stayed Secretary of State for one term. But he missed his family so much that he always came back. And then he became, and when he died, I mean, they made up like 100-page pamphlet. I mean, there's one over there, I think. And people from all across the country came to his funeral. I mean, it was just amazing.
Wow.
He was a great man.
Yeah, one of Beaver Dam's finest. Huh?
Yeah, I guess so.
Very interesting.
It is.
Very interesting. Well, thanks again for stopping by, guys.
Yeah,
It was
of course.
awesome. It really was.
This was just awesome.
Yeah. Don't forget to eat the cookies.
You brought cookies?
Yeah, I brought chocolate chip cookies.
Oh, thank you.
And they're by the pizza, I think.
okay.
They're in a Rechex bag.
All right.
For Food Pride now.
Oh,
right?
yeah.
But also, the ones in the paper bag were fresher. I didn't want to put them in a plastic bag because they just came out of the oven.
Okay.
So,
Well, that
lucky
was-
number 13 too. So.
Wow.
That is my lucky number.
Okay.
And he loves cookies.
Well, there
I
you
mean,
go.
obviously.
All right. Well, I hope you guys make it. And
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you for your, appreciate
hope
it.
something scary happens. But,
I may not,
yeah. Oh, yeah. We have to get the light, right?
you gonna get the light with him?
Yes.
Awesome.
So, okay. Yeah. I don't know. Remember how to get.
Are you nodding off?
All right.
I'm a little
This
sleepy.
way.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, this way.
Oh, yeah, your car's around front, isn't
Good
it?
night. Nice to meet you.
Nice meeting you.
Oh, Roger, let's get set up here. We'll put you right here.
I don't know if you noticed, but the mirror that was on Lincoln's train is actually back there. When he died.
mirror, the actual mirror that was
Yeah.
on his train. Now, we were talking about the exhibit earlier, about the guy who, from Beaver Dam, who pulled the trigger essentially for
Oh, Cockshill, William Cockshill.
William Cockshill.
Yeah, well, yeah, he pulled the lever to kill the one woman that was sentenced to hang for the Lincoln hanging. I mean, for the Lincoln assassination.
Yeah. But the mirror is here too. We'll get the mobile camera maybe, and maybe we could go back there and you could give us some insights into that.
Well,
But
your
first,
camera's pointing back there.
what's that?
Your camera's pointing back.
Oh yeah, we could do that. That's right. So, why don't you come back here and show us? Let me grab the microphone.
See, here's a salon right here.
Okay.
So you can see, he really does look like Lincoln. And he's just as tall. I mean, he's just as tall as Lincoln, they're exactly the same size.
He looks just like, there's a, gosh, he looks just like somebody.
So this is the mirror right here. So that Lincoln Mortuary train car mirror, when they ferried it across the United States in a train, this was actually on the train.
How did he get that?
Donated a long time ago. I mean, when the place actually opened, it was donated. Yeah.
We were also, I mean, not Lincoln related, but we were
And there's
surprised.
an actual right there.
Right.
This was the guy, and then he's the guy right here.
Is that an actual photo?
Yes. Oh, there's ton of them. I mean, they took tons of pictures of this. You can actually see when they drop it, when they, but yeah, this is him right here. And you see, this is the timber, and then they would have a huge, like, mallet, and he would swing that out, and then the door would drop down.
Light thing.
Surratt. The area was Surratt.
Extra on, so I don't know if it's the same place. That was,
I think this is somebody colored that, though. I mean,
That's why it looks like a painting, but
No.
it's still an accurate represent. It's still an actual photograph.
But
It's just
you can see
colored.
that he's kind of like leaning over. He's actually getting sick.
And that would be the camera's not picking this part up necessarily, but that's the guy over here or over here.
No, this guy, this is him, right here. That's
Sitting.
Coxshaw.
Of Beaver Dam,
Yep.
not happy about having to.
Yeah, I mean, because what happened was that morning, see what happened was, he, part of his hand was hit in a battle. So he was sent to Washington for just guard duty over prisoners of war of the Confederacy. And this is where they were held. And then that morning, they brought in I think it was how many were there? I'm not sure. It was like 6, I think. 6 conspirators. And there was a last minute attempt, especially for Mary Surratt, because basically all she did was she owned the place where they met to create the conspiracy. And so they really didn't think that, and she was the only woman that I'm aware of that has ever hung in the United States.
Women have been executed, but not.
Right. And of course, probably out west there probably are some. Anyway, like for a federal charge. But so they tried to stop it at the last minute. So Coxshaw was just out in the yard area, and somebody said, "Who wants to volunteer to do something today?" And I guess it was like really boring work just watching all these, because they weren't going to go anywhere, the soldiers. So he actually said, yeah, I'll be one of the volunteers. And then he found out what he had to do. He said later on, if I would have known that that's what it was, I never would have volunteered. Never.
Did he come back to Beaver Dam?
Oh yeah, he had a butcher shop here.
Oh, that's all right.
And you know, he also said later on that, you know, like every little kid would come up to him and ask him, tell us about the time that you hung Mary Surratt. And he said, boy, I really just had to stop him from doing it. There should be a picture. No, they don't have it. There's a really nice picture of him just in front of his butcher shop. In fact, I brought it. It's in my book. But yeah.
And there's Surratt. I don't know if the camera's able to pick that up necessarily.
Oh yeah, this is Mary Surratt right here. Oh, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Oh, these were all the conspirators.
Yeah. And of course, Booth, who died, you know,
Right.
they caught up to him in that barn.
Too much trouble. Yeah.
And Mud, yeah, so it's
Who's Mud?
Mud was the doctor that cared for that cared for the broken leg of John Wilkes Booth.
Oh.
So that's all he did. Somebody came in, I mean.
And they executed him.
Yes.
Huh. Funny how that works, I guess. Well, Roger, I mean, this was your home away from home for a number of years. Still is to a certain degree. I imagine you come back from time to time and dig through things.
No, not too often, no.
So you were the president of the Dodge County Historical Society Board of Directors.
Correct.
Did you say that was in the 2000s?
Yeah, I think I remember correctly, yeah.
Ninja.
Yeah, the first, I started working because Jerry Camps was, that's Annette's husband. he was a volunteer down here, and he knew I had an interest in history. And so I came down here, and that was when Joanne Wells was the curator. And so it was, you know, it was the McDaniels, and then there was a Virgil Jackson. He was the one that the historical selection used to be in the Chamber of Commerce for years. And then when the city decided to build a new library, they turned this into the National Historical Society. And Joe Wells was there, and she was up to the very point, let's see, there was one curator after Joe Wells passed away, and she was married to Judge Wells. And then a woman was hired, and then Newman was hired, and then the curator was hired. I believe that's the order.
And the building had already been pretty well established when you were president here.
Oh, sure, yeah.
You came here as a kid when it was a library.
Oh, absolutely.
What was it like as a library? Give us some.
Oh, it was a great place. The upstairs was the children's room. And I actually have a picture of me when I was 9 years old. And I was, and Glenn Link is in it too. And we're like in some kind of library book club.
The summer reading program.
No, I think it was during the regular season, because I'm wearing I always had the craziest coats, but I had this winter coat with this fur over here, and I mean, I looked like, like a peacock or something. It was just a crazy thing. And then I had like an Elmer Fudd hat, My parents really had amazing style. I always had those blue jeans that had, you probably won't even remember this, but they used to have, sewn into them, these patches. Yeah, these huge patches.
Well, you were maybe a little bit before me, but I got the benefit of growing up in the 70s, and my parents apparently were very fashionable with me because I had all the latest I looked like I was golfing all the time, basically, with whatever they were putting
Really?
on me. It was,
yeah, that wasn't me.
Yeah. You got the Elmer Fudd.
I got flannel.
So you're president of the Dodge County Historical Society for a number of years. You spent a lot of time in this building.
Oh yeah.
You've done a lot of researching. Have you been here? You've been here this late, I'm assuming.
Actually, I haven't seen it since they've redone it.
Oh, really? Okay.
So, I haven't seen it since. So this is new to me. A lot of it is.
But it's not unusual for you to be here in the overnight hours.
No, it's not. It's not.
Doing research into various things that you've got going on.
In fact, when I was doing the 100-year documentary, I was working downstairs in what's normally referred to as the boardroom, and I'd be there overnight all the time.
You're a bit of a night owl.
Yeah.
So that's nothing unusual for you. You've literally spent the overnight hours here before.
Oh yeah, definitely I have.
And anything unusual ever happened?
Never. Like I said, there might be an occasional bat that would come flying through, but that would be about it.
All right.
So far, no bats for us. We've been lucky.
Pigeons we've heard about.
Yeah, I haven't heard any of them either, so.
Would that be the belfry up there? Would that be the tower? Would belfry be an accurate term?
Well, there's
for it?
no bell.
Oh, okay, right. Could there have been a bell?
There never was a bell.
Never was a bell.
No.
Well, it wasn't built to look for German warplanes, though. The idea
No. I mean, it was just the style. It was, what do they call it? Romanesque Gothic style.
Yeah.
That was.
So give us some insight into your thoughts about all of the talk of phenomenon about this place. Kurt Sampson says, oh, he's strange things are happening all the time. Glenn Link says he was in here shampooing his rug and heard ragtime music that would get softer as he walked closer toward it.
I wish I could say something that would just, knock your socks off, but I can't. I mean, it never happened to me at all.
Never, not a single
And,
thing.
and of course, I'm not aware of anybody ever dying in here.
Right.
This room right here, which is called the Swan Room, I think it's still called the Swan Room.
Yeah, it's the Swan Room.
Okay. Yeah, we created that when I was president. That of course was the quarters of the McDaniels when they were here. But
The McDaniels.
Hattie
Doolittle.
Yeah.
Sorry. Right.
No, not Doolittle, is it?
Hattie Doolittle?
Okay.
That was my impression.
Yeah, the librarian. I think
Yeah.
that's the name.
Okay, sorry, I'm wrong. Who was the first one? It was-
Mary would have been her sister.
Okay.
Mary died, and then her sister Hattie would have gotten a job.
Yeah.
Tough way to get a job.
Right?
Yeah. But I mean, like, one was here for like 16 years, the other one was here for like 38 or something like that.
Yeah, 4 decades.
But she moved out almost immediately. And there's a great story about her where if she were moving, you always knew when Hattie was moving because she would pack her bag and she would put on every piece of clothing she had. And she would just walk from, her old place to her new place with every piece, every coat, every dress, everything on her body.
Of course.
And in her bag would be her personal belongings.
Mm-hmm. So you had indicated that we walked up to the tower just a little bit ago. We weren't able to go inside, but tell us some story. Tell us the story that you wanted to share about the tower.
That was basically it. I mean, that there were these World War II spotters that were up there every night, while the entire city was blacked out. They would be up there, looking for planes. And, you'd think the furthest place, I mean, how more central can you be between the Atlantic and the Pacific? But no, they were up there.
Beaver Dam. I don't know how you would say Beaver Dam in German, but I'm sure it would sound angry.
But of course, Beaver Dam had a POW camp here.
Right, and that was, yeah. Which is where, if I'm not mistaken, the field house is for Wayland Academy?
Correct. And, well, what used to be the Dodge County Fairgrounds.
Right.
And there's Starkweather film of the POWs playing soccer out there, and you could see they were only here for a very short time. It really wasn't a permanent camp. They were just here for the PPAC, what would be then Central Canneries, which later became Green Giant.
Mm-hmm. Oh, so they were working?
Oh yeah, oh yeah.
Oh.
And it was the first time that they'd probably been fed since they were captured. They brought them over on boats and everything, and a lot of them came back to this area. For instance, Ernie von Schledorn was a POW.
Oh.
Car dealer. Ernie von
dealers,
Schledorn,
yeah,
Main Street
yeah.
in Menominee Falls.
Right. He would have been here.
He might have
possibly.
been here, yeah.
Very interesting. Well, what else? What was from what you know and the history that you've researched during World War II? The vibe here in Beaver Dam. Did they make the sacrifices and do all the things that you would normally hear?
Well, I mean, if you go upstairs, Beaver Dam became quite famous because there was a huge story in Yank magazine, which went all around the globe. I mean, Yank was published. There were like different areas. It would be like North America, the European edition, the Asian edition, and I think there was even like a South American edition. And the story of Beaver Dam appears in there. and what you learn from that and from reading the newspapers, because I did a documentary on that too, on Beaver Dam and World War II, is that Beaver Dam was a pretty good place to live in back then. All of the factories were just going nuts. Monarch was doing shells. The canneries were just going nuts because they were feeding the entire, United States and sending food overseas. And actually people, it says in this article that people had so much money that they didn't have any place to spend it because everything was rationed. And that's why all of the bond drives, there were four major ones during the war and then one after, met and far exceeded their quotas. And of course, whenever it got really close to the end of the bond, and they might be like a few thousand short, Monarch would always pick it up.
Huh. The primary employer
Yeah,
in Beaver Dam.
But Kirsch Foundry was going guns a-blazing. Unfortunately, Western Malibos had closed by then. But Western Malibos, that's a great story too. I mean, it was the 5th largest foundry in the United States.
Oh, wow.
It employed 500 people from the area. And it was massive. It was like, it went from like Kirsch Foundry all the way past Kraft and then went almost all the way to the lake.
Oh.
That's how massive it was.
Huh.
And it was just amazing. And all of it came from, not Rasmussen, who was the guy? No, I can't remember. But it came from the farm implement, Tiger Cedars. And you could just follow his work, this guy, Rowell,
right,
yeah. Yeah, and he started this farm implement place. And then what happened is they actually worked on, he did that, and so he needed a foundry, so that's how Western Malleables got started. Western Malleables was working with a company down in St. Louis called Dauntless, which manufactured stoves and ovens. And they ended up owing them so much that 3 guys from Beaver Dam went down there to collect, and instead of collecting, they said, okay, we're just going to take over your whole operation. So they loaded the entire operation up in a train, and they called back up here to Beaver Dam and said, will you buy that property on North Spring Street, because we're bringing up a factory to make stoves. And so that's how Monarch started.
And so this Western Malleable that you said was so massive that it stretched from Kraft to Kirsch and to the lake. Does that have a role in the kind of the landscape of the city that we see now? How how houses and residential.
Yeah, well, I mean, it caused the frying pan to be created, which is the railroad. The railroad would come down to the train station here, and then it would loop around, and they had like where the city parking lot is right now, they had what they called a mill pond, which is basically just a small lake. And they had bridges that went across that, went around to, which would be Kirsch, then it went to Western Malleables, and then it would loop back. There were only 2, because the main, train is out by Spring Street, out on North Spring Street, right by WBV there.
Yeah.
Right.
And that was, for years, the only way you could get into town was to go out there. They had like a depot out there. But by then, they had to have like carriages and everything go all the way out there, and that was quite a ways from the downtown area. So what happened was, these manufacturers kept begging, and I think it was the Milwaukee Railroad back then, begging them to run a line down here and back out. And they finally, and every year the railroad would say, no, we can't do that. So they went into negotiations with Northwestern, and almost immediately, within a week, Milwaukee Road agreed to bring the frying pan down. And there were only 2 frying pans in the entire state, here and in Fox Lake.
And Rowell, you talked about Rowell's. Wasn't there a connection between WBEV and Rowell Seeds? Wasn't there? Do you recall that?
No, that was Meyer Seed and
It
Feed.
was Meyer Seed and Feed.
Yeah.
The radio station was essentially created to sell Meyer
Well, it was,
seed injectors.
It was
or something.
originally, and it's that building on the corner of, I think that is Rowell and Springs, Center Street, Rowell and Center Street there.
Building's not still there, is it?
Yeah,
That bar?
yeah. No, it's that big bar, you know, there's Kirsch right here, and then on the corner,
Yeah.
there's that building. That was the building for Meyer Seed and Feed. And also they had a granary, like right across the street.
But
And then they also had that one out by WBEV too.
Yeah.
So they got a hold of a radio station called WIBU, which was out of Poynette. And they made a radio station, a remote radio station in that building. And the Meyer Seed and Feed, what was it called? Like barn hour, kind of like and they had like local bands come in. And it became the longest running radio show in the United States. And still is.
Is he up there reading stuff?
Is he there? Or he must be in the schoolroom?
He's got to be up in the school area.
Thomas is having fun wandering around alone. I'm assuming Kyra is nodded off. Maybe?
I don't know. She might be watching the stream.
No,
Maybe she-
there she is.
Okay.
What's Thomas? Do we have like split screen capabilities? Can we split screen and screen or anything like
I
that?
mean, we can do like picture in picture.
Like picture in picture? We're not doing that now, though?
We're not currently, no.
Well, we don't even know where Thomas is. He's just.
Oh, he went upstairs.
He went
Yeah,
upstairs,
I'm
huh?
assuming he's but it sounds like he's reading a kid's book or something.
Now he's probably reading the signs and stuff that are on the.
Or he's telling
Do you
the
know,
spirits to chill out.
I actually made that.
This?
Yeah, downstairs, there was a terrible copy of this. And what I did is I scanned like every little area, and then I photoshopped every area to make it clean. And it was the only one that really existed of that kind. And then I went out to Frank Middlestat, who's so nice, and I just said, Frank, can we make this into a big poster-like thing? And he said, yeah, sure. And because he's got that big printer for his prints.
Right, yeah. Oh, he does his own prints.
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't realize
Huge
that.
printer.
I remember, you're not too much of a fan of the mystical or anything like that.
Not really. I mean, I'm not. I wouldn't say I don't totally believe that something like that could happen. But for here, I don't.
And you don't feel it here. You shared an interesting story with us that kind of ties into something we were talking about a little bit earlier, that you had come across in your research in the Abacus, which I believe was the predecessor to the modern newspaper that's here today, about a certain incident on Burnett Street.
Yeah.
Was that research that you were doing here in this building?
Well, what I did is I used to maintain the main desk, which was right up here.
When it was the Historical Society still.
Yeah, and so it kind of gets boring. So downstairs we have all of the hard copies of the newspapers, and I would just go down and pick a year and bring it up here, and then I just read read everything, just go. And
Much more interesting than the tabletops at the old Wendy's restaurants, I imagine.
Right.
so, so I'm going through, and it was like 1889, I think it was. And it said, children, scurry into town. And well, that might be an interesting article. So I start looking at it, and so I'm reading it, and it says, and they were just making so much fun of these kids. I mean, it was just
They were
hilarious.
editorializing in the story.
Because it says that
These dumb kids.
yeah, they said like at 7 o'clock, 7 p.m. on such and such a day, a group of children came running, screaming into the main street downtown, saying they had just seen something very unusual. And
The dummies.
yes, and what they had been out at, I believe it was Dennings Point, which is like at the end of like Lake Street, if you go out there. That used to all be like swamp area. And they said that they were playing out there, and all of a sudden, what they called an airship began to rise out of the swamp. And it said, the kids said that it was cylindrical, well, cigar shaped. Now, back then, cigars were not like straight, were cut off, they were tapered.
Yeah, tapered at both ends.
Tapered
Yeah.
at both ends. And it said that it was multicolored lights on the bottom, and they were whipping around like underneath. And it rose up, and it hovered for the longest time as they watched it. And then they say it just took off like a bat out of hell. You couldn't, every, UFO saucer, that's exactly the description of it.
Right.
But this is 1889.
Yeah, 1889. And the kids were just terrified. They couldn't believe, can you imagine seeing something like that? Seeing it today.
Right.
Can you imagine seeing it 1889? Oh, my God.
That predates the 1903 Rambler over there,
right.
with no multicolor on it.
Right.
And so, and then they just, we kind of got them calmed down, and we kind of had a good laugh about it. That's what the article kind of said.
Dumb kids.
Yeah.
That's so interesting that you're able to go through just historical records here and come across something that is seemingly absurd, or maybe was for the time, but now when viewed through a different lens, you kind of make it gives it a different light.
It really was amazing to read that. Yeah.
The run, I don't know how I would, I think I would collapse if I had to run from Denning Point to downtown Beaver Dam and the amount of time it's...
Well, I think they were motivated.
Right.
A little bit scared.
Kids were in a little bit better shape back then.
That's true. They weren't, playing video games.
The only way to get around was pretty much walking and running.
Yeah. Well, all those bicycles had that big wheel up front, so that was
Right.
no fun.
It's practically useless.
Yeah, there's one right there.
Yes, there is. Oh.
Have you missed that? It's been here the entire time.
Yeah, well, they didn't just move it in.
Yeah. Yeah, they didn't ride it into here. So it's got to be interesting to just sift through the history in this place.
Oh, yeah. And Beaver Dam has such an amazing history. That
You've got a couple programs that are going to be coming. You've been known to do several programs throughout the course of a year. We haven't seen any in a while.
Well,
for
yeah,
obvious
good old
reasons.
COVID kind of ruined those.
What are you looking at doing here as you revive your historical presentations?
Well, I do like two things. I do historical presentations, and then I also do like movies.
Yeah.
So we've got two of them planned coming at the Beaver Dam Library, Community Library. The first one, since we almost didn't have a baseball season, I thought it'd be good on, I think it's June 15th. We're going to be looking at the 2 area Major League Baseball players that came from this area during the dead ball era. One guy was called Pink Hawley, and that's because when he was born a twin. And they could only, the nurses would identify kids by either a blue or a pink ribbon. And since they were twin boys, they put a pink ribbon on one and a blue ribbon on the other. Now, what's interesting about it too is that the parents kind of took it a step further, and actually their middle names are Pink and Blue.
Wow. Originality. Yeah.
Right, and their nicknames eventually wound
Right,
up
right, right.
becoming that.
And they both grew up, and they're very, very good athletes. And they both went to Wayland. And in those days, they were like paid athletes. The local colleges would pay for them to play. But actually they did, well, Blue actually died the night before his graduation.
High school graduation.
Well, yeah.
College graduation.
Yeah, it was kind of like a both kind of thing, like a prep school and a college. But it would have been like, I think that would have been their like high school, yeah. But he was the catcher, and Pink was the pitcher. And then Pink went on to have really a remarkable career. I mean, and the other guy is from Juneau, but he also played for Wayland also. Again, kind of like a paid gun to come in and just pitch and maybe show up to a class every now and then. But Addie, his name was Addie Joss. He was actually a scholar. Pink was not. You could not have more two opposite guys in the world. But both were pitchers. One bounced around from team to team, but had one career season. And the other guy was just one of the greatest pitchers in baseball history and is in the Hall of Fame. He stayed with just one team through his entire career. One was like a brawler. Pink was, he did not take much. He is second all time for the entire history of Major League Baseball. Second in all time hits batsmen. If you tried to crowd that plate, Pink was going to knock you down.
And a name like Pink, I imagine you have to be tough.
Yeah, and he was known that if he didn't like a call by an umpire, he would actually walk off the mound and just deck the umpire.
Oh, yeah, that's frowned upon nowadays.
Now, Addie was like the most gentle, kind guy in the world. Everybody loved Addie, even Ty Cobb, and everybody hated Ty Cobb. Pink was known as the Duke of Pittsburgh, he was always dressed to the nines, and Addie was just like your everyday man. He wouldn't do. Addie was a scholar. During his off season, he wrote a newspaper article for the Toledo, whatever the paper was, because he had originally been a Toledo Mudhead. Now, if you might remember Toledo Mudhead because Klinger of MASH was always wearing a Toledo Mudhead, either a jersey or a hat.
You'd always talk about going home to Toledo and watching the Mudhens game, right?
And so that's where Addie met his wife, so he was a married guy, and Pink was kind of the, fool around a lot. And they were just, and like Addie, it is said that he pitched the greatest game in baseball.
Really?
And we'll talk about, and it was so amazing that a person from Cleveland, a sportscaster there, has made an amazing documentary about that game and his career. And so I was able to get a copy of that, so we'll be showing that also.
Oh, all right.
At that on June 15th.
You'll be talking about the tie-in as well, if I'm not mistaken, to the All-Star game?
Oh, yeah, I mean, well, another thing was Pink, he ended up having a fairly long career, like 11 seasons, and he ended up playing for the Milwaukee Brewers. That was his last stint. And if you go into whatever they call it now, it's American Field, I think it's called.
American AmFam Field, yeah.
Yeah,
American
yeah.
Family.
There's a dedication there, a little marble statue to the Milwaukee Brewers of that era, and Pink's name is right there. And also both Addie and Pink's. There's a monument out at the baseball field at Wayland that you can go look at too. But like I said, Hawley came back to Beaver Dam, and he coached for a while in what was called the Wisconsin, Illinois minor leagues, and the team was called the Pinks.
Oh, no.
Yeah, and he got kicked out of games all the time. He's fighting with everybody. And Addie pitched 9 seasons, and almost literally before his 10th start, he dropped over.
Oh.
And it was, I think, if I remember, it was like tuberculosis or meningitis. It was meningitis, and he died. And so they did. So, like, in the next few days, all of these, he was just loved by everyone in the league. And in the next few days, all of the major players of the league left their teams without permission. They did not have permission to go, and took trains to Cleveland. Even Ty Cobb, and it's kind of funny because Ty Cobb was with Detroit then, and he lost his uniform on the way, so he had to wear a Cleveland uniform, which ticked him off all the money. But all of these stars of the era came to Cleveland to play this game against the Cleveland. They were called Naps then, they weren't called the Indians. And it was the first All-Star game. And it was a benefit for his wife, and I believe he had 3 kids. And it raised like $20-some thousand, but in today's money, it would be like $900,000. Wow. And that's what they raised for them.
That's fantastic.
And so it was the start. I mean, Addie Joss's death was the start of the All-Star game.
Local boy does good.
Yeah.
And his mark will be left on history. And when is this presentation that you're going to give?
It's June 15th at 2 o'clock.
Beaver Dam Library?
Beaver Dam Library.
The new, not this library, the other.
Right, not the historic.
This is Williams Free Library.
Right. Boy, now that they might need a new library over there. Well, they're not. I hear they're going to.
Yeah, they're going to
try
remodel.
to get some
Yeah.
upgrades going over there, which will be interesting. So that's one of the programs that you've got.
Oh, the other one is I'm going to show a movie. Now, usually I show like either a Fred McMurray or a Brian Donlevy movie, or maybe a Jude Haver movie, because they have ties locally. But this time, I'm going to show For Me and My Gal, which stars Judy Garland and Gene Kelly's first performance. And the reason I'm doing this is because Beaver Dam's in it. And it's actually in it twice. And they do something that's very wrong about Beaver Dam in there. So you can come and see that. And before that, I thought I'd show something that's kind of a little bit different. I'm going to show the premiere of A Star Is Born. And you get to see all these great, stars. I mean, everybody was there. And to tie back into Fred, Fred is there with his wife, June Haber. They had just gotten married. This was in 1954, the year I was born. And it's really funny because it's one of the few times you'll see Fred without his toupee. And I guess they called them like lamb chops or whatever. It's just the stuff, when your receding hairline is.
Wait a second, Fred wore a rug?
Yeah.
I had no idea.
And it was just like the areas where, but you could see
like
that.
The widow's peak.
So,
Isn't that what
so
they call that?
No.
When you got the two?
No, the widow's peak is where you got that thing coming down like right there. Like,
Yeah, where it dips
like-
in,
like-
like Dracula.
like Morticia or,
Dracula, Morticia.
yeah. But no, this is just your receding hairlines, and then you just put like plugs in right there, kind of like.
I think you were thinking of Lovey, which would have been Herman Munster's wife. She had the widow's peak
Oh,
that
okay.
came down. I don't think
Oh,
Morticia
yeah,
had
yeah.
one. Did Morticia have one?
No, Morticia
Oh,
had
no,
really
no, but,
highbrow.
Eddie did on the Munsters.
Eddie did, right.
Yeah, Eddie did.
Butch
Patrick.
Butch Patrick, right.
But anyway, so Fred's there, and he usually doesn't go out, so he probably thought he'd just, sneak in or whatever. And so, I mean, Wisconsin is really represented in this. I mean, Dennis Morgan is there, Jack Carson is there, Pat O'Brien is there, all Wisconsin boys. So Fred comes in, and he comes up to the microphone, because usually what they did is they'd have a microphone, but they wouldn't be televising it. But this was being televised all around, and actually played on the Johnny Carson show, The Tonight Show. And so Fred comes up to the microphone with Jack Carson, and he goes, Jack says, "Well, say hi to the folks at home." And you just see Fred's face go, "Well, what? This is being televised?"
And so this is the movie? This is what you're showing before.
Before, yeah. It's only like about 20 minutes.
How is that A Star Is Born? I mean, that's not
It's the premiere too.
The premiere.
Oh, the premiere.
Yeah, it's where they have all the like Clark Gable comes up, Janet Leigh, Tony Curtis, Greer Garson, all the stars.
Classic red carpet before the carpet was red.
Right, exactly. Fred McMurray.
Or we just didn't know it was red.
Right.
It was black and white.
Beaver Dam native, for all of you still with us here at 3 in the morning at the Dodge County Historical Society, Fred McMurray is going to be the subject of a mural that goes up on the new Beaver Dam Area Community
Yeah.
Theater building.
The next one, which is tomorrow.
Yeah, because
to go
today's
down-
Friday.
Yeah.
Right, that is tomorrow. I was saying 2 days from now and said, no, it's not Thursday anymore. We crossed over.
Yep. Tomorrow,
Yeah,
go down to the Beaver Dam Area Community Theater and paint your tile for the Fred McMurray mural.
You got Stephen Bennett, one of Beaver Dam's newest resident and the new occupant of the old
Beaver Dam
Baptist
Area Community
Church,
Theater, yeah.
old Beaver Dam Area Community Theater, world-renowned portrait painter. He's done presidents and movie stars, and if you've seen the Nancy Zeman mural,
Yeah,
or
and if you haven't, you really should go down there
it's
just to
beautiful.
take a look. It's
And then
amazing.
Lois Ehlert, who was the
Right.
illustrator for Chicka Chicka Boom Boom, and then it'll be Fred.
And then Colkhurst will be the next one.
Yeah, now, and you kind of reintroduced Eric Colkhurst to the Beaver Dam
Yeah, I did.
community
I
via
did.
the Wall of Fame over at the Beaver Dam High School. I mean, Eric Colkhurst, if I remember, he taught, no.
He was a Broadway star.
Right.
Oh, yeah, he taught, well, it's a long story, but he tried to make it out in Hollywood for a little while. He was in 3 movies. He really didn't like it, with the stopping and starting. He really liked plays. But back then, this was in the 30s, they were just getting to sound. 29, I think, was really the date when sound started. And because Fred actually made a couple of movies, silent movies. Yeah, well, 3 actually. But anyway, so Eric was out there, and they wanted somebody to teach these, stars how to really act and emote. And so his first 2 pupils were Clark Gable and Jimmy Stewart.
Wow. What are the?
And he stayed friends with Jimmy Stewart throughout his life.
No kidding.
Yeah.
Taught him acting.
Yeah, yeah.
I mean, essentially.
Well, I mean, he had obviously had quite a bit of acting out east. But yeah, no, it was more like how to act in front of the camera, you know,
Right.
with close-ups and stuff like that.
As they were stage trained actors
Right, yeah.
prior to that, Jimmy and Jimmy Stewart. I'm calling him Jimmy. You know Jimmy.
Yeah,
Jimmy
Jimmy,
Stewart and Clark Gable. Beaver Dam boy taught them how to light up the silver screen essentially. And then he had a very interesting life above and beyond that. He was in stage, he was on screen, and then he wound up in the publishing industry.
In the
or something?
publishing industry, and was going to become president of BNI. And if you're, you know, I have a legal background, and BNI is probably one of the biggest legal, you know, publishers in the United States. Yeah, he was going to end up being president of the entire company when he got cancer and passed away.
I know there were some efforts to get in contact with his son or his
Oh yeah,
grandson.
yeah. I mean, he came here.
He did come here.
Yeah, he came
Okay.
here for the ceremony.
Oh, he was here, right, for the Wall of Fame.
Yeah,
That's
you
right.
interviewed
I
him.
did. I totally forgot. It's 3 a.m. You're going to have to excuse me, Roger. Very, very nice
I
guy.
mean, that was one of the great. That was probably one of your best interviews, I thought.
Oh, wow, thanks.
Yeah.
From a historian like yourself, that is a huge compliment.
The rest
I
of them
appreciate
been
that.
mediocre.
Yeah, yeah. The other ones were kind of waiting to see something better, but that one was good.
So Cole Kirst and Fred McMurray will be the subjects of those murals. Anybody could go and as long as you're one of the first 50 or 75, I forget what.
Oh,
however
God,
many
there's a lot
hundred
of them,
panels,
yeah.
maybe 1 foot by 1 foot, and you can basically paint anything you want on there with some loose parameters. That
Right.
will
I think he
eventually
has
fit
like
into
some
the-
kind of basic design or something.
What an interesting guy. This is a guy I haven't interviewed yet, Stephen Bennett, and I want to be able to do that pretty soon.
We'll go down there.
I
He'll
will.
probably be sleeping.
Yeah, I might. Yeah, I'll probably still be sleeping from this. But Fred McMurray, I think there's a Fred McMurray, you know, obviously recognition over here and everything like that. I mean, again, the Historical Society, a great place to be.
Yeah,
able to go
I mean,
back and
we
look at
had
history.
like a Fred McMurray weekend here where his wife and daughter came, and we
Like, you would call up June, his wife was June Haver?
Right, yeah.
Like, you would just give her a call and be like, hey.
actually that's true.
I mean, what a weird relation. I mean, he was the biggest film star of the 20th century.
Well,
at
Miney
some
Bartle
point.
was really close to them. I don't know if you know Miney, but he was just a great guy, and he was one of Fred's classmates, and he had always said we should do something, and so I said, well, give me your number. So I called her up, and she said, yeah, I think we'd come out for that.
And so what? They came out for the 150, the 150th
No,
Beaver Dam celebration.
no, it was just what we called the Fred McMurray weekend.
Oh, okay, all right.
And we showed a double feature of Double Indemnity and Murder, He Says. And then
Where he was the villain,
right.
rarely playing the villain.
Yeah,
as I recall.
only 4 times did he play a villain. But I mean, he was the only major star that would do that. In fact, when they offered it to George Raft, and he read the script, and he went to Billy Wilder, and he said, but Billy, when do I take out the badge and show him that I'm really a good cop? And then Billy said, thanks, George. We'll see if we'll find someone else.
So what was, so you met Fred? And,
No, I never met Fred.
okay, June.
He came, but he did. I mean, he came back to Beaver Dam all the time. I mean, he was here probably, I'd say 6 or 7 times that I know of, because supposedly he would sneak in sometimes without.
Because he was good friends with the McKinstry.
Oh, yeah,
John
yeah.
B? Would it be John B. McKinstry
Yeah.
that he was friends with?
No, John B. is our
His
John.
son, right.
Yeah. John,
His dad.
Randall McKinstry.
Randall McKinstry.
William Randall McKinstry.
Sure.
Is his father.
What an interesting connection to Beaver Dam. So this all started because we were talking about the movie that you were showing, right? Did we
Oh,
mention
yeah,
the
yeah.
date for
I
that?
think, I don't know. I think it's July 18th.
Okay.
We'll have posters and stuff out. but-
Yeah, sure. We'll have you have community comment and stuff.
Yep.
So here we are. We're approaching the 3 o'clock hour, 2:42 in the AM at the Historical Society Museum.
It's still going strong.
Oh, there's pictures of Hattie and right there. Right,
Where?
right here.
Should we pan the
Yeah,
camera?
probably got a camera on this, right? Oh, I don't know. Can we get this? I don't know. Maybe.
Oh, I'm sure we can spin the camera that way.
Mary, and this is Hattie.
Can you zoom in?
So this is. Oh, that's Hattie right there.
Yeah.
Yeah. Not too bad.
And
She's a cute girl.
And this was built for the 50th anniversary of Beaver Dam, 1891.
Bill. What was Bill?
The Williams Street Library. That's what this is opening day, and it was in conjunction with the 50th anniversary.
It's so interesting to see nothing around
Yeah.
the library here, and then you see.
And look, it's all kind of flat too.
Oh.
They built that up later. It
Right.
didn't have that
Kind of the slope to the lawn over there. This is Hattie, huh? I don't know, can you see Hattie from over
Yes.
there?
Yep. And this is Mary here.
I mean, not common necessarily in that era to have a lot of pictures anyway.
So this is your tower right here.
Well, that looks like it doesn't have windows like it would always be
Oh,
open
it does. Oh, they put windows in there.
eventually, because they were probably getting all sorts of birds.
They used to put like bunting and stuff like that.
Oh,
especially
right.
in cages. For that.
Right, but again, it was just for look. I mean, there was no functionality to it.
I guess it was just the style of the architect. And the architect was from Milwaukee. And he was about as tall as I am. And he weighed like 400 pounds. Yeah. So we had to make it sturdy just to get in.
Man, he's a big guy. All right, so now is the time. If the ghosts are going to come out, we really need something to happen.
It would be great if it happened now, because then the guy who's never experienced it.
Right, we have our historian here to document it.
Yeah, come on.
Oh, come on, ghosts. Let's do this. So Hattie's room is interesting. I don't know, what we need to do mobile in here?
Yes, we would.
I mean, this is actually, this is a pretty decent sized room for, for your living quarters, I suppose. Sure. This would have, so we got baseboard heat in here. What would they have been doing? A fireplace, yeah, as I look in front of the fireplace, duh.
But I think they pretty much have an oil boiler here almost.
And the Historical Society never had any interest in lining the chimneys then and making them functional. They obviously opted for, or the library opted presumably over the years for.
And this is all of Mary Swan's furniture in here.
And the Swan connection, for those not familiar with it, George Swan was involved with the building of the
That
Swan
guy right
Bar.
there. Right. He took his cow down to the field where Johnson Park is right now. And he saw, bubbling up, the spring bubbling up. And he decided, he had known about what was called the Waukesha Springs, which was a very twiggy spot. Kind of like the one that was like for Kellogg, like in Michigan. And he had the water tested. And see that supposed to be purer than the water that was at Waukesha. So that's when he bought the property from Ackerman, who was another, Ackerman also the city was actually split up among, like seven residents when it first started. And Ackerman was one of them, Longville, Mackey.
Was it Grubville back then?
No, it was never Grubville. Well, what happened was Watertown was established first. And then I believe Fox Lake. And then maybe Horton. And then Beaver Dam came. And Beaver Dam just, Beaver Dam just like exploded. And Beaver Dam, and it was just such the place to be. And it comes just like exploded. So all of these other, just such a communities, the place to kind of, so, and they started calling it Grubville. So that's how they started.
It's kind of a slang.
And they started calling it Grubville. So that's how they grew up.
It's kind of a slang.
Because it was also called Beaver Dam, because when Mackey came down, because it was also called Beaver Dam, it came down, which was called, when Mackey came down, and they came down, it was called Beaver Dam. So they followed that down and got to right where DCHS is. And we followed that down and got to, and that was the spring, because there's a spring that comes all the way down from that area. And actually goes down to the spring. And it's still there, all the way down that start area. And it goes underneath the spring there. And it's still there. Anyway, that's where the that spring. It's not a beaver. But anyway, that's where the beaver. But that's not how it's.
So industry drove out the beavers, not beavers anymore.
No. That's how it got.
So industry drove out, but there were actual beavers at one point.
Yeah.
On Beaver Dam. But there were actual beavers. The river was dammed before industry on Beaver Dam.
Exactly. Right. For the
river was dammed.
Initially, well, whenever you start a town, when you build houses, you always build like log cabins. Whenever you start a town, as the town, when you build houses, and you want to get nice, you always build like log cabins, you want to stay the town. So the first, because you want to get nice. So it was dammed up, right by where it's cotton. So the first, that they would put in it was dammed up along, right by where the cotton. That was the first, so that they could put in a cotton mill sheet back and lumber. That was really their first site of cotton. Yeah, it was, well, TV for one of the so it would have been, yeah, it's like 1841. So it would have been, it's like, yeah, it happened pretty quickly. I would say,
what was the name?
Yeah, it happened pretty quickly. Well, interesting, you talk about Swan, is that was considered, well, interesting, a very sacred place is for Native. That was considered, and as late as very sacred the 1900s, Indians once a year, and as late as reservation, the 1900s, they walked down, Indians once a year to come off the reservation. They walk down.
So there's still a presence in here.
Yeah, I mean, the big presence, obviously never really had tribes. So the big presence, yeah, it's actually the big presence over by Fox Lake. The big presence, it was actually, there was one time, Fox Lake, there was this huge, and when what happened was, there was one time, there was Native Americans, huge, and what happened was, they had purchased a horse, Native American, and from a local, they had purchased a horse, and this was like over, and it was in the from a local resident, and this was, and there was some kind of dispute, but I mean, nothing really happened, but somebody saw, and there was some kind of Indian in this, but nothing really happened, but arguably, somebody saw him running his Indian in this. And said, you Indians are arguing. And now that immediately was, and said, the Indians are up, went to Milwaukee. And like that whole brigade from Milwaukee came out here, looking for this massive Milwaukee. And like this whole brigade from Milwaukee came out here, looking for this massacre.
Now this was had to do a little ladder. Now this was had to do a little ladder.
So, I mean, if you want to go on to the Swan, so then he bought the property from Avenue. Decided if you want to go on to the Swan, so then he bought the property from Avenue. Well, decided, yeah, I mean, people were from as far away as South America and, yeah, I mean, people were from as far away as South America.
And it just makes me wonder, like, is this word of mouth? What is this beautiful? Like, what is it that just means, how is the message of Beaver Dam getting to South America?
Well, Swan was really good.
What is it that, how is the message of Beaver Dam getting?
He made his money, well, Swan was really good at creating, I mean, he made his money women's pillows, creating,
Sugar pills.
women's pillows. No,
Pack of morphine then, or something, I'm sure. Sugar, okay.
No,
Were they
but-
pack of pills?
No, they
Packed with morphine then, or something, I'm
after
sure.
that time.
Okay. Were they
But,
packed of pills?
no, he had, like, 1,000 representatives across the board. So, and, he had, like, 1,000 representatives across the board. So, but there should be, where he actually had them, I'm sorry. There should be one of his cards here. I'm sorry. There should be one here that his office and laboratories were here, Beaver Dam. See, it says here that his office and laboratories were here, Beaver Dam, but. But there was actually a card. They had, but there was actually, we were talking about, there was actually giving his pills. And that's where he made his money. Not as a regular doctor. He was a doctor. And that's where he made his money. Just down there, not as a regular doctor. He was a doctor. He had all
That's called it at the current starting law, is on the lower level, and then not just the second floor, but the third floor.
Yes.
Bergen
Well,
law is on the lower level, and then not just the second floor.
And the data citizen, well, the county citizen, was on the second floor. And the data citizen, yeah, it was Dodge, Dodge County citizen, the data citizen.
It was the Advocates
Yeah.
first, or was that different?
That was Argus.
The Argus. I call the Advocates first.
No, actually, it was one before that. But Argus.
Argus. I called it the Advocates. Okay.
No, actually, there was one before that. And the Argus, but it didn't last very long. The Argus and the county one were weeklies. And the Argus and the Argus and the county one.
Did you say this room was under your supervision when you were president?
Yeah, this was all.
Did you say this room was under your supervision?
That little address on that down. Yeah.
Oh, did you really? Like, oh,
But that's the little,
oh, did you really? Like hotels, all right?
yeah, but that's little,
Doctor.
yeah. Is it George? Yeah, and that's George Swan's boy. That's the office headquarters. And that's a. That's the office headquarters.
So he would have been born in the early 1800s then?
It says at the age of 10, so 1878. 1934.
Band shell didn't come around until what, the 40s or 50s?
1934.
Oh.
The
It's
pictures.
different than this now.
Yeah, it was so wonderful.
Just a band shell.
There's pictures that actually have been.
It's not just a band shell.
There's a presentation of actually all slides inside that look like dancing water presentation.
Oh, I just saw that picture walking up the stairs, I think.
Dancing water. And there's content. Oh, I just heard that. Come on, we can just. Oh, please. This is a show. It was still ready.
Uh-oh. The wire area.
No, they painted it all down.
Yeah, I guess they had cleared all this out.
Yeah.
In the, during the COVID.
Yeah, I guess they had cleared all this out.
I guess everything got moved and then painted and moved back.
During the COVID period.
Milwaukee Journal.
I guess everything got
Full-
moved and then.
full-page article. Milwaukee Journal.
There are some photos if you want to read here, specifically about Swanson Park. Like when it was all lit up with fireworks.
There's this one. Yeah. But
Oh, right, yeah.
it was, it went much higher.
Oh, right, yeah.
It was right in front of the page.
It went much. Yeah, yeah, oh, it was really a cool thing, and they're trying to bring it back. That's one of the so-called. Yeah, it was really a cool thing, yeah, and they're trying to bring it back. That's one of the so-called improvements.
So the water was in front of the band shop?
Yeah, there was like a trough. And then there were floodlights. It was like a trough. All along, and then there was a glass. And then there was like holes of the water. And then there was a glass. And then there were pipings. That some like holes. But the guy who made it was Orrin Hoffenberg. He was from Monarch. He was a genius. And he was from Monarch. So if you go around to the back of the band shell, you'll see a door. And if you go in that door, that's where you had all the controls for this water. And it looked like all the controls, like Frankenstein's, laboratory. And the problem was that he never told anybody how it worked. So when he died, it basically went away with it. Yeah. So when he died,
Have a ninja in their area that could have figured that out.
and it just got old. I mean, when I was a kid, it was still going.
And it looked as magnificent as
It
it
was.
was those pictures.
I mean, when I was a kid.
And did it get used?
Yeah, I mean, they used to have a concert every Wednesday, and it was every Wednesday. Yeah, I mean, they used to have. And you know, now you just keep yourself that you didn't go on Wednesday. But they used to have Indian night, where they brought in Native Americans. But they used to have from Indian night, like where they brought in the Bear Brook area, the Wisconsin Dells area, to perform. I don't know what they had. The Fishers of the area, the Wisconsin Dells area. And they had circus night where they brought from the Circus World Museum. They would come in and they would act in circus night.
So it wasn't necessarily just music?
Yeah, it was mainly music, but those were two of the big nights. I mean, that place was just packed. I mean, they got, 10 to 14,000 people in that park on some of those nights. They got 10 to 14,000 people.
That's crazy to think about.
I know it is, isn't it? I mean, it was kind of, they don't have.
I mean, I guess the current seating has to hold at least.
I mean, that was the seating then.
Well, that was the seating.
Oh, look, here. Come down and take a look at this. This is, look, this was Indian night, I believe. Come down and take a look at this. No, this is circus night. And look, there's not a space empty there. No, this is circus night. Oh, not without people. There's not
just a crowd.
Yeah, here's like they're like doing like, not without people.
That's just a crowd.
Yeah, here's like they're like doing like. And this was Monkey Island. They had a Monkey Island there.
But actual monkeys.
Yes. And this was, and one time the monkey escaped. Had a Monkey Island. And actual monkeys. Yes. So that was the end of Monkey Island. I didn't know there was. One time the monkey escaped. And did a kid night right here at the end of Monkey Island.
So there was an escaped monkey on Monkey Island in Beaver Dam, and we don't talk about this all the time.
So there was an escaped monkey on Monkey Island in Beaver Dam, and we don't talk about this all the time. I mean, I feel like this should be. Outbreak started, right?
And this was the hotel right here.
Bitten a kid.
And this was like the spa nurses station right here.
Well, you know, what's interesting, when I first looked, what's on the right?
Spa nurses.
Right here, this is the hotel.
And when I saw that,
What's interesting,
I thought
when I first, what's on the right there?
Yeah.
When I saw that,
Well,
this
this
is
is,
on the pavilion.
this is the original pavilion here.
That's still there.
Yeah.
The pavilion.
Yeah, it
Is
is.
it the pavilion?
When I was a kid,
Well, it's still there.
they had this all,
Yeah, and they,
when I was a kid, and it was a place where you could buy like
they had this
popcorn
all
and whatever. See, this used to be a swimming pool.
kind of like boxed up, and
Very,
there was a place where you could buy like popcorn and.
Right.
See, this used to be a swimming pool.
Yeah, yeah. But, well, they taught
Here's-
swimming lessons there.
Did you ever go into it?
Oh, yeah. Sure. Just a big mud. Oh, no, it was cement. It was. Did you ever go into it? It was like the, that was the other. Just a big mud. Oh, yeah.
It was like.
Yeah.
They would drain it periodically and refill it so that it had fresh water.
And in the winter time,
Drain it periodically and refill it.
you would go ice skating there. And so, you know, the bridges are still there, right? So what you would do is you'd get up to big steep,
You know, the bridge.
and you go run it through. And then
So what you would do is.
you go through to the other side to get to steep. And a lot of times people didn't make it.
That's how the monkey got loose.
Limbo.
And a lot of times.
And of course, it was for many years.
That's how the monkey got loose.
It was used as a park for tourists. You could actually camp
As a,
but they had to stop that during the Depression because there were so many people.
you could actually,
Yeah.
but they had to stop that during the Depression because they had so many people.
Oh, here's the,
Yeah.
there's the swimming pool. The wading pool.
So they stand in there, and they come up to their knees.
The wading pool.
One place to splash right in the summer,
So they stand in there, it doesn't even come up to their knees. Some places splash right in the summer.
Yeah, it does look, the Swan Hotel looks a lot like it could have been the same architect that put together the.
Yeah, the Columbus Pavilion.
It is called the Columbus Pavilion. That's kind of a contradictory term. Pavilion, I mean, isn't a pavilion meant to be more of a open space?
Right. I mean, it is open, I mean, isn't it the balconies all the way around? So it's kind of like
So,
space.
and this was the entrance,
I mean,
this
it's
would have
open on the
been,
inside, it's got the balcony.
Mill Street University,
And
looking down, and
this would have been.
you know how they used to make these photos? And it's the same way that they used to make that maps that
And it's the same way
bird's eye
that they used
view.
to make those.
He actually had a balloon,
Those,
and they would send the balloon up with the guy in it.
called the bird's eye.
And for that,
Actually,
you could
had a
sketch
balloon.
what you
Send the
saw.
balloon up with the guy in it.
That
And
being
for
the
that,
map.
you
map.
had to sketch. What
It's
it
called
was
the bird's
from.
eye view.
So it was,
That being the
oh,
map.
so it wasn't really a camera, it was a.
This one was a camera, this one was a camera.
So those.
And this would have been taken like.
This one was a camera.
So that's the hotel? This one?
Yeah, the hotel.
And this would have been taken like, that's Mill Street.
So that's the hotel? This
Yeah, the hotel and then the.
Residential Brooklyn area, wasn't it?
No, in fact, when it just started, they had to tear down about 3 or 4 houses. Right
No,
there.
in fact, when it just started, they had to tear down about 3 or 4.
If memory serves, that was all like farmland and marsh, right?
Well, yeah, it was grazing land.
Right.
I mean, that
Because
was.
Ackerman's house was like right there, it's still there.
Grazing
Ackerman's
land.
house is like one of the oldest houses.
I mean, that
It's
was.
the one that
Because
outside
Ackerman's
on
house
the corner of
right there.
University.
It's still there. Ackerman's house is like one of the oldest houses.
It's at one of those columns right there.
On the corner of University. It's at one of
So
those
it's
columns.
right there near the hospital.
No. Swan City Park, and then Mill. Mill, and then it goes east-south, and then it goes Webster, and then there's the hospital.
Right.
And then the mill
I
was.
can't picture the house, but it doesn't have quite the same, I guess, recognition as the Swan House
It
does.
doesn't have quite.
Right.
the
Right.
same-
Is it surprising to you that the Swan House is like the most popular house in the... Our EMF detectors
Well,
on.
I think it was,
It's been there for a while.
I think it was popular for two reasons. One is, it's like that Queen Anne, I mean, it's got that beautiful, and the other reason was it was always yellow. I think that just kind of struck out. You know, Mary Swan kept that thing almost original. You know, there was a ballroom in the upper floor.
Is that still there as far as you know?
I don't know what the new owners had done with it, but it was there when she was still there. Because I went up there and looked at it, and it was amazing.
It was a ballroom. It was
Yeah,
a
I mean,
place where-
it's pretty small. I mean, it's probably it was only about as big as like this. But it was in kind of like the turret area, and it was really cool.
Interesting.
And Mary only lived like on the first floor, so there were quite a few, you know, bedrooms and everything else.
Yeah.
And of course, you know, everybody who lived in that house was either named George or Mary. Everybody. I mean,
Carrying on
the
legacy of
the original
family.
George married a Mary. The son was Mary. The daughter was Mary.
The son was Mary?
I mean, the son was
George.
George. The daughter was Mary. So they just kept going and going with George and Mary.
Yeah, that'll happen. You get names confused at 3 o'clock in the morning. We've now been here for what? Over 5 hours.
Yeah.
Only 3 more to go. I think I need some water.
Yeah, I could use them too.
You want some water? I can get you some water. Or would you like a carbonated beverage?
No, I'll just get the water.
Listeners entertained.
Well, what else do you want to know?
That's all I feel.
I mean, there's a picture of Pig Collie down here if you want to look at it.
Is there?
This is Pig right here. Here's the Mark in Pittsburgh.
Interesting. Pittsburgh.
Yeah.
So that'd be the Phillies? Oh.
I don't think it was called the Pittsburgh Pirates, and I think it was called something else.
Pirates.
Let's see what it says here.
I thought I had a,
Oh, no, it wasn't Pirates.
was it Pirates?
Yeah. And then for New York, I don't know what the heck it was called. Giants, the New York Giants. Yeah.
And, I remember our family in the 30s or 40s played, I think it was for Philadelphia. Might have been Pittsburgh.
Here's a picture of them.
Oh, that one's a lot easier to see. It's not as huge as I expected it to be. I mean, it's a big structure for Beaver Dam.
Yeah, and like the first floor was really like a ballroom too. And they used to, I mean, the main events of the city were either held at the concert hall or there.
First floor or this subfloor?
I think it's the first floor.
And then what, you would just have rooms up here? Interesting. Is there any truth to, what, statements by some that the stone gate surrounding the Swan Park playground there was the foundation for the old hotel? Some people had suggested that at a meeting. I think others had shot at that.
No, because those stones were brought in 1915. But these porches, when it was torn down, the porches were used to build the houses on Mill Street, over by where the old metal fab was. So you can actually go over there and see these porches over there.
Really? Okay.
Yep.
Wow, reused everything, huh? It's pretty interesting to know recycling was, I guess, kind of needed. at that
Don't
time.
waste, yeah.
Want some pizza?
No, I'm not really in a hurry.
Yeah, I'm not either. I haven't really eaten much today. This is a hell of an interesting place. I guess these lights just went out this morning. We'll keep it down for.
Hey, what? This is what I wanted to show you over here.
No, I don't think so. Yeah, maybe this one is. I don't have, do you want this on camera?
No.
this the original desk when it was?
Yeah, I was over here.
As seen in the movie The Pit? Oh, the EMF detector's going on. Oh. Well, that's unexpected.
The batteries are low. Well, I came out and I decided to set up the flashlight, but what's weird is these read on different scales. So right now this is reading at just under 2.5 milligauss. This one's reading, I believe, yeah, it's reading into like 3. So, I mean, they're both reading about the same level, but this is what they would have considered when they were looking at it as being kind of a high number. But what's weird is, ooh, it's the books. But I'm wondering if maybe there's something.
With the horizontal of it?
That's interesting.
So I'm not sure if there's something off. I mean, it's reading essentially the same number as that one is, but maybe it reads better on its side. There's something about.
Huh.
So.
All right.
I decided to connect it up and see. I got it recording, but this hasn't jumped above 2. That's coaxial right there.
The guy who hung
Yep.
the Lincoln kind of conspirator. We all wanted a good hanging though back in the days, right? I mean, there were public executions. People came from miles around. There was no
They
TV.
sold snacks.
Right.
That's not morbid at all.
Oh.
I'll say it bumped up. Apparently it makes a
Answer me
vibration.
now! Answer me now!
Test 1, 2.
I had a friend that, it's an old house that's on Vida, right by Swan City Park. And he swore that place was haunted like crazy. I mean, he really. So they were actually moving out. And so one day, like a group of my high school friends, we all went in there and we sat on the floor and we held hands and then we went, ooh, And then somebody started crying, so we go, oh no.
Nothing happened. You're still alive.
Yeah.
But they've all died. So what camera are we?
This one currently. I've been swapping back and forth between all 3. At one point, did you guys close a door?
Nope.
Yeah, no, downstairs we did. I
Yeah,
think.
we opened.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, we looked into one of the storage rooms.
Was that right before coming?
Oh, yeah, yeah. right.
Okay.
Oh, okay. Yeah, not that door.
Was there a vibration or something, or?
No, I heard a door close and I was like, and it sounded like it was coming from, and I thought you guys were still upstairs.
No.
So,
No, we were downstairs.
Just downstairs for us.
Whew. That's Mackie right there. And that's Raoul over there. That's the guy that started it all. And that's the guy who's responsible for every industry basically that Beaver Dam had in the early 100s.
he's a handsome guy when bathed in red.
Doesn't look menacing at all.
Yeah. And that was his famous tiger seabird. See, and a guy came after him, and his name was Rasmussen, and kind of took over his plant. And so he had these. He wanted to build a tiger, a beet cedar. So he built like tons of them. But I guess the place that they do beets somewhere is like South Dakota or North Dakota or something like that. So he made them, shipped them all out there, and the ground was so hard out there that as soon as they tried to put it into the ground, it broke.
Oh, jeez.
And it just, the place just went out of business.
A beet cedar. What'd you say about a tiger or something?
Well, the tiger cedar was Raoul's big,
Who grows tigers? Oh, the tiger terrestrial.
that, I mean, he shipped all over the country into Canada.
Back when all farm implements looked like they could kill you.
Right.
They had fun names like Thrasher and Namer. Checking to make sure you're on video.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out which image is active.
Whew.
Boy, the thing about all-nighters is they just go all night.
They definitely do.
God, you're not used to this, are you?
No, this is just a normal Thursday into Friday for you, huh?
Yeah, it really is.
When do you sleep, Roger?
I sleep maybe like a couple hours in the morning, and I might take like an hour in the afternoon.
Wow.
Whew. Trying to, I wonder if,
Did the artificial hand move?
no, see if I can find that. This is all George Swan stuff in here. See if I can find that ad.
Wait, so George Swan lost his arm?
What?
You said this is all George Swan stuff and there's a prosthetic arm.
Oh, yeah, he may have built it.
Hmm.
He had like, something like 50 patents.
Hmm.
He was an inventor.
I think Patrick was saying that particular arm belonged to a guy who studied for electrical work here locally and almost died, fell on a power wire and almost died. They thought he died. He didn't.
Then he did for a little bit.
And then he moved away to work in the electrical industry. And there was a dam or something he was helping to work with, and he fell and hit another high-powered wire. And that time, he lost his arm. And so he had the prosthetic after the fact.
Lucky guy. Should have quit while he was ahead.
Right?
And I can't remember what the, maybe it's upstairs yet, I'll be right back. But, somebody here in Beaver Dam, came up with a coupler, a railroad coupler. And it was the first coupler that didn't require somebody to manually go in and do it, you know, kind of, you know. So it saved like, you know, hundreds, thousands of lives. That's up here.
Railroad couple.
Yeah.
For the panhandle. It's all Native American stuff up there.
Is it?
Yep.
Yeah, it used to be up here. Ooh, that does not look good. That's real good.
I thought to ask, I wonder, because obviously, back in the day, they didn't have the HVAC systems we have today, so this must have been added later.
What is that? A duct?
This is the duct.
Oh,
I'm guessing
yeah.
the original archway, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
They didn't have some sort of chimney way for this.
I never realized that this was a duct.
It's fairly well hidden. Apparently the filter goes here.
I would say so. Either that or they're really a big fan of the band that made the filter.
You're lucky. I like the judge. Much.
Filter shouldn't have any fans, is that what you're...
I mean,
I don't know. I don't know if I even know what genre they are.
this is coming from a guy who was in a lit cover band, like lit needed a cover band.
You were? Playing, singing?
Backup singing. I was
Backup singing.
Well,
I don't know if that's kind of like rhythm guitar. I don't know if that's an actual...
Well, the lead singer didn't like two of the songs. I figured it'd be around here. for whatever reason, and so he refused to sing them, but the rest of the band liked them. We wanted to be included in the catalog, and so those were the two I got to sing, and then I got to do the secondary vocals on all the other songs.
Wow.
Yeah, and then somebody in the band had the wild idea that they were going to make it big as a lit cover band, and they all went, yeah, let's do it, let's quit our jobs and do this full time. And I was in college at the time, so I was not gonna quit college to do a full-time lit cover band, like,
As a backup vocalist.
right, so I'm gonna say no.
Yeah, it was,
And I don't think they thought it was a huge loss, because,
They just dropped those two songs from the set.
right.
No, they just sent it to her. And then there was a,
The architecture of this building is absolutely amazing.
It is.
Ziegler, yeah, that was a famous beer.
Was it any good?
Yeah. 520.
Which I have to imagine.
Yeah, they should go to the
But this is all after the fact as well, I think.
What's that?
The
Well, I'm
whole second half.
pretty positive, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, that there wasn't a air duct as part of the original.
No,
Right.
this,
And
that
this
was
is all
built in
added as
later.
well. Yeah. The architecture doesn't quite match.
There are pictures, where are pictures of the Williams Free Library?
So this was built when it was a library, though, the
Yes,
addition?
yes.
It was just added on.
Yeah. And here, there were just stacks of books. Right there.
Yeah, because that's really a loft is what that is. You'd have to wonder why they would put windows where they did.
Where do they have the Williams Free Library? See it?
You asking me?
Yeah.
Or are you trying to talk to Addie?
Yeah, here.
Nice speaker.
Here, it's not there in this picture. The second floor.
Oh, yeah. And there's the,
And there's the
air duct.
Yeah, right. That's the air conditioning.
Yeah, so they added that after the fact. It's interesting that they were able to curve it and match it,
See,
so.
and here it is right there.
Malleable, maybe,
And that was the children's library right there upstairs.
oh, so there it is with it.
Yeah.
And with the addition, you can see, even though it doesn't even, you can see, yeah, you can see that crack at the top. You see it there too. Huh. So would, yeah, would Monarch Malleable have,
No.
have made a duct?
I don't think so. Probably not that would have been.
That's it, it's a little modern.
I worked at both places. I worked at Monarch and Metal Fab.
Really?
Yeah.
Monarch closed what year?
Like, I worked there in 76. And I think they closed like 3 years later.
Oh, okay.
Or maybe it was 82 that they closed.
All right.
You gotta get to the station.
Yeah, I guess I get to see what Rick is doing at 3:30 in the morning when he gets to work.
Brace yourself.
I know. May make a pit stop at home.
We're live, so I'm not gonna make any jokes, but I imagine whatever it is, it's small time.
Wow.
Did you guys bring in all of this equipment?
Yes.
Not the TV, but we have 3 cameras, 1 mobile camera, 4 microphones. It's not really a lot. Mixing board. And then the Comrex. If you want to get the Comrex set up while I'm,
Yeah.
and then you'll have to figure out how to, where do we want to set that up now?
So Kurt is coming in at what, 6 you said?
Yeah, he's coming in sometime for the morning show. We don't really have a solid
How
time.
long
that
are you
we-
staying here?
We're gonna do a few breaks on the morning show.
Probably set it up here,
Probably
and then
try to We'll probably break down after we talk to Kurt, but we definitely have breaks lined up in the 6 o'clock hour, 7 o'clock hour. And we'll see, you know, I mean, the 8 o'clock hour, maybe so, maybe not. Maybe we'll start breaking down by that point, so that.
I mean, the sun will definitely been up for a little bit by then.
Right, right.
I'm the one that put in this church steeple too.
Is that what that is?
Yeah.
Is that,
That's this church steeple right here.
which church is it from? Oh, is that the one that's community?
First
care?
Luther,
The one on,
the one on Center Street, that used to be there.
the one in the same?
Yep, that's the exact same one, right there.
Oh, and that's the steeple?
Yeah.
Oh.
They made it into
It's
TP
up
up there.
right?
Yeah.
I don't think I put that together until you pointed that out. Huh.
Oh, that was sheet metal too then. And painted?
No, well, yeah, we painted it. It was white,
Right.
I think, when we, but yeah, we cut it off. Should have seen us trying to get that thing over the top of the,
Oh, I bet. I mean, it's easier than the stairs, I'm sure.
we had ladders here, and, you know, 3 guys down here, 2 guys up there.
I imagine it's not incredibly light.
When I redid this. It's a stereoscope.
Oh, one of the first movie computers, right?
Well, a postcard is kind of that give you 3D.
Said you probably, I can get us some light here right now if you want. One of these. Hey.
There's one right there, if you want to see there.
Oh, they're offered from viewing from both sides.
Yeah.
Okay.
There's not one on this one.
Oh, gotcha.
There could be, but, yeah, we put this one in.
Rewarding company.
We used to have Wisconsin stuff.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
So what am I supposed to be seeing in 3D?
Yeah.
Well, don't close it.
Oh, if you close it, you don't
Keep
see
your
it.
light.
Not seeing it?
I'm seeing it.
Are you one of those people that, when they had those crazy pictures that you had to look?
I was never able to see them. I would just mention that earlier.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not seeing it great. Let's try this one. Oh, that one works better. Yeah, that one I get. I don't know what it was about that other one. Huh. Yeah, that is interesting.
And so then internally it would work like a Rolodex, right? Like you could turn this.
Yeah, I mean, it just goes, yeah. Yeah.
Huh.
Now, I think I've seen some of these where.
Well, I mean, there's like this kind.
Right. Yeah. But I also think I've seen some like this where they would have like polished like brass or copper in the lid to reflect the light.
Just kind of refinish this one too. I wonder how it's so good.
Sounds kind of ragtimey. Huh. Yeah, making music was never so hard.
It's got to be.
Yeah, but gave you that motion. Good, get ready. Strengthen those wrists.
Strengthen those wrists. Ah, this
should watch what I say.
It's just a live video stream.
And see, you know, I'm kind of looking at that going, you know, if you attach a power drill to it, you could really crank up that tempo. And this one, no, not anymore.
Thinking I see red orbs because of Thomas's
Oh, sorry.
headlamp.
Are you getting a connection house?
I think so. Oh, we're kind of far. Oh, are we hardwired to?
We're hardwired to the cradle point right now.
Because we definitely had a hard issue when we tried to run the Comrex in here that one time.
Right.
Had to get it real close to the window. Still says offline though. Or does that say online? It says offline. So if we could find the Wi-Fi, we could just run a wire out of it, right? Or find the router, I mean.
If we can find
In
it.
theory.
I think it's just on the other side of.
That would make sense. Otherwise, we're probably gonna have to get it close to the window.
Oh, here it is. I bet you. Your connection timed out. It says switchboard offline.
SD card, like that middle part of the card that was falling apart and I couldn't put it back in the socket.
What?
Honestly?
You know, like popping out that little card in
Yeah.
the back? There's that little part in the middle, and it just,
Oh, this thing.
yeah, I can't put that back in.
It's so weird.
And that part ends up falling off.
Yeah, that's actual SIM. I think that's because it was going to the back.
Was that Stairway to Heaven?
You know, that's funny, but I was just thinking about this the other day.
That box?
No, about Stairway to Heaven. When we were kids in high school,
We were picking up
we
a
used
cigarette.
to party like every weekend. You know how kids are. But there was, we would always stop at 12 o'clock on Saturday night.
And play Stairway to
No,
Heaven?
because there was a radio station that you could only get like at nighttime. It was one of those AM ones that just traveled. That you could get from I think it was Arkansas. And they would play Stairway to Heaven at Saturday night.
Saturday night at midnight. Let's see what. Oh!
Ambulance?
Is that an ambulance or a fire truck?
Ambulance.
Ambulance and a small fire truck?
No, I think two ambulances or something.
Second one, we got a pickup truck.
Could be a grass fire truck.
Oh, 4 o'clock. I'm gonna head over there.
For 10 years.
Really?
Yep.
Hey, you're paid on call, right?
Yep.
Yeah, those ranks are dwindling in here. What is that? Did you get it?
I think so.
Yeah, signal dropped away on us. I forget.
Still says offline. All right. I'm jetting. I'll be back.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna go too, guys.
Motorcycle?
Thank you, Roger. Yes, Roger. It's been interesting.
Definitely learned a
I
lot.
try.
You more than succeed.
Give it a minute, see if it keeps bars. Oops, says we are currently connected. And I see a green star on WBEV WXRO studio.
Nice.
So I think that's the one we connect to, right?
Yep. They still have to switch it back and forth.
So they switch it there?
Between calls, yeah, depending on which station we go on.
But it says we are connected.
Sweet.
Perfect. Yeah, when you guys were upstairs, I kept switching between the cameras, and I'm going to attribute it to the fact that I was watching the video feed. But you ever notice how, like, if you stare at something for long enough, you're pretty sure you see stuff move?
Yeah.
So I switch between cameras and I just watch. And whether it be Warnwell's camera, which is a little bit older, and so you get a little bit of artifacting in the image. So I'd be like, was that movement or am I crazy? And then I'd switch to this camera, which was pointing in this direction. And because of so much glass, it's like, am I seeing a reflection? Am I seeing a reflection of a reflection? Am I seeing from something passing by out there?
Yeah.
So it's kind of hard to tell. And then switching up to the top where we have the infrared going. It was one of those things where I kept looking at like shadowy corners, like I see something move, the shadow moved, this moved. And you know, I'm pretty like 98% positive it's all just my mind playing tricks on me as I'm watching the same screen.
Yeah.
But it's easy to imagine how in a place so full of so many unrecognizable objects,
Yeah.
that you could see things that aren't necessarily there.
And your mind's going to draw to whatever image it can
Right.
use to comprehend if that's a monster you saw or
Exactly. It's
a
gonna
human figure, which makes the most sense to the mind.
exactly making those connections. But I found myself thinking about what we were talking about upstairs when we were discussing the effigy mounds and the Native American histories and the stories and legends that all revolve around things like Bigfoot and the Wendigo and all of that. And I remember reading a book by an anthropologist, I'm trying to remember their name, but they talked about how a lot of the animal legends are born out of essentially needing to explain tragedy.
Yeah.
So, for instance, if you happen to lose a kid to a wolf or a coyote, Much like how we nowadays have to sometimes exaggerate tragedy to make it feel like it was out of our control. They might do similar things where instead of it being, something where, it was a normal wolf doing normal wolf things and you got attacked and, your child got killed or your spouse or parent or whatever, it was always a larger than life wolf. It was always a bigger creature, and the stories
behind it.
right. The stories would then grow and expand, and the legends would get bigger along with it. Which, I mean, to this day, we as humans still do. Everything from the common fish story to, that's why eyewitness reports are not always the most reliable in court. It's because people will always, add their personal flavor to whatever the conversation is.
Yeah. We're always just kind of, the mundane just isn't enough for us.
Right. Well, and
This
that,
death can't be that simple. My life story can't be this meaningless.
right. I can't be a footnote in what's going on.
Yeah.
And, juxtapose that with the fact that we are staying in a place where there's documented history all around us and in very mundane objects, but they're being, put on display in very non-mundane ways. I mean, I saw a thing on one of the desks in there for Beaver Dam brand toothpicks. And I think, okay, I use toothpicks every day, and I never once would have thought about where they came from, like what city or whatever. Never would have thought that, there'd be a branded toothpick of the city I live in or work in, and that would be a thing I'd be proud of. It's a very mundane item, and yet it's something that's here to be on display.
It has significance.
Right.
Simply because it comes from the city.
But it's something that is documented, so you can't really blow that out of proportion.
Yeah.
Because you've got that physical item. Whereas, you go back far enough in human culture, and the only documentation was word of mouth, or cave paintings, or writings that may or may not have survived, or have been mistranslated. And I know they touched on it there, when it comes to histories for a lot of the Native people being kind of whitewashed and manipulated and changed.
It's one culture tries to interpret another, and usually boxing it in with its own cultural mores and rituals.
Right. That's how you get such a amalgamation, and how you can have 3, 4, or 5 different ancient cultures all celebrating the same holiday with a different twist and spin, or all finding the same sacred rites around the same, lunar cycles and whatever. But again, adding their own personal flavor to what that means.
I'm loving so I'm watching Injustice, and I'm loving the character of Vandal Savage, of that idea of being alive for like 50,000 years.
Mm-hmm.
Like one of the first humans traveling across the world and seeing all those cultures and being like an important figure of shaping that entire history, and all coming back to one guy, one immortal guy. Like I love that storytelling.
Well, and I mean, I'm going to go a little geeky here for people who are actually watching on the stream, but if you follow the story in the Marvel Universe of Apocalypse, he was the first mutant, and he was there Mesopotamia through the Egyptians, through everything, and he was always there. And like one of his main mutant powers is the ability to adapt and evolve himself to always be the best. And so kind of the same idea, but in a different realm, because one's kind of a good character in a way, and I mean, not really. I guess I should say he had a more beneficial
He kind of had a misguided view of what he thought would benefit human history, even if it meant sacrificing lives.
Right, but still in the sense of he did have more of a benefit than Apocalypse, who simply enslaved everybody.
Yeah.
So.
Vandal was the father of the city of Atlantis.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, do you want to do one more check upstairs together or anything? Or?
I mean, I was really hoping to do, like, we can let this run and just pick up ambient audio, but I was really hoping to take the recorder and one of the EVPs, or EMFs, and maybe try and do a session inside the schoolhouse.
It's a good idea.
I
I
think
was up
that'd be
there for
good.
about 20 minutes when you and Roger and Craig were talking.
Were you reading stuff?
Yeah, I was reading Edgar Allan Poe up there.
Interesting. See, I was like, I think
Yeah.
he's reading stories. I'm like, oh, I'm sure he's just reading name cards. I'm like, no. It feels like
And I
there's a
put a
little
ping
more.
pong ball at the table, and I had the recorder going for like the full 20-minute session. It was like, if you're here at all, just knock the ping pong ball off the table.
Right.
And I just kept reading.
And was that inside the school?
That was
area, or
right
was that
outside.
just right outside?
Yeah. It was more in the front of that space, like towards the window and whatnot.
Right.
But yeah. That
Perfect.
recorder.
And then they were getting different readings on theirs upstairs, so we bring theirs as well. So we're gonna have two that are kind of collaborating. And so we're just gonna kind of point this in the general direction of all the things. So if anything does happen,
So this is recorder session 740. Ninja and I are heading out to the second floor to the schoolhouse, which Roger built. Interesting. There's a little interesting story about the Green Giants. I guess a canning factory in Beaver Dam, they received like a pea. They go so far, a pea that was taller than all the others, and that was.
wow, it just blew on by. Yeah.
I might just sit in front of the Lincoln exhibit.
I'm gonna put the ping pong on the table here. And kind of establish a base point for it. Make sure it's on the camera. And it can be seen on camera.
William Cockshell, who was the executioner in more than the Lincoln assassination conspirators. There's a baseline. Middle of the activity. William Cockshell, are you here? Are you with us?
Okay, come on. That'd be done.
Missing. Are you one of the conspirators? You try assassinating one? Do you think Lincoln was one of the best presidents we ever had? 6 o'clock was around, and I feel like there's still a room going for that. Push it back a little. Are you someone else? Are you a different resident of this building? Why do you like this corner of the Historical Society? Oh, yeah, we did a full EVP session in the school and elementary stuff. So we'll have to go back and listen to that and see if we get anything. And Tom's doing one elementary stuff right now. And we have all our flashlights set up. Cool. You have anything you would like to say?
This is hard, isn't it?
I think their sensor is probably a little off, but hard to say. But we have the flashlight set up and the ball set up, so if anything wants to move these, it'll get picked up on camera. Join Thomas for his EVP session. And Jen and Kyra joining the EVP session. I imagine it had to weigh on one's mind to be one of the soldiers
pulled the lever to condemn several men to death. Does he have any regrets about it? The names of some of the conspirators: Dr. Samuel A. Mudd Sr., Mary Elizabeth Jenkins Surratt, George Andrew Hazeroff, Louis Thornton Payne, David Edgar Harold, Michael O'Loughlin, Edmund Spangler. I will name them to you. Dr. Hunt was pardoned by Johnson for his involvement. How does that make you feel? Their story is on display next to bust of Abraham Lincoln and an art image of Frederick Douglass, a black man. What are your feelings on that? Interestingly, displays that are next to each other. I mean, it makes sense to have William Oxford next to Lincoln. I mean, it makes sense to have Frederick Douglass next to Lincoln. And then you start to transition into, fishing lures and postcards and like because this is a pretty dark thing leading into, industry, having to do ice and use that in school, and then all the way to, branded DRAM products like the DRAM tip-up. And lawlessness to the left. It's going to be DRAM alcohol. Baseball game, bats versus leaves. Tom's would be opposite teams. We reviewed this phrase, so this is Maggie Warren, and how she was the first Wisconsin woman to win a national championship in speed skating in '37. And to read the phrase, she couldn't go for a chance at Olympic gold in 1940 due to an outbreak in World War II. And now, it's not the world, it's an outbreak of COVID. Yeah. I actually had, no idea the credit card was from the area until working at BDV and finding out about it. And then when I mentioned to my wife who was from the area, she immediately listed off several of his movies. Because growing up, her family was all about the classic cinema. Yeah. Back when things were considered a little more wholesome and family friendly. Yeah, exactly. Good story.
it doesn't look like the ping pong ball's moved at all. I guess we won't know until we watch back the video, but it looks to be in the same place.
So crazy people.
It amazes me that this was ever seen as a practical way to build a bike.
Is this really the first design of a bicycle?
I mean, constantly how uncomfortable had you been.
Bending over the handlebars.
How do you get on it? Oh, hey Mary, sorry I messed up. What's interesting is they had a mind to incorporate the suspension into the seat for comfort. And you can tell it was leather padded, although the leather is aged and cracked. So that was there. They had a mind for a braking system that's lever controlled and steering, but I mean, no chain, no gear system. You're literally on human power 100% with no assist whatsoever.
On dirt or gravel roads.
And I don't know if this is just for restoration purposes, but this tire looks like it's just laid into the track, probably forced into it. It's not an inflated tire, so no suspension to the bike itself. This intrigues me. The first car ever in Beaver Dam, 1902. And my house was built in 1901. But I guess no. I mean, if my memory serves me correctly, Ford didn't really do a lot to perfect the car. He more perfected the process
Of just putting it together.
Right, and assembling it quicker and cheaper and more efficiently than anybody else.
It's kind of funny to see that eliminated automobiles and airplanes both started with like bicycle shops.
Right? And I mean, you can definitely see, in the way the wheels are put together, in a lot of bicycle shops, especially when you deal with like the old wood wheel bicycles. A lot of the techniques they got were from the wagon wheels. And even the suspension on the car is very reminiscent of a wagon with the leaf springs as your suspension. Yeah, right. And I could be wrong with it. Are those essentially kerosene lamps for headlights?
Yeah. Two in front and one in back.
And interesting, there's side glass on it. So you have it visible from the front and the side, eliminating a little bit of both. And based on the fact that there's a post here, you could adjust it. So much like modern headlights can be adjusted a little bit for the positioning.
They didn't have anything like a prop, like the airplane, right? Like, there was nothing they had to get out, like, just.
A lot of it had crank starts, usually in the back. I mean, this here's just for comfort. This isn't a brake or anything. It's just a comfort piece for your foot. You're step in. And this one looks like it's, that's definitely your fuel tank there. Motor, mostly underneath. That's your exhaust. Oh, it did have a red lamp on the back. Oh, right here. So this would have been your start. Oh, that would have been okay. Which is interesting enough is on this side of the vehicle. Which maybe, I could be wrong, but I thought the driver had always been still on the left.
Yeah, that's a good question. They don't really. I guess in this portrait, the man is on the right of the vehicle.
Interesting. Well, this is an extras. I have them for steering purposes. Access to the engine. Oh, oh. There's actually a power switch under here. And you could use to complete the circuit. And crank the engine. And to kill the engine, you could disconnect the circuit, which would prevent spark. Huh. Imagine fuel economy that is not phenomenal.
Probably not. Well, I'm trying to find a gasket.
Right? Well, apparently that's what Blue Boy was.
That's a good spot.
It is a pretty good spot for one. Oh, it's perfect.
We talk about the Ghost Festival now.
Oh, yeah. Anything interesting happening on camera, child? No?
So when we get the Comrex set up, are we gonna have to disconnect the lights and put them in the Comrex zone?
I think he said we should be able to just go from the board into the comics.
Must be one other cable we're missing for that then.
I'm assuming Craig knows. I think he said it was in the back before
Yeah, I think that was his plan.
we had to go live.
Is-
It's definitely interesting getting to talk a little bit about UFOs, legends, and cryptids, and
The interconnectedness of it all does make a lot of sense. And the idea of Bigfoot being like, I guess, an interdimensional creature?
Yeah, sort of. Well, I know I recently watched a documentary about more modern footage of Bigfoot, because everybody always goes back to the early him walking through the kind of like marshy area and turning and looking at the camera and moving on. You know, the grainy, is it a man in a suit or is it actually Bigfoot kind of thing?
Yeah.
But I guess there has been more modern video, nothing necessarily that up close, but there was one, it was like two hikers in maybe it was the Himalayas or some mountain range, and they caught something that looked bipedal, human-ish, but larger, just walking up the opposite slope from them. And in the video, they're talking about how just absolutely fast it has to be moving to cover the ground that it's covering. As they were talking about how they had just covered a similar amount of ground, and maybe even it was the same ground earlier, and it took them, you know, half an hour, and this thing was doing it in minutes.
Explore the trail of a legend.
Looking up some of the,
looking up some of the stories. A lot of footprints, but even with snowshoes, that'd be hard going on top of the mountain.
right. I definitely think there are a lot of things out there that we haven't seen, or we haven't seen enough to explain. I mean, I mentioned, you know, the things we haven't seen in the deepest, darkest depths of the ocean, simply because we don't have the technology to go there.
Yeah. Still a lot of limitations to what we can do even on our own planet.
Very true. I know I was reading a paper talking about how to deal with the depths, because obviously everything you do with a human to try and send them down, anything you put them in has to be able to handle the pressure. And it has to be pressurized to the point where you don't cause any breathing issues or, you know, oxygenation of the blood, or anything like that, to the person that's in the vessel. So obviously the safest thing to do is some sort of drone type system or something else we can send down.
Mm-hmm.
But then the issue still comes with anything you send down still has to be able to withstand the immense pressures of being down there. And when people talk about things like, you know, if we go the opposite direction, talk about space flight, and if you look at classic science fiction like Star Wars, Star Trek, you know, anything that has like a small fighter, and you see the way those things move, TIE fighters are a great example.
Yeah.
You know, they're incredibly agile and they can turn on a dime and they're very fast. In space, if you were a human inside that vessel and it were to turn at that speed, you know, bank, accelerate, whatever at those speeds, your body would experience G's well beyond what you expect here on Earth. Just from the sudden change of direction. Because that G-force is caused not necessarily by a gravitational pull, but by the, you know, the momentum and force of your body moving in one direction suddenly being altered.
Yeah.
And a lot of scientists have said, well, the way to fix that issue is to, one, pressurize breathing for yourself, and then you fill the cockpit with a non-compressible liquid that essentially works as a shock absorber to absorb that G-force in the turn.
So you're submersed within the cockpit then?
Right.
Okay.
And so the thought process was, well, could we do something similar to that, but for pressure sustaining at depth? And the biggest issue is any electronics or anything we send down, components still have air pockets. They're still air cooled, a camera, even the camera on my cell phone is still contained inside a space where there is air. And as you talk about depth, World War II submarines would get down to their maximum depth, and you would hear about them straining a clothesline across from side to side in the submarine, and it's taut at the surface. And when they get to the maximum depth of the submarine, it's actually bowed down because the pressure has compressed the hull of the ship that much. And that's, at a pretty decent depth.
Yeah.
So if you were to take even the small amount of air in something like a standard camera, and even if you were able to waterproof the outside and send it in a compressed container filled with liquid, it would help, but you would still reach a depth where that would compress still and destroy your equipment. But now, there are companies that are making a essentially non-compressible liquid that isn't doesn't have the ability to carry electricity. It's not electrophile.
Yeah.
And so it can be used, like they've actually used them to make PCs that are water cooled, but they're water cooled in a way where there's no piping or whatever. The case is completely sealed, and they can pour this liquid in, and all your components are essentially swimming in this liquid. And it's non-magnetic, non-electric conductive, and therefore, doesn't overheat, doesn't electrocute, doesn't do nothing. So if you were able to take that and put that into your camera system and send that down to depth, that may very well handle pressure.
We still streaming?
We are. Yes, I believe we are.
Sunrise in the museum.
We went and did a EVP session in the schoolroom, as well as near the military stuff. And then we just finished up not too long ago doing one over by the Lincoln Conspirator Corner.
An EVP?
Electronic voice phenomenon with recorders. So we ask questions and pause.
Oh, is that what you were doing?
Mm-hmm.
Like when we were when?
Yeah, he was reading Edgar Allan Poe up there.
Oh, you were reading Edgar Allan Poe.
It actually got quite raunchy. It was talking about this general, like how great his legs were, like the shape of his calves. It's like, oh, okay. Wow.
It's oddly specific about military.
It got into a lot. He had great teeth, apparently. Too.
Did you bring the book with you, or? Okay. Yeah. You're like, hey, I'll bring a little Poe.
You never know when you need to recite the Raven,
Right. The tintinnabulation of the bells.
Yes.
Then we start talking about Bigfoot and cryptids and how a lot of those things can be related. A lot of the same stuff we were talking about earlier.
What's cryptids? You guys were using that term all night.
So cryptids are usually a way of describing any creature with which there's not yet a scientific name given to it. So Bigfoot's considered a cryptid, Mothman is considered a cryptid, the Wendigo, the Chupacabra, stuff like that, where we haven't been able to get one and study one scientifically to identify it.
Gotcha.
But it's still considered a earthbound biological creature.
I see. And we didn't see any cryptids today?
No, I don't believe so.
No fairies, gnomes, nothing of the sort.
Boy, how about that first hour, though, when we thought that we got shushed by a ghost librarian?
I mean, we still haven't
perfect.
debunked the noise that the ladies heard.
And there was more than one person that heard it, so... Right. But, again, an old building, you expect settling, you expect some kind of, I don't know, switching on and off of some type of apparatus deep within the bowels.
Right, and I mean, no book drop.
Book drop.
Did not think of any book drop, at least not that I heard.
They said it sounded like footsteps though, but I think even if somebody walked up there, they wouldn't be able to make the sound of footsteps. Like if you were to be in the Swan room here, and then somebody were to go upstairs, would you hear them creaking on the floor?
I don't know. See, I'm not sure, because when you guys, like, I did not hear you guys go from upstairs to the basement, and I was sitting in here where it was dead quiet. Like, I kind of heard you talking at one point, so I thought maybe you were at the top of the stairs, so maybe that's when you were making the transition up to down. But otherwise, I didn't hear you guys at all.
So we've got to go to that one part, which I wrote down, the time. Would have been around, well, I wrote down, because I was expecting to write down a long list of incidents all night.
Right.
We had 2 in the first hour. I figured, oh my gosh, I better start something now.
checklist, right?
It's the
Yeah.
spreadsheet, right? I noted where it was, northwest corner of the, northeast corner, I guess, of the, for the shush.
Right.
South? Northwest. No, that would be like, yeah, west, the western wing for the noise. I was just yammering on and on and on with Pat at the time.
Right.
So it had to be you would think that if you analyze that and try to pick it out, you might be able to hear what it is. We might be able to take it to a plumber or
Right.
electrician.
Well, and I think, we'll go back and we'll look at the video footage again, because it was very shortly after that both Sherry and Kyra came out and grabbed me and were like, hey, we're going up.
Why didn't they interrupt me? They should.
You had already been shushed once.
Yeah. Not yet.
Right. Yeah.
I'd already been shushed once.
You're
by yourself,
nonetheless. And, I expected maybe a creepier feeling.
Yeah, well, now that it's light out.
Well, and I mean, even when it was dark, it didn't feel super, like, the creepiest it felt for me was when you guys were all off and Kyra was under the table asleep. It was just me sitting there. And so I'm switching through the cameras, just kind of in a rotation, and just letting things be quiet. So if there's any sounds or anything, we'll pick them up. And, like, your camera's old enough that you can see some artifact in the video, where you can see, like, it's not as crystal clear as, like, our 4K and our 1080. And, so you're watching that, and if you stare at it long enough, you're like, did I see something? Did I not see something? And then the hairs on the back of your neck stand up, and you're like, okay, it's all in my head. It's got to be all in my head. And that just kind of transitions, and then, I was like, all right, well, I saw the flashlight. I was like, let's put the flashlight out, let's see what that does. And then, that's why I started playing with the EMF detectors and seeing what was going on with that.
So then what with the electro voice, what did you?
Well, we won't know until we go back and listen to it.
Oh, is it recording right now?
Well, we did it in sessions. So basically, and Thomas was doing it perfectly, so he'd start off each session by saying, recording session 1, where he's at, who's doing it, and then he just starts asking questions. And he asks a question and you pause. Ask another question and pause. And, up in the schoolroom, we tried to base it on the assumption that maybe it'd be a teacher. So we asked questions that might be more related to if someone was a teacher.
So your theory in that case is that a room that used to be a storage room that was arbitrarily turned into a school
is filled
might
with
have a
artifacts that came from an actual schoolhouse.
Okay.
Could be linked to.
Sure.
Right. So we based it off that assumption.
Valid.
In the war artifacts section, since those are all from World War II, we asked questions kind of pertaining to World War II. There are a lot of toys there, so we also threw in a couple of questions about, like, maybe you didn't go to war, maybe these are your toys. Maybe you played with these while the war was happening, maybe you built these models. And what's interesting about that portion is that is the front side of the building. Mm-hmm. And
Would that be the sidewall up here?
Is it the side up?
Because the farm exhibit would be right in front of us.
Right, so, yeah. And in that area, the military section, we were getting higher EMF signal, but not at the floor, so it wasn't something like running through the ceiling for power. And as high as Thomas could reach, you weren't getting it. But at what would be considered kind of head to chest height, we were picking up higher signals. And certain cases were giving off more. So as you walk past the firearms, it wasn't that big, you know, some of the uniform stuff wasn't that big. But then you get over by some of the, like the German Nazi memorabilia, and that would pick up higher. Which, I mean, in general, stuff like that might have stronger emotions connected to it. So if there were to be someone, you know, some spirit, soul, whatever term you want to use, that would be connected to an object, it would be an object that has stronger emotional connection. That very well could be why that area was a little bit elevated. But again, no electrical lines running through there that would be giving off that kind of signal. Nothing at that height, especially. And it was really just that entire area is like that.
And so with the voice, with the voice, are you going to go back and like analyze the recording?
Yeah, basically, yeah, you'll just go to the aftermath of every question that's asked and listen to the silence and see if anything is heard. You know, you shouldn't have to do any enhancements to it or anything. You should just be able to listen and see. Because sometimes stuff will get picked up that we don't hear, but the recorder does.
Well, then why wouldn't you do enhancements? Why wouldn't you run it through some type of...
And I mean, you can
digital
after
processing?
you hear, you know, if you hear something. I mean, the downside is a lot of times things get over digitized and over analyzed, and you know, they hear a pop or they hear a click or they hear something, and so then you mess with all the settings and you adjust all the sliders, and suddenly a pop or a click turns into somebody saying, you know, stop, or you know, something else, and you're like, oh, what is this? They don't want me to ask more questions, but I kept asking questions for 10 more minutes. You know, I feel bad. So yeah, you gotta be careful not to over, unless you do hear something, you know.
And, you know, just as far as the whole EMF, electromagnetic frequency detector, what is the reasoning behind thinking that, you know, the spirit world would be electrified?
I think it's one of those things where it's an energy field that's generated by a lot of things. Like nowadays, almost everything generates some sort of electromagnetic field that is electronic. So cell phones, these microphones, all of our equipment, outlets, breaker boxes, everything. But generally that electromagnetic field that all of those objects give off is very localized. And so it doesn't expand much further than the device itself. And some devices even have things in place to prevent that from interfering with other stuff. So microphones have the cage, and that kind of helps because there is an electromagnetic system in place that causes the vibration that picks up the sound that translates it into, I mean, you know how a microphone works, you know, we work on radio. So same thing as like what a speaker does.
Except a movie star doesn't necessarily know how a camera works, though. I mean,
well, true. But yeah, so the concept that they have is if you have some sort of an energy field that is not being created by an electronic or some sort of actual electromagnet you can see, that energy field must be being created by something else. And since electromagnetic fields generally don't just occur naturally in nature.
oh, do we know that electromagnetic fields don't occur?
I mean,
are they
scientists say they really don't.
Okay. I mean, I haven't looked into that at all,
Right.
so I have no idea.
Right.
But I mean, it would stand to reason that, you know, I mean, the Earth has magnesium and magnetized type of things.
Right. But again, still localized. Otherwise, you might be walking down the street, and if you had a strong enough magnetic field, because there's a magnesium deposit or an iron deposit, that as you're walking by, your keys suddenly tug downwards to the floor because they want to magnetize to the spot or whatever the case may be.
So yeah, that's all it's picking up is that field. And they're minor fluctuations, but they're still potentially strong enough fluctuations that they could indicate something. Obviously, it's not an exact science. Otherwise, you know, there wouldn't be ghost hunters, there would be ghost archaeologists.
Yeah. That also presumes that they're of the physical world, or that they enter the physical world, and that it's our viewing of something that might be otherworldly isn't more our perception going into a different field that might not normally be even part of the atomic world that we live in.
Right. Well, there's a lot of interesting theories out there. Neil deGrasse Tyson, who many people know who that is.
You better.
If you don't, look it up.
I can hear you.
He has a really interesting theory that, you know, we talk about how we live in a three-dimensional world, and we're not actually living in a three-dimensional world. We're living in a four-dimensional world, but we are confined like a prison to that fourth dimension. So we can, you know, when you think about, you know, and I think his explanation, he talks about like if you're setting up a lunch date with somebody, you wouldn't say, you know, hey, meet me on the corner of, you know, 5th and Jackson, and then that's it. They need more. They need to know when. You also wouldn't just say, hey, you need lunch, 2:30, and never say anything else. They need a location. So we are defined by our location, wherever we happen to be positioned in a three-dimensional space. So if you use the idea of, again, let's say there's a skyscraper, and that's on the corner of 3rd and Jackson, and you're gonna meet on the 12th floor, you now have your X, Y, and Z coordinate. The only variable you're missing is time. And we can change our X, Y, and Z coordinate at will. You can decide to not eat at 3rd and Jackson on the 12th floor and instead go to, you know, 5th and Jones and eat on the 1st floor.
That place sucks.
It's underrated.
But the one component we are always confined to is time. That we don't have free will on. Time is always moving. We are always in a constant state of going from the past into the present into the future.
Entropy.
Right. And so when he's been asked about, well, how do you feel about the idea of ghosts and spirits and all of that, you know, he thinks that it is much more likely that what we're experiencing, even in the sense of, you know, beyond just ghosts, but certain alien phenomenon, whatever, is we're experiencing life forms that are living in a world where they are not confined by time as a parameter. And so they have the ability to see all of time laid out in front of them, or at least all of their time laid out in front of them, and can therefore interact with, but it would be outside of our perception because we can't perceive all of time. We can only perceive the current moment.
Well, Neil deGrasse Tyson would also perhaps argue, and I think I have heard this from him, that, you know, if you look at the atomic fabric of the universe, the Earth is never in the same place ever twice.
Right.
Well, like, except like a million years, maybe perhaps some large celestial orbit cycles that we're not aware of or something
Right.
like that. So, I mean, we're really, in physical space, we're never really in the same place twice.
Right. Very true.
So, I mean, if you're talking about electromagnetic frequencies, you know, of ghosts or spectral things, that would have to be something of this world, somehow connected to the physicalness of this current gravitational situation.
That could very well be true. Yeah. I mean, you're absolutely right. I mean, in an ever-expanding universe and an ever-moving planet, I mean, our position is not locked in the universe in any way, shape, or form.
Right. So you would think an otherworldly being, if they had lived here 100 years ago, how would they find us? You know, what, some like type of attraction to
Right.
some type of object in some type of planet that is moving away at whatever, you know, speed the Milky Way system is moving through the universe.
Yeah, that's a really good point.
Yeah.
Wow, you can tell it's 5:30 at when
Right.
I'm waxing poetic on our position, our solar system's position in the universe.
Milky Way.
Right.
But, you know, the point being, I don't know what my point was.
No, I mean, it's a valid point. I mean, it's hard to define that. You're right, that electromagnetic field could be anything other than something that's tied to what's here and now. I mean, there are documented cases of if you can get enough individuals in one location, in, you know, for whatever reason, you get them tightly packed enough together, enough humans in one location creates an electromagnetic field.
Oh, really?
Now, whether or not we had enough people in one location to create a field here that would have been strong enough to pick up with our instruments, probably not, because humans themselves give off very little. But we do still have electrical impulses that run through our body that are detectable.
So bottom line is we didn't see any ghosts.
As far as I can tell, we did not see any ghosts. So, I mean, who knows what the video recording will bring back up, but I don't think we saw anything thus far.
Craig, do you know what cable we need to connect the Comrex to the switcher?
Oh, is the Comrex working yet?
It's working, we just need to connect it to the board. My assumption is you were just gonna take a single out from the board and plug it into the Comrex.
6?
I think we've talked about this already. We've got a left-right out. Can't we do one into the Comrex and one into the camera?
The only downside is then anything we say won't go from, or anything radio says back to us won't go out on the feed. So we need to take an out from the Comrex into the camera?
But that's something we've never been able to do.
Yeah, we've had an issue with that before. We've had to like half plug.
And the out is always this 1/4 inch, right?
That's what we've used before, it's essentially it's supposed to be like a headphone jack.
Yeah, there's no XLR XLR out. Oh, I forgot I'm standing in front of the camera.
It's okay, people wanna know how you eat pizza.
Right.
How are we going to listen back to this station?
You guys all have your headphones, don't you?
Yeah.
I have a set of headphones.
In the car.
So we do have 3 sets of headphones. So we'll have to gather around the Comrex. Is it tethered there? We move it closer this way.
I imagine we could probably bring it a little closer.
As far as that cord goes.
Which cord? The cord for the
Well,
power?
probably the power, yeah.
Well, the outlet's there, so we should be able to get it here. We're not on until 6:20.
Well, it's plenty of time to continue to wax Poetica.
Yeah, I mean, I don't feel any bad vibes in this place, but I also wouldn't want to be like Roger Knoll and like working here alone
Right.
in the bowels of this place in all hours of the night.
Well, and as me and Thomas discussed before, part of, I think, the issue with why people might feel uneasy here is you're looking at objects that in our modern world we may not recognize. You know, they're not stuff we see every day. You know, some of the tools and things, you know, you're like, what is that? And you have to go look at it and read about it, figure out what it was. And so our mind creates objects or creates
Stories around
stories
that
out of objects. So if I look back and I see something that kind of looks roughly the shape of a human body, I don't know what it is until I get closer to look at it. But from a distance or upon initial glance or passing glance, I might think it's somebody standing there. Audio stuff's a little bit tougher. Obviously, if you audibly hear something, you gotta kind of figure out a way to debug it, which we've been able to do successfully for the most part today. The hard would be like your tobacco smell.
That was weird. I was sitting right here. And when I was smelling it, like, some component of my mind was thinking like, oh, this is one of those smells I'm gonna smell all night because somebody's somebody's a
Right.
smoker, and I'm gonna be getting whiffs of this all night. And I asked Pat if he was a smoker. I mean, I pretty much knew he wasn't. Like,
Right.
he would have surprised me if he was like, well, Diane doesn't know, but from time to time.
Right. Oh, wait, are we live?
Right, yeah, live on video, me and Obama both will sneak a cigarette from time to time. But yeah, or I, and then I kind of like realized like because he had just talked about it, so I mean, there's the power of suggestion possibility. We just talked about it 2 days ago. But he talked about people smelling smoke, and I didn't smell smoke. I smelled smoke on somebody's clothes.
Right.
None of us, though, are smokers.
No. I mean, I'll occasionally smoke a pipe, but, these are all fresh clothes, showered before I came here. It's not something you would have picked up.
I'll occasionally smoke a pipe.
Right.
Of course he does.
And when you were smelling that, I was nowhere near you at the time.
Yeah, but I mean, you're talking about pipe smoke, right?
Right, literally, yeah. And
Which
what you're
doesn't
hearing
have
is
that
like-
cigarette-y smell.
Right.
Usually
Yeah,
there's
pipe tobacco and cigarette tobacco are
two
different.
totally different
Yeah.
things. In fact, I even know the smell. I know the smell of pipe tobacco on clothes.
Right.
I haven't experienced it for a while, but I had a grandfather who did that. So, yeah, that was weird. That was weird for me. But again, that's a personal thing that you can't possibly.
Right. And I mean.
Right, you can't quantify. That's what I was looking for. It's 5:47 in the morning. I can't think. It's
As
5:42.
we kind of discussed before, I mean, phantom smells in general, they've proven psychologically are one of the strongest indicators of memory. You can get people who can't remember, a grandparent, but then they get a smell of peanut butter and they're like, peanut butter cookies, oh my God, my grandmother made the best peanut butter cookies.
Yeah.
And it suddenly triggers for them. Or, I've known people where they have early stages or moderate stages of Alzheimer's, and their family will actually have items that they will keep around the house that have a certain scent to them to help trigger and maintain memory. So for like a teacher, they might have the smell of chalk, or, books or whatever, things that you really wouldn't think about as being triggering smells, but they are. Yeah. And I've even heard about using, for people who are suffering what used to be considered shell shock and now of course called PTSD, at one point in time they would, in order to bring people back to that point, to help them work through it, in therapy, they would use scents like gunpowder, boot black, other things that would be very recognizable and would therefore trigger those feelings, those emotions, and those memories.
Yeah, that cigarette thing was really weird in retrospect. Because I think, I think in that split second of realizing it, there was kind of like a moment where I'm like, well, there'll probably be some musty smell from some old clothes. We're surrounded by old clothes. Or, somehow maybe this is an old frame or something.
Right.
But sitting over here, there's really no clothes. I mean, there's that.
No, and I mean, walking through, I'll say this for being a place that's full of a bunch of really old objects, I was not picking up. I think that's that water pump here. Yeah. They must have a sump pump here, I'm assuming.
It sounds like a helicopter. And it's two sounds like
Could be a med flight going into the
could be as well.
Hospital.
But yeah, I never picked up any odors or anything that seemed over the top, like over by the old automobile. I wasn't getting like old stale gas, or
Right.
you know, by the military stuff, I wasn't getting, you know, gunpowder residue or, you know, anything along those lines. You know, some of these uniforms are wool, and I wasn't getting like that wool sweater smell. And I think they've probably done a really good job of maintaining and keeping these items in a condition where that doesn't come into play, which is nice. Or at least they're not to the point where they're standing out.
Yeah, now I'm starting to freak myself out by that whole cigarette thing. Question myself.
Well, it's kind of like my maple syrup thing, where I smell maple syrup in the bathroom.
That is because there was a maple syrup jar 1 foot away from
We
you.
proved that wasn't that. Rick and I smelled it. We were a nose away. We didn't smell any syrup from that bottle.
Nose away. Have you heard?
No,
Travis's-
I did not hear about this.
I went to the bathroom like during the morning show, like 8 in the morning, and I had this strong odor of maple syrup. And I was like, what was, someone throw a wrapper away, like had McGriddle or something?
Right.
And I got out and I was like, what, I don't know what's going on here. John has an unopened bottle of like pure maple syrup on his desk. So we smelled that, and it should have been the bottle, but there was no smell. There was nothing in his
The
room.
bottles are hermetically sealed.
Yeah. He
That
has,
could have,
he hasn't opened it once.
Oh, has he?
He hasn't touched it.
But it's also a small batch maple syrup bottle. It's not a mass-produced maple syrup bottle.
That's true.
Which could lend itself to the possibility of
A seal not being as good, or stuff being on the outside.
stuff being on the outside, you know. Or even in a mass-produced one could have exploded and gotten all over other ones.
Right.
And, so yeah, so you're saying a maple syrup ghost is chasing you?
It's possible, or maybe you just envision the smell or something. I think that's the wrong word to use, envision, but.
Right, yeah. Yeah, that cigarette thing was weird. Because, I mean, there's just nothing that generates smells around here.
No, and nothing that would strike me as cigarette. I mean,
I don't really smell cigarette smoke on this carpet.
You do?
I don't. You don't smell any on that chair, do you?
well, and we know that the carpet's been shampooed potentially.
Right, and the chair would be a reasonable culprit, but like, even though these chairs are old, I can't imagine there's ever been smoking allowed in this building.
No.
Unless they were donated by somebody years ago, but even then.
I mean, you should still be getting hints of it.
Should get
now.
hints of it.
And I mean, there is such a thing as going nose blind to things, but generally that requires long-term exposure to the smell.
Right.
I mean, that's when you have instances of people that have like 30 cats and they don't realize their house smells like 30 cats.
Oh, yeah.
But,
Right. I mean, I guess I could have just gotten a strong whiff of this place. I mean, the odor of this place is musty.
it does smell like a museum.
Yeah.
It does have an age to it. It's not, you know, an altogether unpleasant smell, but there is a difference between outside and inside.
And maybe I just caught a stronger trigger of it or something. Yeah, but this place doesn't smell like cigarette smoke in any way. I mean, cigarette smoke, old cigarette smoke on clothes is musty.
Right.
Yeah.
We're spending a lot of time on this. How about that shush? So what was it? So I had gotten done saying Sherry's name.
Right,
Sherry.
but the way you said it, like, even Sherry listened to it and you were like, how about you, Sherry? And then you pass the mic off to her. And she gets the mic in her hand, and as soon as she holds it, she goes like this, and you go, and you both kind of look in that direction. And then she was like, did you hear that whisper? And you're like, was it a shush? And that's when she was like, it almost sounded like it was my name. And you
Yeah.
can,
Oh, she said it almost sounded like my name.
Yeah, she did say that.
Did she say
So,
that?
yeah.
Because it was her name.
Because it was her name. We were picking up the monitoring headphones, so, yeah. Now those are turned down, so we can't get that again.
But even the noise over, it has to be some type of, I mean, there's a bunch of pipes over there.
Right?
Right above where they're saying that it would have been.
Correct.
We haven't heard
But-
any other noises from the pipes, but I was sitting right here and I didn't hear it anyway.
Yeah, I mean, you and Patrick didn't hear it. I was right over there. I didn't hear it. But apparently they did.
Even the ninja gets tired.
Eventually.
Impossible.
I don't know. And there was a moment where I was not positive if I was hearing you guys talking upstairs, which I'm pretty sure wasn't it, or if there was somebody outside, maybe on the street, or maybe at the police station, or if it was, but it was something that was definitely a cadence to it kind of sound. And
Wobbly, garbly kind of.
yeah, definitely something that sounded more like conversation and not standard, heating, cooling sounds or whatever. So I wasn't sure if it was you guys upstairs, but again, I didn't even know you guys had transitioned from upstairs to the basement until you guys were actually making the transition in the stairwell. Otherwise, this roof actually does a pretty decent job of blocking the sound.
So what, the schoolroom is here then?
Maybe right above the swan room, maybe?
Yeah.
It's over there.
Yeah, it's right above.
Oh, we need to test the Comrex with Rick before he gets on the air, probably. Have you done
Yeah.
that yet?
Haven't done any sort of testing.
Well, we got 8 minutes,
8
47
minutes to
time.
swap the stream to the new one, so.
Don't cross the streams, whatever you do.
How do we want to switch this now? We haven't really talked about that.
No, yeah. We do have the cables for it.
Oh,
right?
yeah, we do.
Where did I put them? There. Oh, did I string the last of the cables all together to wire that mic, maybe?
I think so. You want to break this daisy chain?
I think we're gonna have to. That's all of our XLR.
I'm breaking it.
Wait, not that. Yes, wait.
Yeah,
Is that one? Oh, yeah, that one. Okay, I'm sorry. My bad. So yeah, we'll need one part each because we'll need one part.
You want the other one?
So what? Oh, you know what? I don't. Oh, we only have one of those 1/4 inch. I was gonna bring one, damn it. Because in theory, we should then be able to do an.
We might just have to bring the chairs around to this, right?
No. No, I think we can get it. Watch live as the radio crew sets up a remote. Will they get the Comrex working? Time will tell.
Are they lucid enough to know what they're doing?
No, they are not.
All right, this is as far as I can bring it one. It's all incredibly unsecure.
You may need to get it up a little bit more to get a good signal.
Oh,
why? From,
I can maybe go up here. Oh, because it's under the other side of the chair. Thank you.
I don't need a cord long enough to get.
You got a cable.
You got a cable. Boy, I'm drained.
How long are you staying at work?
gonna go home after this. You got stuff you gotta do?
Well,
I was gonna go home
it's
after
kind of
this
optional, but-
and maybe come back later in the day. You got some voice tracking you can do.
Where is that other?
That 1/4 inch to XLR. Dang, I didn't bring it. Oh, you got the 1/4 inch to XLR? Ninja with the wind. You got 2/4 inch to XLR? Woo! Okay. Oh, so what do you say Wade does with this?
So Wade comes right off the mixer with it, but if the mixer's not gonna give me what they're doing on air.
Yeah, but if we had another one of these, oh, the Comrex is too far away, but I can put a, probably daisy chain it a little bit. Oh, this is an extra, oh, this is my charger.
Okay.
Over there.
Do we need another XLR? I might have another.
I got
like,
one in my hand.
Yeah, we've
6
got
or 8 footer.
2. I'm thinking if we go out of the
Well, if we're
Comrex
coming out of the Comrex,
into
this
the
one won't be needed
mixer.
anymore. Is that going to give feedback back to them? Because you're going to come out of the mixer to go to the Comrex, aren't you? Are you creating a loop?
So are we talking about the same thing? I was gonna go from the Comrex, oh, I see, yeah, I would be creating a loop, you're right.
Yeah, Rick would be hearing himself back.
Yeah, and there's no way we could like isolate the channel or anything. Okay, yeah, so, are we off?
No, it's currently watching you. Do you want?
I mean,
we'll still be able to hear you.
I'm sure this is very interesting.
It hasn't checked. We had 2 people watching.
I'm sure they're very fascinated by the, yeah, one of them is Rick and the other one is my mom.
That'd be great.
Right, hi Mom.
Hi, Mrs. Warble.
Blinded by the light. Yeah, I think the only way so basically our radio or our internet video viewers.
We gotta stop the stream then? Because-
No, they just won't be able to hear Rick and Wade.
Right.
But when they go to us, I mean, they're just gonna be asking questions.
Right, which we could then rephrase their question in our answer.
Yeah.
Good
Yeah,
point.
the old, do it the old cheap and easy way.
No, Rick, this wasn't a waste of time.
I promise, Rick, we didn't spend the entire night making jokes about you. We thought about it, but we didn't want to run short on time.
Oh.
So, these on here, because we'll put these on the Comrex. And you said you have a set of headphones?
I got my backpack. Mine are in the car, so I'll send the child to go grab them, and I'll let her back in. Child?
Blah, 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 blah. So did you say he just goes through the headphone jack on the mixer?
Almost just share the microphone.
Plus we've got, where's the portable mic? Does anybody know what I did with the portable microphone?
Not a clue.
Here it is.